in Indonesia. Last but not least, I need to all upstream players to support the journey of Indonesian carbon market development to contribute to achieving our climate goals. Thank you for your presence and support to this prestigious forum. I wish you all to have a great success of conference and resulting the significant outcome and find many breakthroughs and innovation to grow Indonesian oil and gas upstream ecosystem. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, His Excellency.
And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani, for being with us here at the fourth International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023. Welcome, Ibu Sri Mulyani, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for your presence, Ibu Sri Mulyani. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the opening ceremonial session. And for that, we would like to invite our Excellency and distinguished guest leaders to come on stage. Please come on stage, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia.
We would also like to invite on stage Bapak Dwi Sucipto, Chairman of SKK Migas.
And also Bapak Nanang Abdul Manaf, the Chairman of Steering Committee of the 4th ICIOG 2023.
Let's give a round of applause to our leaders who will be coming on stage and opening through the ceremony, our event for today. And we would also like to invite Bapak Sugeng Suparwoto, Head of Komisi 7 DPR RI, to also join on stage.
All right, take your places, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you're ready, we will push the button to symbolize the opening of the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
So we will be pressing the button together. Allow us to count down before we press the button together. When you are ready, Ibu Sri, Pak Dwi, Pak Nanang, and also Mas Sugeng, if you're ready, let's count down, doesn't?
Okay, let's do it. In 3, 2, 1.
Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023 is officially open.
Can we have a big round of applause? And now to capture the moment all together in a photo session, please take your places in the middle of the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the fourth time the International Convention has been held, and of course we expect a better year ahead and more policies that we can talk about here and Texas.
All right, and for the second pose, let's capture the moment together with the audience, please. Bapak Dwi, Ibu Sri Mulyani, boleh berbalik untuk menuju arah screen.
Kita menghadap ke LED, Ibu Sri, Pak Dwi, Nanang, dan juga
And And we're welcome to invite all the audience to join us in the photo session. Please give your biggest smile, ladies and gentlemen. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Can we have another big round of applause, please, to the official opening of the 4th International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. You may return to your seat. Ibu Sri Mulyani, if you may stay on stage. Ibu Sri Mulyani will be delivering her keynote speech on stage.
All right, for our next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen to a keynote speech by the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia to give her remarks about cracking the code, Indonesia's path to becoming a preferred investment destination for international oil and gas companies.
Your Excellency, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank to the committee for the opportunity to deliver a remark on the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas. Given the persistent downside risks that loom over the global economy, including the global issue on climate change, I trust that the topic today, that is advancing energy security through sustainable oil and gas exploration and development, is appropriate and timely. Considering that oil and gas remain strategic commodities, especially in achieving national energy security amid the global energy transition agenda, while at the same time also promoting strategy to push energy transition mechanism. Allow me in this opportunity to update you on both the economic side, on our fiscal position, and how we are going to promote many of very important energy priorities agenda. The current global economic landscape presents a multitude of change and has been hindering the recovery process. The tighter monetary policy by especially advanced countries that potentially providing an adverse effect to the recent global economic recovery and even triggering financial sector turmoil in the United States and Europe. On the other hand, the escalation of geopolitical tension and competition and geo-economic fragmentation are also contributed to the downside risk for the global economic recovery. The potential slowdown in major advanced economy, including China, will certainly have a very serious implication, both in the recovery, but most importantly also creating a question regarding the demand for energy. So many uncertainty which make us becoming even more difficult to make a projection and prediction, especially on the era of the energy market, including oil and gas. On the global side, the activity on the manufacturing sector, as indicated by the PMI manufacturer in August, remain in a contractive zone for 12 consecutive months. This is indicating that the global economic recovery are still fragile and weak. The latest IMF, WAO, or World Economic Outlook projection which is indicating that the global economic slowdown in 2023, with a growth of only 3%, which is weakened than last year of 3.2%. Global inflation, on the other hand, is still stubbornly high at 6.8% in 2023, before moderating next year at the level of 5.2. The current increase quite fast and in this case drastic on the oil price will definitely have the implication on the global inflation, especially in the advanced country. Several European countries are still hampered by high inflation as well as then responded by an aggressive interest rate hike. This definitely will have the implication on the performance of the economic growth. Given this current global context, how is the Indonesian economic situation? I would like to report you that the Indonesia domestic situation, despite the severe external headwinds, our economic performance remained resilient and relatively strong. The economy grew by 5.2% in second quarter this year, supported by both strong domestic demand, although we also see the weakening of the external demand, especially on the export side. Reopening of our economic activity post-pandemic has created a positive impact, especially on the sector which is deeply wounded by the pandemic, like transportation, hotel, restaurant. You can see here in Bali, 2 years ago, or even 3 years ago, this hotel was empty. So it is indeed really good to see you all to come down here, and especially for the Bali economic recovery, especially on the sector of hotel and restaurant. I do hope that you are not going to spend your time in this very dark room. It's depressing actually. So you should go outside and see the sunshine. Spend your time to see and enjoy the beach and spend your money in Indonesia and Bali economy. Indonesia has been successfully managing global inflationary pressure. As I mentioned, no country actually can withstand from this global inflationary pressure, especially in an advanced country. The government coordinated both between fiscal authority and monetary side and between central government and local government so that we are able to address the issue of inflation based on the source of the inflation pressure. Our external position, in this case, is also continue resilient. The surplus in the current account balance and trade balance has been maintained for 40 consecutive months until this August 2023. Okay. I think most of you doesn't know what does it mean to have a surplus in the current account and trade balance, and that's why the clapped hand is only for those who understand. This is actually quite an impressive achievement by Indonesia, given the fact that global economy, especially with a high inflation rate, then followed by the higher interest rate for longer, will certainly create a huge pressure for many emerging countries and developing countries. So for Indonesia to have this buffer is actually an achievement in itself. But we have to remain vigilant. The export growth is seen as slowing down from especially high base in 2022. Fortunately, Indonesia is a big-sized economy which providing a cushion from the domestic demand. Our domestic demand remain quite a solid source of growth. Consumption, investment, and the activity on the sectoral as well as regional, they are all providing quite a convincing indicators that the economy remain resilient. We are expecting and projecting that this domestic demand to continue to be strengthened in the run-up of our next year election, February 2024. I do see that now political parties and politicians starting to spend their money for campaigning, which is good for the economy of Indonesia. And Indonesia will continue maintain that the democracy and election is not source of uncertainty. It is a democratic system that we are going to maintain with the peace, stability, and smooth transition of the government. Let me now talk about the fiscal policy, as well as, of course, some of the features which many of you would like to hear regarding the policy in oil and gas. Our budget or fiscal tools, as many other countries, is also affected significantly by the pandemic since 2020. All countries in the world running a deficit fiscal policy in order to counter-cyclical the declining or depressing or contraction because of the pandemic, while at the same time, they have to make sure that the fiscal need to be maintained in a sustainable manner. Indonesia fiscal policy has remained effective and credible to play the role as a shock absorber. I think all of you in this room can easily understood. Oil and gas in the past 3 years has become one of the commodity which is showing a very huge dynamic in terms of price and also security. The oil price has been declined very sharply during and in the early stage of the pandemic. We were seeing declining very sharply the oil price and gas price. But then we have the recovery and then the war in Ukraine, creating a huge, sharp increase on the oil and gas. Many countries, which is not providing subsidy, they pass through this oil price and gas price into the energy price domestically. And that has been translated to become a higher inflation in 40 years. United States, European, which is in the past 2 or 3 decades witnessing the inflation headline at the level of below 2%, or even in European, you actually seeing the inflation at 0 or even relatively mild inflation or sometimes deflationary level, suddenly are facing with this huge inflationary pressure due to especially energy price. If you combine with the food price, these two combinations becoming the most powerful factor or source of inflation in many advanced countries. Indonesia is not immune to those global situation. The pressure of the price coming from both energy and food, creating a huge inflationary pressure. As I said earlier, that we address the issue of the inflation in the non-orthodox way. We are not only relying on the monetary policy by increasing interest rate, but we also addressing the issue from the source of the problem, that is from the supply side and logistical and distribution side. With that, we were able to maintain the inflationary rate relatively moderate. And that's why the recovery of the economy, especially coming from the domestic consumption, can be maintained. But that policy certainly have a cost. We also providing subsidy, and that's creating a huge fiscal pressure post-pandemic era. That's why the consolidation of the fiscal, that is our budget, making sure that the credibility and sustainability of the fiscal tools is going to be secure in the medium and long term is actually very critical. Fiscal policy is now relatively in a healthy situation. Not many countries is actually achieving both the recovery of the economy, maintaining stability and low level of inflation, while at the same time the fiscal tools is becoming consolidated and healthier. So this is an achievement, another achievement. So we will use our fiscal tool in order to make sure that the development and the recovery in Indonesia will be continued. This year, our fiscal policy is supporting the productivity as well as strengthening inclusivity and sustainable economic transformation. The reform on the fiscal tools, especially on the revenue side, spending side, and financing side, is becoming very important. Indonesia is among a rare country who actually have a deep reform while we are still facing the pandemic. This is to make sure that we will continue strengthening our foundation of the economy and not just supporting the recovery to temporary counter-cyclical measure, for example, from the fiscal expansion. Our fiscal tools is also important in strengthening and supporting the upstream oil and gas sector, which we see there is an improvement since the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, the investment value on the upstream oil and gas sector at the amount of $10.9 billion US. The following year, in 2022, the investment increased to the level of $12.1 billion US. And we expect in 2023, the investment on the upstream and oil and gas is going to reach $14.6 billion US. So 3 years continue improvement. Congratulations to all of you. And I heard from the SKK chairman that during this meeting you are going to sign another, hopefully not only just a signing on the paper of the investment at the amount of above $5 billion US. I hope this is going to be realized soon. As mentioned by the coordinating minister previously, Pak Luhut, that the government of Indonesia will continue improving the performance and the environment of the investment in the upstream oil and gas that hopefully can become or can create a good momentum not only for the recovery of the economy, but most importantly, to create a security of energy in Indonesia. Oil and gas investment provide increased opportunity, but we also, in this case, recognize that upstream oil and gas investment is still facing with several strategic challenges. The declining trend of oil and gas lifting and production. In fact, yesterday I actually just finished on the decision of our budget next year with our parliament, and tomorrow we are going to actually get the approval of the parliament for our budget 2024. It is showing a continued declining of the oil and gas lifting in Indonesia, which is certainly affecting the revenue on the taxation as well as non-tax revenue. We also see that the base energy needs in Indonesia will continue high or remain high. With the size of the economy of the Indonesia, which is above 1 trillion, and we are now among the biggest economy size in the world, the demand for energy will continue very strong. On the other hand, the supply is going to be continue challenging, and at the same time, the awareness of the climate change that have a huge implication on the operation, as well as your decision on the investment in oil and gas is going to be very, very critical. From the economic point of view, oil and gas is contributing to the deficit of current account deficit in Indonesia. And that needs to be addressed. How the country as big as Indonesia remain and continue to develop while at the same time addressing the issue on an upstream energy source, and at the same time also delivering our commitment on the climate change. These are all a very critical but also a complex issue that the Indonesia need to address. I do hope that from this forum you are going to provide us with the clarity of what is the industries and all the real player on the upstream oil and gas could provide us with what is your thinking, the landscape in the medium and long term, and how the government of Indonesia could respond. Oil and gas revenue until August 2023 is still showing a positive trend, although the oil price showing a moderation. But in the past 3 months, we also see a different path of the oil price, which creating quite another interest on this industry. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as a major source of energy supply, the oil and gas sector is actually under quite a lot of pressure and expectation. In the middle of the geopolitical contestation, oil and gas is becoming one of the most strategic commodity that is being used as an instrument to express this geopolitical tension. On the other hand, with the pressure and more evidence on the climate change that can threatening not only just the economy but also humanity, again, oil and gas or fossil fuels is becoming the sector which becoming the top of the attention of many climate change activists. So you are actually at the top of the attention, which is usually people happy to become a top of attention. But in this case, you are not happy because you are sandwiched between two very powerful global shift and competition that is geopolitical as well as the climate change concern. Indonesia is a big country. We have to be able to also continue response to this environment. The government will continue provide various support to improve the performance of oil and gas in Indonesia, because there is no transition which is abrupt and sudden. It will create a devastating implication for all countries, including Indonesia. Our fiscal tool in the form of tax incentive at the producer level, in the form of subsidy to the consumer at the downstream level, and also improving the regime of the contract is actually a testimony that Indonesia will continue trying our best to improve our investment climate. The government will continue to provide support for these industries. The performance of oil and gas sector is still recording a trade balance which is deficit, but at the same time, Indonesia still have a huge potential. So I do hope that with this meeting, while you are convening in this room, you are going to be able to provide us with a more clarity of how a country as big as Indonesia with huge potential, but also the global shift both on a geopolitical as well as climate change need to be responded in an appropriate and balanced way. Many of the steps has been taken to improve our investment climate on the upstream oil and gas industry. We've already integrating upstream, downstream through policy, for example, providing support for our domestic manufacturer by lowering the natural gas price. This definitely have a huge fiscal implication. We also heard from the SKK that now the government and SKK Migas is providing more data in a more transparent way of the potential resources in Indonesia. We are working closely with the other ministries to simplify the permit and licensing. And within our authority in the Ministry of Finance, we will continue to provide fiscal flexibility based on your rational as well as a healthy, credible proposal. Government is revising some regulation in order to improve and to be adaptive for oil and gas industry, including by taking into account a new technology like carbon capture, so that we could achieve energy security, but at the same time providing a greener energy and reducing the emission. I know why you're inviting Minister of Finance in this forum. Because all those objectives could not be done without the appropriate fiscal policy. I do hope that you will become finance minister like me. So you will understand that so many objectives, there are so many obstacles, and there are so many expectations that most of them need to be addressed, and the easiest and sometimes also the most powerful is by relying on our fiscal tools and instruments. I understand that fully. So let us now working together. Ministry of Finance will continue open-minded as well as a good listener, but we will continue also very prudent. You don't like the last one. You just want to have that we are open-minded and good listener and responding accordingly. But 2 out of 3. Indonesia is a big population, 279 million. And we are also affected by the climate change. So we don't see climate change as an option. But this is something that needs to be seriously addressed. Indonesia delivering our national determined contribution on reduction of the CO2. We identify each sector activity, how we could reduce carbon emission by 31.8% with our own effort, or 43.2% of carbon reduction with the support from the global or international. We also already have a roadmap to achieve net zero emission by 2060. So, designing and implementing transition is very critical, not only for the Indonesia own economic future, but for the global economic well-being. We will continue improve our scenario on roadmap, because we also understand that technology will keep changing. Policy at the global level need to be also being shaped that can provide a rational and safe transition. Indonesia last year, during the G20 presidency, President Jokowi launched the Energy Transition Mechanism, or ETM. This is our effort in order for us to be able to continue formulating the right policy and path to transition our energy toward a more or a greener energy, because the demand will continue increasing. We are in the middle income status, and we will continue our journey to become a high income countries. And that could only be achieved when the need for the energy in a more sustainable way could be built and provided. So we are currently working closely with many partners on the transition of this energy, including retiring some of the coal power power sector, coal-fired power plants. We know that this is have a huge consequence for the Indonesia, but we choose to prepare it early and timely rather than being forced by the situation. Indonesia also working with the global economy in creating just energy transition partnership with a commitment of $10 billion by the international partner group and $10 billion by the private sector. I do hope that the landscape of the energy policy and priority will provide you with the idea how the big and growing economy like Indonesia will continue our journey to improve the prosperity of the people, but at the same time also taking care of the world and our earth. Collaboration and cooperation with all stakeholders is definitely important and necessary. I would like to appreciate the committee for holding this event here in Indonesia. I do hope that this event will provide a strong, credible, and reasonable proposal that we as a policymaker would like to continue adapting our policy framework. So I wish you all to have a very fruitful discussion. Don't discourage. You can also express all your frustration here. And Pak Dwi Sucipto have the obligation to listen. We also have and see that the middle is actually the Ministry of Finance symbol. I don't know why Pak Dwi Sucipto put the Ministry of Finance there. I think to force us to be part of the solution. So I'm here actually to continue opening our discussion with you all and listening carefully. And I definitely would like to give you the assurance that the Ministry of Finance should and will become a part of solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sri Mulyani, for your highly motivated remarks.
Cooperation and synergy, that's what the highlights are. We thank Ibu Sri Mulyani very much for being with us in the opening of our 4th international conference today. And we note also, aside from collaboration and synergy, that we hope to see creating better policies also to enjoy Bali. Once again, Ibu Sri Mulyani will be continuing with her next agenda. Let's give another round of applause and thank Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati for being with us for the opening and delivering her remarks.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sri Mulyani, for allocating your time.
If you could remember one thing from Ibu Sri Mulyani's speech, it is, do not stay in this room all day. So please do enjoy Bali, take your time. She will be very happy. The more you enjoy Bali, the more you enjoy it, the more chances you'll be back.
Yes, and as we are enjoying today's agenda, Tim, we would also like to inform you that we are moving on to our next session, where Indonesia's upstream oil and gas are always committed to adapting through innovation, technology, and also digitalization.
Now, SKK Migas, along with PSCES, are transforming the procurement of goods and services through the development of an e-commerce-based digital market platform.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at a short video of the e-commerce platform, which will be the basis for transactions in the procurement of goods and services in the upstream oil and gas industry.
Technological innovation worldwide is developing very rapidly. There are no limits. The distance is getting closer. Time flies faster and all is connected through digital platforms. Indonesian upstream oil and gas supply chain is implementing Supply Chain 4.0 to support operations in achieving the target of 1 million barrels of oil per day and 12 billion standard cubic feet per day of gas. The transformation of the upstream oil and gas supply chain is carried out through the development of a digital marketplace platform via the IOG e-commerce system. IOG e-commerce is integrated with the Centralized Integrated Vendor Database, or CIVD, to serve as the foundation for the development of an integrated supply chain digitalization system in the upstream oil and gas sector. E-commerce is an integrated digital solution to ensure the procurement process of goods and services in the upstream oil and gas industry becomes faster, easier, more efficient, transparent, and supportive in sustainable green industry initiatives. The availability of commodities, pricing trends, and commodity behavior patterns become publicly accessible for quick decision-making. IOG e-commerce as an open digital market continues to prioritize domestic products and local regional opportunities whose business process stages refer to PTK 007. Please enjoy the new experience, transacting on the IOG e-commerce system.
And ladies and gentlemen, today we proudly announce that the IOG e-commerce is officially launched.
Can we have a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? And now, let's enjoy a new era of upstream oil and gas goods and services procurement.
IOG e-commerce, digital marketplace for Indonesian oil and gas industry.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Indonesian oil and gas digital market.
Let's give a big round of applause for the new era of upstream oil and gas goods and services procurement. Hopefully this will bring more transparency and ease for everyone in the market through this IOG e-commerce.
Exactly, and we are proud that, ladies and gentlemen, you can all utilize this digital e-commerce starting from the 4th IOG Convention.
Exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be continuing with our next agenda. And also, just as a reminder, we will also be witnessing signings here on this stage today. There will be some MOU signings and agreement signings. So it's very exciting. As Ibu Sri Mulyani also said, that we're very happy to have everyone here. And hopefully the next 3 days, we will see a few signings that will bring us closer and closer to what we wish to achieve throughout the meetings of our 3 days here.
Exactly, Timothy. And we hope that through all the signings and all the agendas in this 3 days event that we are holding in Nusa Dua, hopefully we can bring Indonesia's position as an attractive and competitive destination for global oil and gas companies, fostering economic growth and energy sector development.
Yes, and also through these speeches or the keynote speeches that have been delivered here today, we realize that the energy sector is still a very prominent sector. It has a lot of attention, of course, especially as we push further to new and renewable energy. But once again, we're here to collaborate and to see how Indonesia can also be involved here.
Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now still waiting for the Minister of Finance.
For the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us today is the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and also head of the Investment Coordinating Board, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia. We welcome Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia to the opening of the 4th International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas.
Thank you very much for being with us today, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia.
Bapak Bahlil is still on his way walking to our room. Once again, thank you for staying with us here. Bapak Bahlil will be delivering also a speech. The topic that he will be delivering is on advancing upstream investment and empowering energy security amid transition era. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for staying here with us. We will be waiting for Pak Bahlil as the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia to join us and deliver his keynote speech.
And as we speak, Timothy, we might inform all our guests here that we also have an exhibition area in the foyer where we have 4 concepts in this event of the International Convention and Exhibition of Indonesia Oil and Gas 2023. Namely, the first concept is about energy security, where we unlock policy to boost exploration and development activity in addressing energy security. And also
attracting investment, of course, that is also why the minister is also here. We have booths specifically on attracting investments as well.
And the third is dynamic market and also energy transition. So please take a look at our exhibition, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, once again, we welcome to our event the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and Head of the Investment Coordinating Board, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia. Let's give a round of applause and welcome Pak Bahlil for joining us today.
Thank you very much for being with us today, Bapak Bahlil.
Ladies and gentlemen, with Indonesia's rising economic growth, it's very important for us to seize the momentum to increase energy security through sustainable oil and gas exploration and development that in turn can secure clean energy for the people. Of course, when this is our aim, investment is also needed. Now, the amount of investment won't be small, but as we have heard, policies, regulations will be catered as well as much as it can to help invite these investments. I know we all know Indonesia is welcome for investments in the country, especially also in oil and gas.
Exactly, Timothy. And we will hear more, ladies and gentlemen, of course, from the Minister. And therefore, we move on to the next agenda, which is the keynote speech by the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia and Head of the Investment Coordinating Board on the topic of advancing upstream investment and empowering energy security amid transition era.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati, Kepala SKK Migas, senior saya, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, dan seluruh pejabat yang ada di lingkungan SKK Migas, tadi ada Pak Waka dan seluruh deputi, pejabat Gubernur Bali yang saya hormati dan seluruh jajaran Pemda, Bapak Ibu semua, undangan yang berbahagia. Pak Dwi, saya terima kasih. Yang mulia ada anggota DPR juga, senior saya, Komisi 7. Kita berikan aplaus. Mudah-mudahan bisa selesai urusan gas pergasan dan minyak perminyakan ini. Ada perwakilan dari Pak Menko Marinvest juga. Yang pertama saya ucapkan selamat atas sukses dan terselenggaranya acara International Conference khusus di Bali yang dilakukan oleh SKK Migas dan teman-teman semua. Bapak Ibu semua, tadi mungkin Ibu Menkyu sudah menjelaskan tentang bagaimana pertumbuhan makroekonomi global dan di Indonesia. Mungkin saya tidak akan berbicara itu, tapi saya ingin mengatakan bahwa sekalipun global masih belum pulih benar terhadap pertumbuhan ekonominya, tapi Indonesia berhasil mencatat pertumbuhan ekonomi kita 5,17% pada kuartal kedua. Dan inflasi kita menjadi salah satu inflasi terbaik di dunia, khususnya negara G20 karena kita masih di bawah 5%. Ini satu harapan baru dan saya pikir ini terjadi karena stabilitas politik, stabilitas hukum, kemudian kolaborasi yang baik antara dunia usaha, pemerintah, dan masyarakat. Karena itu Bapak Ibu semua, yang investor yang bergerak di bidang oil and gas tidak perlu ragu untuk melakukan investasi tambahan di negara tercinta Republik Indonesia. Bapak Ibu semua, tahun 2022 yang lalu, pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional kita mencapai 5,31%. Salah satu kontribusi terbesarnya adalah investasi, di mana investasi kami mencapai 1.207 triliun, melampaui target yang disampaikan oleh Bapak Presiden sebesar 1.200 triliun. Ini minus investasi dari hulu migas yang dilakukan oleh Bapak Ibu semua. Kalau kita melihat tambah dengan hulu migas, itu mencapai hampir 1.350 triliun rupiah, bahkan 1.400 triliun. Namun ini kami tidak masukkan sebagai bagian yang langsung dengan hulu migas. Bagaimana di 2023? Bapak Ibu semua ini kan melakukan investasi di daerah-daerah. Jadi kami berpandangan bahwa salah satu pendongkrak ekonomi daerah itu adalah investasi dari hulu migas. Dan ini dapat kita buktikan dari target investasi kami di 2023 sekarang 1.400 triliun, di semester pertama itu investasi di luar Pulau Jawa sekarang lebih besar ketimbang di Jawa. Dan ini yang menjadi salah satu sasaran besar dari Bapak Presiden, karena pingin untuk membangun investasi harus berkualitas. Dan salah satu ciri investasi yang berkualitas itu adalah ada pemerataan. Selama ini Indonesia sejak merdeka sampai dengan 2020, investasi di Pulau Jawa lebih besar daripada di luar Pulau Jawa. Bapak Presiden Jokowi memerintahkan kepada kami untuk membangun Indonesia tidak boleh membangun Indonesia Jawa sentris, tapi harus membangun Indonesia adalah dari Jawa, dari Sumatera sampai seluruh pelosok Indonesia, sampai dengan Papua dan Kalimantan. Bukan karena saya adalah orang di luar Jawa kemudian membuat kebijakan untuk bagaimana investasi di luar Pulau Jawa itu tinggi, tapi ini adalah sebuah panggilan dan penegasan kembali terhadap pembangunan Indonesia harus menyeluruh dari Aceh sampai Papua. Bapak Ibu semua, kaitannya dengan itu, target kami investasi sekarang di tahun 2023 itu 1.400 triliun, di mana untuk investasi hulu migas ditargetkan kurang lebih sekitar 17 miliar US dollar, dan kita sudah mampu merealisasikan kurang lebih sekitar 48,5%. Dan untuk investasi di hulu migas pada tahun 2023 itu sudah mencapai 5,7 miliar US dollar pada semester pertama. Ini tumbuh 21% dibandingkan dengan periode yang sama pada tahun 2022. Karena itu saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua. Dan saya lihat realisasi investasinya dari tahun ke tahun, 5 tahun terakhir naik terus, Pak Dwi. Ini naik terus, tapi kalau memang masih bisa kita maksimalkan, itu jauh lebih baik, karena potensi kita masih sangat besar sekali untuk bagaimana menaikkan investasi di sektor hulu migas. Karena kita semua tahu bahwa produksi minyak mentah kita sekarang ini masih di bawah target RPJM atau masih di bawah target APBN kita. Sekarang rata-rata kurang lebih sekitar 600 sampai 630 ribu barel per day. Dan sebagian kita masih impor. Jadi harapan saya kepada SKK Migas, menurut laporan dari SKK Migas ini kita memiliki total 128 cekungan. Dan yang baru dibor itu kurang lebih sekitar 8, dan masih ada 20 cekungan lagi yang akan dilakukan. Nah, kalau ini yang kita fokus, saya yakin pertama dari sisi investasinya akan terdorong. Yang kedua adalah dari sisi potensi peluang kepada teman-teman pelaku di hulu migas ini bisa kita lakukan. Dan kalau bisa ada Pertamina nggak di sini? Kalau ada Pertamina, ini Pertamina nih. Konkret aja mana yang kalian bisa lakukan dan mana yang tidak. Jangan semua sumur kalian beginiin semua tapi produksinya nggak jalan-jalan baik. Ya, karena kita ini impor terus. Ada 10.000 lebih sumur. Sekarang Pertamina menguasai 3.000 lebih. Pemerintah itu berpihak pada BUMN, tapi produktivitasnya juga penting. Nah kemarin dalam ratas dengan Bapak Presiden sudah memberikan arahan agar peluang-peluang sumur yang tidak bisa dioptimalkan oleh Pertamina itu dibuka untuk umum untuk segera kita melakukan eksplorasi dalam rangka meningkatkan produksi. Ini yang menjadi catatan kita Pak Dwi. Dan kalau bisa diprioritaskan kepada pengusaha-pengusaha nasional. Ya. Yang gede-gede, yang nasional tidak bisa, baru kasih ke teman-teman kita dari luar. Atau kolaborasi. Kita nggak bisa lagi main sendiri-sendiri Pak. Kita jangan lagi merasa karena ini negara kita, penting itu negara kita. Tapi kalau kemampuan kita jangan sampai nafsu kuda tenaga ayam. Ini nggak nyampe-nyampe ini tujuan negara ini. Ini menjadi catatan. Nah terkait dengan itu, supaya kita fair, Pak Dwi selalu menyampaikan kepada saya, Pak Menteri, harus kita memberikan insentif-insentif, perizinan yang baik, kondisi masyarakat yang baik. Yakinlah, kasih masukan yang baik selama itu serius, kita mencari jalan tengah untuk investasi Bapak Ibu bisa kita eksekusi agar nilai ekonominya bisa sesuai. Bapak Ibu semua, di Kementerian Investasi memberikan beberapa insentif. Ada tax holiday, tax allowance, kemudian impor barang modal. Itu semuanya bisa terselesaikan sekarang di Kementerian Investasi karena itu merujuk pada Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja. Kebetulan saya juga adalah Dewan Pengawas SKK Migas. Dan saya juga digaji oleh oleh SKK Migas. Maka hari ini sebenarnya kami di bawah jajahan Pak Dwi untuk datang pagi-pagi ke sini. Bangun pagi jam 3:30, bangun subuh sebenarnya jam 4 Pak Dwi. Tapi 3:30 kita datang karena perintah Pak Dwi kalau kita tidak datang gaji kita dipotong katanya. Maka bukan hanya saya yang takut, Ibu Menteri Keuangan pun tadi kami satu pesawat. Maka kita di dalam Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja semua perizinan dasar itu sekarang lewat OSS. Kita melakukan percepatan-percepatan selama administrasi Bapak Ibu semua clear. Kalau itu bisa kita lakukan. Bahkan saya menempatkan satu tenaga ahli saya di SKK Migas untuk membantu teman-teman. Rasanya sih kalau di Kementerian Investasi masalahnya hampir nggak ada masalah. Tapi mungkin di kementerian teknis lain yang itu yang harus kita bicarakan. Bapak Ibu semua, saya ingin menyampaikan arah kebijakan negara dalam konteks investasi. Ke depan kita mulai mendorong kepada hilirisasi. Dan hilirisasi ini tidak hanya pada satu komoditas. Saya memberikan contoh dalam berbagai event baik di dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Indonesia sekarang mendorong hilirisasi di sektor mineral. Nikel sudah alhamdulillah kita lakukan dengan baik. Saya mengambil contoh nikel. Nikel ini ekspor kita pada 2018, 2019 itu hanya 3,3 miliar US dollar. Begitu kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel, kita membangun hilirisasi, kita membangun industri, kita menyetop itu. Dan di 2022 ekspor kita itu sudah mencapai 30 miliar US dollar, bahkan 30 miliar lebih. Ini adalah dampak daripada hilirisasi Bapak Ibu semua. Waktu kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel, ini pengusaha-pengusaha nikel banyak kali alasannya. Karena saya dulu juga pengusaha, saya bukan orang dari politisi atau dari profesional birokrasi. Saya pengusaha. Itu saya diprotes banyak. Saya paling banyak diprotes dengan Pak Menko Marinvest tentang hal ini. Saya di demo 1,5 bulan di kantor saya. Pada saat saya menyetop ekspor ore nikel, ada ratusan ribu ton mantan perusahaan saya itu sudah ada di pelabuhan yang siap diekspor. Dan namanya ekspor barang mentah itu uangnya cepat. Tidak perlu butuh capex. Tapi apa yang saya mau sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu semua, negara ini tidak akan pernah berdaulat secara kafah kalau kita masih terus menjual atau mengekspor barang mentah. Dan apa yang terjadi? Sekarang kita mulai dorong dari sektor nikel untuk membangun energi baru terbarukan untuk baterai mobil. Dan sekarang investasinya sudah ada pada CATL kurang lebih sekitar 6 miliar US dollar, 4 sampai 6 miliar US dollar, kemudian LG dari Korea 9,8 miliar US dollar, ini kolaborasi dengan BUMN. Kemarin saya melakukan kunjungan ke Kerawang, 10 giga pertama sudah mulai berproduksi dan 2024 Februari Maret sudah kita jual kepada umum. 20% stok dalam negeri, 80% kita ekspor. Dan prokursor katoda baterai sel ini juga kita sedang bangun. Tembaga juga kita mulai menyetop. Kemudian boksit juga kita mulai menyetop. Dan ke depan kita akan melakukan hal yang sama. Ini contoh Bapak Ibu semua yang juga akan kita lakukan di oil and gas. Pak Dwi sudah berapa kali ratas dengan Bapak Presiden. Arahan kebijakan Bapak Presiden ke depan, sumur-sumur gas, sumur-sumur minyak yang bisa kita bangun hilirisasinya sudah harus kita bangun di sini. Kita ini masih impor 80% metanol. LPG 6 juta sampai 7 juta ton per tahun impor. Apakah tidak ada bahan bakunya di Republik ini? Saya pikir banyak. Dan Bapak Ibu semua dalam ruangan ini yang mempunyai peran penting untuk melakukan hilirisasi di sektor oil and gas. Jadi Pak Kepala SKK Migas kalau boleh, bukan kalau boleh, ini perintah atas. Jangan lagi terlalu banyak alasan ini teman-teman. Sumur-sumur yang sudah dibor, yang sudah dapat cadangannya, tapi belum ada pasarnya, jangan lagi terlalu banyak buat alasan untuk kita ekspor mentah. Tanyakan dulu kepada teman-teman investor dalam negeri yang membangun industrinya, prioritaskan kepada mereka agar nilai tambahnya itu ada di dalam negeri. Ini memang agak kurang pas, apalagi teman-teman yang biasanya jual-jual cepat itu. Tapi inilah kewajiban kita untuk harus kita segera lakukan. Dan hilirisasi ini kita sudah hitung untuk menuju Indonesia emas, untuk Indonesia menjadi negara GDP terbesar nomor 6 di dunia pada tahun 2045. Konsep hilirisasi kita ke depan sebesar 548,5 miliar US dollar. Dari 8 sektor yang terdiri dari 21 komoditas. Kebetulan di sektor oil and gas kita membutuhkan kurang lebih sekitar 60 miliar US dollar. 60 atau berapa tuh? 68 miliar US dollar. Sampai dengan 2040. Jadi ini petanya sudah ada. Pohon industrinya pun sudah ada. Kita contoh membuat di Papua. Untuk pupuk, untuk blue ammonia, satu di Fakfak, satu di Bentuni. Ada genting oil di sini. Ya kalau bisa jangan lagi banyak alasan lah ya. Itu Jangan lagi banyak alasan, itu di kampung saya itu. Di Fak-Fak itu kampung saya. Yang kemudian BP di Bentuni. Jangan lagi yang sudah ditandatangani oleh AMDAL, Pak Dwi, untuk masyarakat kalian jual-jual lagi. Itu pasti rakyat akan marah itu. Nah ini contoh katakanlah di Bojonegoro, kita mau bangun industri juga di sana, metanol. Jadi kalau kita bikin spot-spot, boleh ekspor tapi sebagian dikelola dalam negeri. Nah hal lain yang saya mau sampaikan, Bapak Ibu semua, kita harus berkolaborasi dengan pengusaha-pengusaha nasional, teman-teman daerah, UMKM daerah. Jangan lagi subkon kalian, kontraktor kalian bawa semua dari Jakarta. Tolong bina teman-teman daerah yang memenuhi syarat. Jadikanlah teman-teman daerah itu menjadi tuan di negerinya. Jangan mereka menjadi penonton dari hasil proses investasi yang ada di daerah. Kasihan itu teman-teman daerah. Dan ini dasarnya adalah peraturan Menteri Investasi, sudah ada kita buat. Jadikan teman-teman daerah sebagai objek dan subjek investasi. UMKM. Jangan hanya pengadaan cangkul aja bawa dari Jakarta. Kalau memang itu ada di Sulawesi, sumurnya ada di Sulawesi, ya pakai orang Sulawesi. Saya pikir ini beberapa hal yang perlu saya sampaikan pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini. Kalau memang ada perintah-perintah lain dari Pak Dwi kepada kami, silakan. Dan untuk investasi kita tetap dorong karena kita butuh kontribusi postur terhadap pertumbuhan ekonomi kita. Sekarang investasi itu 29 sampai 30%. Kita mau dorong sampai dengan 35%. Konsumsi sekarang 53%. Kita akan tekan, ekspor impor kita akan naikkan dan investasi sehingga keseimbangan pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional kita bisa mengarah kepada pertumbuhan yang berkualitas. Saya pikir itu Pak Dwi, demikian karena waktu saya cuma 10 menit tapi sudah lewat 15 menit, itu artinya honor tidak ditambah. Terima kasih, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia for your remarks.
Very interesting points there. Just a little about what Pak Bahlil delivered in his remarks, that there is no reason to hesitate in investing in Indonesia or maybe top up your investment in Indonesia, especially in the oil and gas sector. This is a very important sector for Indonesia, and BKPM is very serious to make your investment easier and also pushes for the results of these industries. And there was a message for the industry players here in Indonesia. Pak Bahlil said, just be realistic with them. So say what you can do, and if you can't do it, just say it. That way, it's easier for investors to know where to invest in. Meanwhile, the government of Indonesia will also push that when you do these investments in oil and gas, not only in Java, but maybe in Sulawesi, in Kalimantan, or other places, other sectors that support the oil and gas industry are also pushed to be used in that area to make the industry even grow bigger and bigger, not just in certain areas. So that was a little from Bahlil's speech today.
Yeah, and it's kind of making us optimistic, isn't it, Timothy? Listening to the minister's speech, we are optimists on our nation's commitment to fostering a resilient energy landscape through innovation, policy support, and collaboration with international partners, and ultimately contributing to Indonesia's energy security in changing the global landscape, of course.
Yes, and cooperation, of course, is key. Therefore, let's move on to our MOU signing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is a special occasion, and we proudly announce the signing of the MOU cooperation to support study on potential gas supplier and CO2 injection in Tangguh related to potential blue ammonia development by Pertamina.
And this study by Pertamina, ladies and gentlemen, aims to support potential growth in the petrochemical industry, specifically in Papua Barat, as an effort to boost the local economy. And this MOU is also paving the way for BP and Pertamina in supporting the energy transition by delivering clean energy product through Tangguh CCUS.
Now proceeding to the signing ceremony, which will be presented by two parties, we would like to invite to come up on stage to sign the documents. BP Regional President Asia Pacific Gas and Low Carbon Energy, Ms. Kathy Wu.
And the CEO of PT Kilang Pertamina International, Bapak Taufik Aditya Warman. Please come on stage.
And also to witness this joint effort, we would like to invite the chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, on stage.
What a momentous occasion for us today. And take your places, ladies and gentlemen, in front of the desk.
We'll be signing the MOU. We invite Ms. Kathy Wu and also Pak Taufik to take your places. And ladies and gentlemen, you may sign the MOU. Yes, let's show it to the camera. Ms. Kathy Wu, Pak Taufik. Let's show it to the camera to take a picture of this moment. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the signing of this MOU.
Congratulations. This MOU cooperation is to support study on potential gas supply and CO2 injection in Tangguh. Let's capture this moment together, ladies and gentlemen.
Pak Dwi, Pak Taufik, maybe in front of the table. So let's not let the table block you. If you may move. Pak Dwi, Pak Taufik, Kathy, in front of the table. So you're not blocked by the table. Thank you.
All right, take your places in front of the table, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to capture this moment together. Give your best smile to the camera on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Once again, let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations for our first MOU signing of the day.
You may return to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
And
now,
of course, apart from our first signing, Timothy,
yes,
we will
still
continue.
have a lot of signings coming up.
Exactly.
Very exciting. And we will continue with a commercial agreement signing. That's it.
Yes, and this signing of 16 commercial documents today, there's 16 commercial documents that we will sign today, ladies and gentlemen, which consists of 9 gas sales agreements, 3 head of agreements, 2 gas sales head of agreements, and 1 LNG sales HOA for smelter, as well as 4 memorandum of understanding for gas sales.
And of course, this didn't happen in one evening. So they have been going through talks to arrive to the agreement. And these are the first 8. We will have another 8 signings later on today.
Yes, and with the formal signing of these 16 pivotal commercial documents, ladies and gentlemen, a profound turning point is reached in the energy sector. And this momentous occasion not only symbolizes a collective commitment, but also propels us into a future where the production of natural gas by the Consortium of Oil and Gas Companies, or K3S, becomes a paragon of reliability and efficiency.
And these agreements have far-reaching implications, transcending mere signatures on paper, as they are poised to generate substantial economic gains. The estimated gross revenue anticipated from the signing of these agreements stands at an impressive $4.09 billion.
Wow, and this substantial figure, ladies and gentlemen, underscores the immense value of the partnership and the resource we are harnessing. Notably, the revenue projections indicate that the state's share will be around $1.1 billion, a testament to the significant contributions these agreements will make to our national economy. And additionally, the projected sales gas output is expected to reach approximately 33,375 barrels of oil equivalent per day, or BOEPD, further underscoring the magnitude of our endeavors.
Now we continue to the signing procession. We kindly invite on stage all the parties involved. We invite Direktur 1 PT Pertamina EP, Bapak Khalid Said Salim. We also invite Direktur PT Surya Esa Perkasa Tbk, Bapak Isenta.
And also Direktur Utama PT Pertamina EP, Bapak Wisnu Hinandari. And Direktur Utama PT Energasindo Heksakarya, Bapak Agustinus Hendrayana.
We also invite Direktur Operasional PT Bayu Buana Gemilang, Bapak Sanjaya. Direktur 3 PT Pertamina EP yang diwakilkan oleh GM Zona 9, Bapak Andre Wijanarko.
And also please come on stage Direktur Utama PT PLN Energi Primer yang diwakilkan oleh SEVP Pelaksana Pengadaan, Pengendalian Kontrak dan Infrastruktur Gas Pipa dan Logistik BBM, Bapak Edwin Bangun. Dan juga Direktur PHE Tuban East Java, Bapak Endro Hartanto. Dan Direktur Utama PT Sumber Aneka Gas, Bapak Agustus Sadi Nugroho.
We also invite Direktur Utama PT Pertamina EP Cepu dan Direktur 4 PT Pertamina EP, Bapak Endro Hartanto. And Direktur Operasi dan Produksi PT Petrokimia Gresik, Ibu Digna Jatiningsih.
And of course, once again, we also invite on stage to witness the signing the Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, and Direktur Portofolio dan Pengembangan Usaha PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, Bapak Jamsaton Nababan. Please come on stage, gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your places.
Now we are witnessing the signing of agreement between PT Pertamina EP with PT Surya Esa Perkasa, with PT Energasindo Heksakarya, among others. So I guess we'll just go straight to the signing. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you may sign the papers. Once again, we are witnessing the signing procession between PT Pertamina EP with PT Surya Esa Perkasa Tbk.
And also an agreement between PT Pertamina EP and PT Energasindo Heksakarya.
Also between PT Pertamina EP and PT Bayu Buana Gemilang.
An agreement between PT Pertamina EP and PT PLN Energi Primer.
And also between PHE Tuban East Java with PT Sumber Aneka Gas. And witnessing the signing is the Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, is witnessing the agreement between PT Pertamina EP Cepu with PT Petrokimia Gresik.
Agreement between PT Medco INP Indonesia and PT Medco INP Lematang with PP Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang.
Also the agreement between Genting Oil Kasuri PT Ltd with PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur.
And thank you very much for witnessing the signing to the Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Dwi Sucipto, and Direktur Portofolio dan Pengembangan Usaha PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, Bapak Jamsaton Nababan. All right, can we give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the first batch of the commercial signings this morning. Let's capture this moment together, ladies and gentlemen. You may show your documents towards the camera.
Okay, we'll do one
Yes.
behind the table first. To show that. Let's do one behind the table first.
All right, we'll have a two-session photo. Let's show the documents just after you sign them. This will be a momentous occasion that we will capture together in a photo session. Whenever you're ready, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, everyone ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we have one more photo. Wait, one more. Okay, one agreement to be signed. Okay, we have one agreement to be signed. Madu?
All right, to the gentleman joining us on stage, please sign your documents.
What we're witnessing here is the agreement between Genting Oil Kasuri Pte Limited with PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Congratulations to all parties involved. Let's take another picture with Pak Dwi as well, from Genting Oil Kasuri and Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Yes, you may take a picture first.
All right, you may move on to the center of the stage, gentlemen. Let's capture again this moment together with Genting Oil Kasuri Pte Ltd and PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. All right, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. All right,
once again,
let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Bapak Dwi Sucipto and also Bapak Jamsaton Nababan, if you may stay on stage to witness the second batch of signing.
And for our second batch of commercial signings, we kindly invite on stage to all the parties involved, starting with the POA Director, SDA Director, South Benggara 2 PTD LTE, and Bapak Panjasunu Wibowo.
We also invite Direktur Utama PT National Energy Solutions, Bapak Norman E. Sebastian.
And also the General Manager of PT Energi Mineral Langgeng, Bapak Sukma Ubaidillah.
Also invite Direktur Utama PT National Energy Solutions, once again, Bapak Norman E. Sebastian.
SVP Downstream Gas Power and On-RE Business Development and Portfolio, Bapak Aris Bulya Azov.
We also invite President Director PT Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara, Bapak Rahmat Makasau.
Please come on stage, the General Manager of Husky Sinok Madura Ltd, Bapak Kang An.
We also invite Direktur Utama PT Temas Tbk, Bapak Gani Zhang.
Direktur Utama PT Berkah Buana Energy, Bapak Elijas Pujanto dan Sanjaya.
We also invite General Manager Husky Sinok Madura Ltd, Bapak Kang An, to join us.
Direktur Utama PT Sinergi Gas Indoraya, Ibu Maureen Inesela Lumban Tobing.
We invite Chief Operating Officer PT Liquid Nusantara Gas, Yafet Rutherford Marzuki.
And Direktur Operasi dan Produksi PT Petrokimia Gresik, Ibu Digna Jatidesi. Ladies and gentlemen, please come on stage to sign the second batch of the commercial signings. All right, please take your places in front of your documents, ladies and gentlemen. And whenever you're ready, we'll cue to sign the documents.
Once again, we would like to invite Bapak Dwi Sucipto and also Bapak Jamsaton Nababan on stage to witness the signing.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, whenever you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, you may sign the documents. Can we give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the second batch of commercial signings in the first day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
We are witnessing the signing of the agreement between SDA South Benggara 2 Pte Limited with PT National Energy Solutions, agreement between PT Energi Mineral Langgeng with PT National Energy Solutions, agreement between PT Pertamina Persero pasokan WK dari Sanga-Sanga and WK East Kalimantan dan Ataka with PT Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara.
And also agreement between Husky Sinok Madura Ltd with PT Temas Tbk, agreement between Husky Sinok Madura Ltd with PT Berkah Buana Energy, agreement between Husky Sinok Madura Ltd with PT Sinergi Gas Indoraya, and agreement between Husky Sinok Madura Ltd with PT Liquid Nusantara Gas.
And Pak Dwi Sucipto and Pak Jamsaton are witnessing the agreement between Husky Sinok Madura Ltd with PT Petrokimia Gresik.
All right. If you're done, ladies and gentlemen, let's capture this moment all together once again.
Yes, you may show the agreements. Let's take a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, you may
You may show the
and
documents
show
to
it
the
to the
camera.
cameras.
All right, take your places in the middle of the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
We have one more signing after the photo session. So let's take this photo first.
All right, on the count of three, give your best smile to the camera, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Let's give another big round of applause for the second batch signing of commercial signings.
Congratulations to all parties involved. And we have one more signing, ladies and gentlemen. But first, all the signings, you may return to your seats.
Thank you to all the signatories and for Bapak Dwi Sucipto.
And also, Bapak Jam Saton, thank you very much for joining us on stage. One more signing, ladies and gentlemen. This signing is between PT Medco INP Indonesia dan PT Medco INP Lematang and PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang. Therefore, we would like to invite on stage Direktur Utama PT Medco INP Indonesia dan PT Medco INP Lematang. Also, we invite Direktur Utama PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang on stage to sign the agreement. And to witness the signing, we once again invite Bapak Jam Saton to join us on stage to witness the signing. We invite Bapak Jam Saton Nababan on stage. We invite Bapak Ronald Gunawan and also Bapak Tri Wahyudi Saleh, who are already joining us with Pak Jam Saton as a witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now witnessing the agreement between PT Medco INP Indonesia and PT Medco INP Lematang and PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang.
Thank you very much for the signing. You may take a picture. We'll take a picture together
Okay.
in front of the table. We thank Pak Bahlil Lahadalia for joining us today. Once again, Minister of Investment for the Republic of Indonesia, Bahlil Lahadalia. Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us.
All right, gentlemen, let's take your place in the middle of the stage for a photo session. Give your best smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations for this agreement.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may return to your seats. Now, we hope that the agreements that are signed here today will benefit everyone in transforming the procurement of goods and services through all the agreements that have been taken, and also through the digital market platform in upstream oil and gas.
And ladies and gentlemen, following to our next agenda, we inform you that you may collect our SIS device just next to the FOH stage at the back of this premises.
Just behind you, you'll see a small counter there. You may collect the device there if you need any translations during our event. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will have exhibitions outside. We also invite our guests to proceed to the booth arrangements. We have a booth tour arrangement outside towards the exhibition area located at the foyer area. So there are 4 themes that have been prepared there at the foyer area. We mentioned that there will be investments, that will be one theme, and also energy security. And what else, Dazen?
Yes, and we also have a dynamic market concept booth, which understands and taking advantage on a challenging and dynamic market in the oil and gas industry. And of course, the energy transition booths. These are a pathway to reach dual target in increasing oil and gas production and also reducing emissions. So please, ladies and gentlemen, do check out our exhibition just at the foyer area.
Once again, we would like to inform you if you need any translation support during our event, we have a translation headset or SIS receiver for you to use. You may collect it behind you. If you're facing the stage, it will be behind you. You will see an interpreter booth. It might be on your left if you're on this area. There's an interpreter booth on your way out of this room, and you may collect the device there. If you do need any translation devices during our event, the device or the SIS device can be collected near the translation booth. So as we said, there's a lot to expect here. We've seen the signings that has happened. There were 17 signings that we've witnessed here today. Also, tomorrow we hope to see more signings during the course of our event. And also, we will have panel discussions as well.
Exactly. We will have many panel discussions on the 3 days to come. And we will discuss lots of interesting topics, of course, and discussions. So stay tuned for all these panel discussions.
Yep.
And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, there's still a lot of interesting topic and speakers. And we said in the first day of the 4th ICIOG 2023. And now moving on to the keynote address with the topic, BP Strategy in Navigating Energy Trilemma in Indonesia, that will be delivered by EVP Gas and Low Carbon Energy of BP, Ms. Anya Isabel Donzenrath.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Ms. Anya Isabel Donzenrath.
Excellencies, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Pak Arifin Tasrif, Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani, Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Pak Luhut Panjaitan, Chairman of SKK Migas, Pak Dwi Sucipto, distinguished guests. Thank you for the invitation to participate at this important event. It is both an honor and a true pleasure to be with you today. It's an honor because BP is very proud of this relationship with Indonesia. I believe, and we at BP believe, we make a truly winning combination with the government of Indonesia, with our partners, and very, very important, with the people in the communities we serve. And it's also a pleasure because our work in Indonesia is a true success story. BP is very proud to be the country's largest UK investor and trusted by the government. And as we make progress towards the safe start-up of Tangguh Train 3, we will become Indonesia's largest natural gas producer. To put some facts around it, it will enable us to produce more than a third of Indonesia's gas, all from one facility in a remote area in West Papua. I've been told by my team it is the weight of 2 Eiffel Towers in Paris. And it's also clearly a heavyweight in its importance to Indonesia and for its people. We are delighted and very grateful to have extended our Tangguh production sharing contract last year to 2055, reaffirming our commitment to Indonesia for the long term. We've been a guest in your beautiful country for more than 50 years, and I promise you we are committed to stay for the next 50 years. In all honesty, it was a very easy decision to take for us. And that's thanks to the deep relationship we have with your beautiful country. We share many of the same values, many of the same interests and goals. And together, we are a truly winning combination. And there are 3 reasons for this. Let me elaborate. First, as I said, we trust each other. Indonesia is a beacon of political stability and is known for its consistent policy. And we really welcome this. To investors like us, stability and predictability are paramount. It means we know where we stand, and it means we know what to expect. And this instills confidence. This builds trust. And this creates the right environment for investment. The second reason why we are a winning combination is we work very closely together, supplying the energy as the demand increases and doing it safely. We safely produce the energy that people rely on for heat, for light, and for transport. Secure energy for Indonesia and the world. And that's especially important for the economy, the vibrant, growing economy of Indonesia, where the demand for energy is set to double by the end of this decade. And we are helping meet this demand through Tangguh, but also through our participation in the Andaman 2 block, and hopefully soon through unlocking the vast potential in the Agung offshore gas blocks. But our work is not confined to natural gas in deep water. It's far from it. Our strategy, the BP strategy, is also about investing in the energy system of tomorrow. We call our strategy the and, not or strategy. And that reflects what the world needs: secure energy, affordable energy, and low carbon energy. That means we continue to invest in oil and gas to keep energy flowing this decade where it's needed, as we are doing in Indonesia. And, not or, we are investing in the energy transition. Investing heavily in low carbon energy, cutting carbon emissions to help the world to get to net zero. And this is the third way why BP and Indonesia are a winning combination. We are looking to the future together. This nation knows better than most of the threats of climate change and its impact on rising sea levels. And we firmly applaud President Jokowi and his government for their actions to help mitigate such risks through its ambitious net zero plans for Indonesia, and also how the government has galvanized international support. The securing of critical finance with the G7 through the Just Energy Transition Partnership as one example. And in Indonesia, support for international investment and positive relationships with companies like BP as another example. Like Indonesia, BP has plans to get to net zero. We want to be part of the solution and help the world to get there too. And we are ready, already in action, working with Indonesia as it progresses towards net zero. As the home of major oil and gas operations for many decades, Indonesia is blessed with plentiful CO2 storage capacity in the form of depleted hydrocarbon reservoirs. Enormous potential also exists in countries' saline aquifers. Working with partners on the Tangguh carbon capture, utilization and storage, the CCUS project, BP is helping decarbonize the natural gas produced at Tangguh and much more. We are confident that we can turn Tangguh CCUS, a strategic national project, into Indonesia's first carbon capture and storage hub. I am, and we are very excited about this as BP. The CCUS project expects to see more than 30 million tons of CO2 re-injected in the Fowata reservoir. And this will help reduce Tangguh's emissions by 50%. And that's just the beginning. There's potential to store much, much more, up to 1.8 gigatons. This means that together with our investment, CCUS project has the potential to create one of the lowest carbon intensity LNG facilities in the industry, not just in the Asia-Pacific region, in the world. Therefore, propelling Indonesia to the top of the global league of decarbonizing gas. I think, and I hope you all agree, it's a prize worth pursuing. And we're working with the government on the necessary regulatory framework and associated policies to help achieve it. BP is ready to help explore opportunities or in other low carbon energy areas like renewable energy, helping achieve Indonesia's ambition for zero carbon power generation. Now, I said there were 3 reasons that BP and Indonesia are a winning combination. But there is one final, very, very important way in which we also win together, and that is people. The energy transition will only succeed if local communities are at the heart of the change. The Indonesian government goes to great lengths to support local communities. And BP is very clear in its ambition to help improve people's lives in the communities we serve. I'm super proud to say that 99% of our team at Tangguh are Indonesian. Currently, almost 3/4 of that workforce are Papuan, and we expect to increase this to 85% by the end of the decade. And also, we have invested in the communities. To be precise, more than 50 million on programs since 2006, spanning health, education, community development, and much more. And one very tangible example is how BP helped to eradicate malaria in the Bituni Bay area, where we won a United Nations award in 2018. I guess we all agree that the energy transition will only really succeed if it's just. And fairness is at the heart of our commitment to Indonesia's community. So let me conclude. As you have heard, and as I hope you agree, BP and Indonesia are a truly winning combination. Winning in our relationship and how we do business in this beautiful country, winning in safely securing energy for the Indonesian people, winning in making sure that the energy will be lower carbon, and winning in improving people's lives in the communities we serve. Ours is a successful story, and it has only just got going. The extension of the production share contract that we signed last year for Tangguh means we are committed to Indonesia for at least another 30 years. And that is the same time frame as Indonesia's transition to net zero by 2060 or sooner. We are committed to Indonesia, to you for the long term. And I'm very excited about the opportunities that lay ahead. I greatly look forward to discussing these with you in the months and year ahead as we continue to work together and win together. Thank you very much for your attendance.
again, we thank Ms. Anya Isabel Dalton-Rath, the EVP Gas and Low Carbon Energy of BP, for the keynote address that is delivered today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to gain deeper insight about the topic of navigating the energy trilemma, oil and gas industry taking strides.
The moderator for our session is Mr. Peyush Kumar Dixit, partner, ASEAN Lead Energy Utilities and Resources Strategy. And our distinguished panelists who will be joining us today is Bapak Sugeng Suparwoto, Chief of Commission 7 of DPR RI.
Bapak Yuzaini Muhammad Yusuf, President of Indonesian Petroleum Association, or IPA.
Ms. Carol J. Gall, President of ExxonMobil Indonesia.
Ms. Kathy Wu, Regional President, Asia Pacific Gas and Low Carbon Energy of BP.
And also joining as panelists is Bapak Jody Mahardi, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Maritime Sovereignty and Energy. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite our moderator and panelists to come up on stage.
All right. Mr. Peyush Kumar Dixit, the stage is yours.
Selamat pagi. Yeah, thanks a lot for the panelists for joining us for discussing arguably the most important question which our industry is facing today, the energy trilemma. Like the concept of sustainability, affordability, security, all of these things are obviously at the top of the priority of any companies. But addressing all three together, how to conquer them, is something which is probably the most challenging situation for any oil and gas player. So without further ado, let's discuss that. I would like to ask Pak Sugeng first to basically share your views that how do you think Indonesia's domestic oil and gas industry can navigate across energy trilemma? What are your views, Pak?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And dear ladies and gentlemen, participant of Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas Convention. But sorry, I want to present by bahasa. Okay? Yes. Terima kasih Pak Dwi Sucipto selaku Ketua SKK Migas dan juga partisipan seluruh peserta Oil and Gas Upstream Convention yang keempat di Bali ini. Saya dari Komisi 7 mau memaparkan beberapa hal tentang kebijakan oil and gas khususnya di upstream berkaitan dengan tugas dan fungsi legislatif DPR. Salah satu tugas dari fungsi DPR adalah legislasi, membuat undang-undang yang itu menjadi payung dari untuk terbentuknya ekosistem secara keseluruhan bisnis di oil and gas di upstream. Kita tahu bahwa selama ini undang-undang yang lalu telah dikoreksi oleh Mahkamah Konstitusi dan sekarang akan segera kita perbaharui undang-undang migas yang insya Allah akan segera selesai di semester ke depan. Dan hari-hari ini Komisi 7 sedang merancang undang-undang energi baru terbarukan, Renewable Energy Bill. Nah, kita melihat penting sekali bagaimana oil and gas berperan di Indonesia dalam hal menyerap tenaga kerja dan juga ada pendapatan nasional baik pajak maupun non pajak. Maka dari itu tadi sebagaimana juga dikemukakan oleh Bu Sri Mulyani dan juga Kepala Menteri Investasi bahwa oil and gas menyumbang cukup besar dalam PDB kita, produk domestik bruto kita sampai kurang lebih 3,5% lebih PDB, dan ini menjadi penting ke depannya mengingat oil and gas tetap menjadi faktor yang sangat penting. Kalau toh ke depan karena kita mau menuju net zero emission, tetapi tetap saja oil and gas baik eksplorasi maupun eksploitasi akan tetap kita tingkatkan. Kenapa demikian? Karena oil and gas tidak saja akan masih menjadi energi primer dalam hal ini untuk transportasi dan industri, tetapi ke depan oil and gas akan kita alihkan menjadi produk petrochemical industry. Nah, itulah, jadi betapapun di hulu, di upstream, situasi atau kondisi investasi kita harus tetap mendapat lingkungan investasi yang baik. Untuk itulah di Undang-Undang Migas yang akan segera kita susun ini akan kita untuk memberi kepastian hukum. Salah satu hal yang pasti nanti, salah satunya adalah tentang kelembagaan pengelolaan migas di upstream, di hulu, yakni tentang kelembagaan yang dahulu ada BP Migas yang dibatalkan, yang sekarang berdasarkan dengan Perpres menjadi SKK Migas. Ini nanti sebagaimana juga diarahkan oleh Mahkamah Konstitusi menjadi badan usaha khusus. Dan nanti betul akan ada badan usaha khusus kurang lebih sama dengan SKK Migas tapi ditingkatkan karena menjadi sebuah badan usaha, di mana badan usaha khusus itu nanti yang juga menjalankan kontraktual dengan operator-operator dalam konteks B2B, karena badan usaha khusus ini adalah badan usaha yang dalam hal ini tidak in body sebagaimana negara selama ini BP Migas yang dibatalkan oleh Mahkamah Konstitusi sebagai contoh. Kedua, di Undang-Undang Migas nanti akan kita siapkan karena ada badan usaha khusus untuk mengelola oil and gas fund. Kenapa demikian? Dengan adanya oil and gas fund ini diharapkan akan ada skema keuangan yang bisa mensupport di upstream. Menyangkut apa? Menyangkut eksplorasi, misalnya pembiayaan eksplorasi dan juga pengembangan yang lain, sehingga di hulu ini sebagaimana hari ini proven reserve kita terus turun karena tiadanya pengembangan dan juga eksplorasi yang signifikan, meskipun hari-hari ini tadi sampaikan Pak Dwi juga melakukan eksplorasi itu bukan, tetapi kita sadar betul bahwa proven reserve kita terus turun. Hari ini bahkan proven reserve 1 itu adalah tinggal kurang lebih 2,4 miliar barrel dengan juga produksi kurang lebih 610.000 barrel per day. Kalau itu terus terjadi maka proven reserve kita kurang lebih tinggal ya about 12 years, tinggal 12 tahun lagi kurang lebih. Nah, inilah yang menjadi concern kami di Komisi 7 di DPR, bagaimana membuat undang-undang dan nanti turunannya menjadi peraturan-peraturan lebih lanjut yang memberi kepastian hukum dan kepastian usaha yang baik. Kedua, undang-undang ini juga nanti adaptif terhadap net zero emission, bagaimana kita terus juga concern terhadap CO2 reduction, terus menekan emisi. Kenapa demikian? Karena bicara tentang energi kita tidak lepas dari net zero emission di mana Indonesia bersepakat tahun 2060. Nah, kita sadar bahwa oil and gas bagian dari fossil fuel yang juga kita sadari menyumbang karbon cukup besar, menyumbang emisi cukup besar bagi climate change. Inilah policy dasar, policy base di Komisi 7. Pertama, bahwa kita akan memberikan ekosistem yang baik bagi investasi ke depan, di mana sebagaimana saya kemukakan tadi bahwa industri migas di hulu ini juga ada pendapatan yang luar biasa, pajak maupun PNBP, pendapatan negara bukan pajak, dan juga tenaga kerja yang luar biasa, ekuivalen 1 juta dolar investasi menyerap tenaga kerja kurang lebih hampir 1.000 tenaga kerja, dan seperti tadi investasi di hulu itu menyumbang kurang lebih 3,5% dari produk domestik bruto kita, dan ini kedepannya terus kita tingkatkan. Nah, inilah saya menghimbau dari seluruh Bapak-bapak Ibu sekalian sebagai partisipan di sini sekaligus menjadi operator usaha minyak di hulu. Ayo terus menerus apa yang bisa kita support agar tetap bisa menjalankan fungsi bisnisnya di Indonesia dengan kepastian hukum yang pasti dan juga kepastian usaha yang secara ekonomi menjadi baik. Kita sadar, kita semuanya masih membutuhkan energi dari fosil juga. Dan juga meskipun lagi-lagi transisi energi menjadi sesuatu yang harus kita lakukan, tetapi tanpa atau tidak membuang sama sekali oil and gas. Seperti saya mukakan tadi, oil and gas di Indonesia tetap akan kita dorong untuk dieksplorasi dan eksploitasi setinggi-tingginya. Meskipun ke depan tidak lagi menjadi energi primer utama, maka akan kita alihkan menjadi petrochemical industry dengan produk-produk turunan yang hari ini kita masih impor semuanya untuk Indonesia. Saya kira itu sebagai pengantar untuk memasuki diskusi. Thank you, moderator.
Thanks a lot, Pak Sugeng, for your insights here. So just to carry forward that with Pak Yuzaini, what do you believe that IPA's role would be in addressing energy trilemma in Indonesia, and how do you also view for the upstream players their role in navigating this?
Thank you, moderator, for that introduction and the question. First of all, it's a great honor and immense pleasure for me to gather here. I think today we discuss about navigating on the energy trilemma in Indonesia. So this year, Indonesian Petroleum Association IPA is fully cognizant on the importance of the upstream industry in addressing this energy trilemma. So that's why we endeavor during our IPA convention recently on the theme of enabling oil and gas investment and energy transition for energy security. So we know that we can't foresee the future, but we can envision it, right? So we know that we need to balance out the need to fulfill domestic energy is coming, and we need to mitigate the risk of climate change. So that's why I think this today, or these 3 days, IOG Convention have a similar spirit on the themes of advancing energy security through sustainable oil and gas exploration and development, and very relevant in the direction that we are heading to. So nowadays, as an upstream oil and gas industry, we are facing this challenge, competing interests. We know that, as we mentioned by Minister of Finance just now, policymakers have to establish priority based on feasibility, scale of impacts, and stakeholder interests. So this aligns with what we call the energy trilemma: energy security, energy affordability, and environmental sustainability. So how do you balance that? So that's the question, right? I think for the country as well, Indonesia faces a very steep challenge in meeting a growing energy needs for the future, driven by population, increase on population, and also economic activities. So, and we know that Indonesia, with a lot of islands, it is very difficult in terms of the challenge to implement nationwide infrastructures, and also in terms of how to manage the nationwide energy transition. But again, the country is blessed with rich fossil fuel, when coupled with political support and also initiative for decarbonization by the policymaker. That's very important. And we need to understand that with all these challenges, with all these initiatives, energy transition and going for energy or cleaner energy doesn't happen overnight. I think we have been talking about it for the last few years, and we've seen the impact when suddenly everyone to move to the renewable energy, then you have a problem in terms of the fluctuation of energy price. So that's why I think Indonesia need to continue to play the role together with the industry to simultaneously transform in terms of two things, right? When we do the analysis as IPA and the team, we look at it and we see that there's two main focus that Indonesia have to do. One, growing the domestic oil and gas production, and secondly, establish a commercially viable and competitive CCS and CCUS industry. So if you look at it, these two objectives is actually conflicting each other. You want to increase production and you want to reduce emission. How to do that, right? So these two levers is actually very pivotal in achieving reliable and affordable energy supply and also minimizing Indonesia carbon footprint, thereby managing the challenge of trilemma, of the energy trilemma. So I think under IPA, we have produced together with Wood Mackenzie, we launched this white paper on achieving resilience in the energy transition to safeguard Indonesia economic growth and sustainable development. So there's a lot of things that we propose in the white paper. I think I need to thank all this team that supporting this, from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Director General of Oil and Gas, Director General of Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, SKK Migas, Dewan Energy Nasional, Fiscal Policy Agency, and of course, DPR, Republic of Indonesia. We have done a lot of discussion with the input coming from all these stakeholders, whether you are from the investor side or the policymakers or the stakeholder itself. And we have come up with 4 main focus areas, or the industry and also the government and also the country need to achieve or target to do in the next few years. One of it is long-term energy roadmap. I think it's very important. I think when I talk to people from SKK Migas, from the ministry and from Dewan Energy, these are the core things that we need to do or need to solve. First of all, given the roadmap, how many percentage will be the next 15, 20 years in terms of the focus on oil and gas and focus on renewable? So you will give the certainty for the investor. So we know, and also that will be giving us the roadmap of how much carbon or emission that we need to reduce. So that's why the long-term energy roadmap is very important. Number 2, of course, is mentioned again and again by our host authority, by the Minister of Finance, overarching legal framework activities. And Pak Sugeng mentioned it about oil and gas law that is currently being drafted and input coming from all the stakeholders that is going to be impacted by that. That is very important. So we have a legal framework that can be used in order for us to move forward for the oil and gas industry. And in the last 2 years also, we talk about in many forums in Indonesia, talking about how can we enhance and design a fiscal regime, improvement of fiscal term. And it's been touched by Ibu Menteri just now, talking about, yes, they are supportive and we need to work together. And in this white paper, there's a lot of proposal, there's a lot of initiative that we can work together in order to do that, to give the suggestion, to give the proposal so that we can improve the fiscal term. So I think in terms of the certainty to the investor, we need to have a rigorous analysis on, there's no more one-fits-all fiscal term, right? So because in the industry, you have late life asset, you have a very contaminant reservoir, you have deep water, high pressure, high temperature. So all these blocks, all this working area needs a different fiscal term all itself. So then using this enhanced and redesigned fiscal term, I think that will give more investment opportunity and also attractiveness for the investor. And last but not least, of course, in terms of national GHG, the greenhouse gas emission reduction framework. This is tied into the long-term energy roadmap. We need to have consider a framework in terms of what is the actionable rules and methodology for achieving the net zero emission. I think the government have announced 2060 as a target for net zero carbon and emission. So this framework on the reduction framework will help the industry to know, again, on the incentive and fiscal term going forward. Again, if we look at all those things that we discussed on the action item, we already have the white paper. The next step is actually working together. For all the stakeholders working together, because the responsibility to all these action items cannot be done by only one party. It have to be both ways. The policymaker, the regulator, and also the investor. We need to work together in order to achieve and resolve this, address this energy trilemma. So I think that's my point of view, and also what is being given by the IPA team, which is all of us here in the room. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Yuzini, right? So very aptly said, and I really love that you actually put energy trilemma as analogous to fiscal trilemma, which Minister of Finance was saying. So it totally resonates. And you stressed on working together. So taking that point forward, Ibu Carol, how do you think oil majors, international oil companies are adapting themselves to this challenge of trilemma, sustainability, energy security, and most importantly in Indonesian context, and we'll come to that, we'll take Pak Sugeng's view later in this conversation around affordability as well.
Selamat pagi. I want to also say congratulations to the event organizers for a great networking opportunity over the next few days and a great event so far. I think Indonesia is a perfect example of what we call the AND equation. AND equation. Oil and gas and energy transition. And we, ExxonMobil, are active in Indonesia on all fronts, oil and gas and energy transition. Now, why is that important in the context of the energy trilemma? Well, oil and gas helps us with energy security and energy affordability. And the energy transition initiative, so in our case, we're looking at a CCS hub, carbon capture hub, to capture emissions from industrial areas. That helps us with sustainability. And so I think Indonesia is a perfect example, at least for us, ExxonMobil in Indonesia, a perfect example of how we can reconcile all of the priorities successfully, not compromise growth of the country, not compromise affordability, and in the same token, reduce emissions. And you know, in our case, we are continuing to invest in upstream oil and gas. We're about to drill for 1.5 years at Bali, Europe. We're restarting exploration again in Indonesia. All of that is to support affordability and security. But on top of that, we're also looking at major investments to capture emissions. And so for me, the short answer is we can do all of it, and Indonesia is a perfect example of being able to do all of it.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, Indonesia is actually, I think, as you rightly said, right? It is the right place to experiment the AND equation. And just to go to Ibu Kathy, like, what are your views? Continuing on the same perspective, how do you think that international oil majors are aligning themselves? And if I deep dive into the sustainability part, then the emission targets, how they are aligning to the global goals in, with respect to Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Selamat siang. It's a great pleasure, great opportunity here to share with everyone BP's corporate strategy and our sustainability aims, and most importantly, how we're putting our sustainability goals and targets into action in Indonesia. So in 2020, we launched a new strategy aiming to transform BP globally from an international oil company to an integrated energy company. And underpinning this strategy, we have 20 sustainability aims. And these aims focus on 3 areas. For the company to reach net zero by 2050 or sooner, to care for our planet, and to improve people's lives. And this does not just stay at the strategy level. We have set for ourselves a few quite ambitious targets for now, for 2025, and for 2030, and for 2050. And I would like to just cite a few examples for our audience here. First is for our company across our operations. Of course, we would like to reach net zero by 2050 or sooner. And by 2030, we aim to reduce our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 50%. We aim to halve it. And second is we would like to reach net zero across the carbon for our upstream oil and gas production, and by 50%. And this is by 2050, reduce it by 50%. And that is the most challenging, most large-scale Scope 3 emission. And thirdly, we're installing for all of BP's existing production facilities methane measurement. I think everyone here is aware methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas, and according to UN, it has played a significant role in terms of the rising temperature to pre-industrial levels. And by end of this year, all of our facilities, including Tangguh in Papua, will have the methane measurement installed. So within, and we aim at corporately by 2050 to reduce our methane emission by 50%. So all of these are our specific measures, specific targets to underpin our corporate strategy, our 20 sustainability aims. In Indonesia, I think we talked about the energy trilemma, the challenges of ensuring energy security, at the same time addressing energy transition to achieve the sustainability goals. And in Tangguh, we're together with our partners, we're doing the Tangguh CCUS project. And this is a project I've talked about in prior meetings, where we aim to sequester, store back into the reservoir 30 million tons of CO2, and which will make Tangguh one of the lowest energy intensity, emission intensity LNG plants anywhere in the world. So we wanted to also make Tangguh the first CCS hub in country, and that's our ambition, and we're putting that into action. Also, before we execute Tangguh CCUS project, since 2010 to 2022, we have reduced flaring in Tangguh by 86%. And that's our contribution to say not just the big investments into the future from our ongoing operations, we're doing everything we can to support Indonesia's delivery of energy security, but also aligning what we do in country and what we do corporately in terms of delivering the sustainability targets to support countries' energy transition.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ibu Kathy. So while we are at this topic of sustainability, a lot has been said or asked about the policy. So would like to know from Pak Jody, the government's perspective, the policymakers' perspective on how are we planning to navigate the energy trilemma, and you may also share some of your thoughts regarding the CCS hub, which we have been listening lately today in ministerial address as well. We talked about it. So what's your perspective on that, Pak?
Thank you, Kumar. First of all, I think I would like to congratulate SKK Migas and all the organizers for organizing this very timely event. We are talking about how to secure energy for the growth of Indonesia, and, but while also, for Indonesia to embrace our commitment to, along with other countries to battle climate change. So if I can show you some of the slides just to give everyone a context why this event is very important. I think you can see here, due to the rapid population growth and economic development in the region, we in ASEAN is confronted with a very significant challenge regarding environment sustainability. ASEAN countries' population, we see an annual population growth rate of 1% to 1.3% from 2006 to 2021, and our combined real GDP growth rate from 3% to 7%. Meanwhile, fossil fuels continues to dominate the region energy supply, although we see emerging electricity and biofuel use. And we expect 2,471 million tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emission across all sectors in 2025 at baseline scenario. Now, next slide. Now you can see here, Indonesia, we are actively committed to decarbonization through its coal phase-out program, the methane reduction, and also energy equipment efficiency programs, among other initiatives within the ASEAN context. Next slide. Now you can see here the proportion of natural gas will increase in both quantity and also portion to support the scenario of coal power plant phase out. Although both scenarios prioritize having approximately 23% share of renewables in 2025, and the PLN's optimum scenario for electricity supply business plans still heavily relies on coal-fired power plants. The low-carbon scenario reduces its portion by implementing more biomass co-firing and also gas-fired power plants. Next slide. So another pathway to environmental sustainability, we strongly believe, I think all stakeholders here strongly believe that CCS enables also the emergence of high premium products. These high premium products, among other things, are like blue and green hydrogen, blue and green ammonia, blue and green methanol, and also HDPE. Nowadays, I think high-profile consumers are, they're very interested in blue, green, and premium products to maintain their sustainable roles. And the market, we'll see, is also more and more driven by government-stated policies for net zero scenarios. And also, aside from these products, the option for carbon sequestration with CCS from LNG production also will allow Indonesia to sell low-carbon LNG at the premium prices. Next slide. Now, another important area that Indonesia is focusing right now is that decarbonizing the fertilizer industry, because it will prompt the development of renewable ammonia. Pupuk Indonesia, I know they are here also, is currently developing blue and green ammonia and also green methane and methanol production to decarbonize their fertilizer industry. And meanwhile, we see that the market for renewable ammonia is also projected to grow sharply by 2030, with $7.7 billion global blue ammonia market in 2030, and 62.3% compound annual growth rate between 2024 and 2030. And if we see this scenario, North America is also set to become a major player in blue ammonia market. Next slide. Now, Indonesia is currently the world's fifth largest ammonia producer, and we aim to become a leading producer of premium ammonia products with the help of CCS. In 2022, Indonesia produced 6 million metric tons of ammonia. And in terms of capacity increase, Pupuk Indonesia, they plan to produce around 3.4 million metric ton per year of blue ammonia by 2045 and approximately 4.9 million metric ton per year of green ammonia by 2050. Next slide. Now, CCS projects, we are seeing enormous growth worldwide in terms of capacity and market size. The CCS market shows a huge increase in capacity with 194 facilities and 241.6 million tons of capture capacity per year. Its estimated market size is in 2023 is $2.8 billion with the forecasted compound annual growth rate of 14.8% between 2023 until 2030. Next slide. Now, the CCS projects, we in the government and of course all the private sectors here, we believe will include many co-benefits such as co-creating jobs and also promoting inward investment. Like in the UK, if I can give an example, one of such projects is the East Coast Cluster Project. This benefit they reap, including decarbonization, they potentially tackling approximately 50% of UK total industrial cluster of CO2 emission. They're also able to create and support about 25,000 jobs per year to 2050, with approximately 41,000 jobs at 2026 during the project peak. They're also able to kickstart their hydrogen economy, delivering approximately 70% of UK 2030 10 gigawatt blue hydrogen target. And of course, an important benefit is they are able to demonstrate global leadership. As a low carbon hub, it creates an international momentum towards net zero emission. Next slide. And Indonesia here, we have all the necessary resources from our adjacent CO2 storage and industrial cluster, and we have a strong commitment for decarbonization. As an archipelagic country, the existing facilities that we have, spanning from Aceh, North Java, Kalimantan, and the latest development in Papua are all technically feasible for CCS operation. High regional demand for carbon storage due to high carbon taxes in neighboring countries also play a huge role for CCS hub development that we are undertaking in Indonesia. Now, next slide. Now, looking at the bigger map, we believe that collaboration in ASEAN countries for CCS hub is very crucial for regional carbon market growth. And now the Indonesian government is currently working on the presidential regulation on CCS, and we are strongly confident that this will be issued anytime soon, within next month or 2 months. And the country needs to explore also cross-border CO2 transport regulations to meet our aspiration as a fully fledged CCS hub. Okay, so last slide. My takeaway messages. Basically, through this presentation, I would like to emphasize that enhancing the utilization of fossil fuels for long-term sustainability could create new job opportunities and also promote high capital investment. Also, number 2, strengthening natural gas downstream for high-value petrochemical products such as ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen will be the top priority for Indonesia. Third, promoting the collective commitment among the industry, state-owned enterprises, and the private sector to drive the CCS agenda in Indonesia.
Thank you so much, Pak Jody, for the insightful presentation. I think it covered all the questions, even which I was about to ask you. So thanks a lot. And not digressing, but taking a discourse within the energy trilemma from sustainability, and I understand that it is the most important pillar, to the energy security. And that's where I would like to ask Pak Sugeng that what are your views that in light of recent geopolitical tensions, and if I may add a specific example of Russia-Ukraine situation, how it has impacted Indonesian and by large Southeast Asian supply, demand, and pricing scenario, and how do you think Indonesia can still ensure energy security and resilience in this environment?
Indonesia tidak lepas dari situasi politik global yang hari-hari ini terjadi. Bagaimana perang Rusia-Ukraina membuat harga energi semakin tinggi, sudah tinggi harganya juga ketersediaan di pasar dunia sangat terbatas. Sehingga saya di Komisi 7 selalu bicara dengan pemerintah dan mencari tahu apa yang sebenarnya terjadi. Nah, memang kondisi ini sangat memukul dalam APBN kita di tahun 2022 yang lalu, di mana ICP Indonesia crude price yang kita tetapkan itu waktu itu $68 per barrel, tapi harga dunia melompat tinggi sampai rata-rata di 105 bahkan. Sehingga subsidi energi, yakni energi untuk gas dan juga subsidi untuk BBM dan juga untuk listrik melonjak tinggi menjadi 520 triliun rupiah. Jadi APBN kita di tahun 2022 yang lalu jebol lah istilahnya, berantakan. Sehingga kalau tidak dinaikkan waktu itu harga BBM untuk jenis tertentu, ya misalnya berarti Pertalite dari 7.000 sekian menjadi 10.000, demikian juga solar subsidi dari 5.000 menjadi 6.800 dan seterusnya, itu bahkan subsidi kita akan mencapai 660 triliun. Nah, itulah yang kita lakukan. Kita setuju waktu itu untuk menaikkan harga BBM, ya, Pertalite dan solar, dengan catatan, kenapa? Tadi menyangkut bahwa energi, ya, security, affordability dan sustainability. Nah, affordability menyangkut tentang keterjangkauan atau daya beli masyarakat juga di dalamnya. Maka kita di parlemen waktu itu setuju BBM naik, harus ada skema-skema bantuan bagi masyarakat yang tidak mampu. Karena tadi subsidinya dikurangi, maka ada skema bagi apa disebut dengan jaringan pengaman sosial safety net dengan adanya BLT dan sebagainya. Sehingga dari sisi affordability itu terbaca di inflasi kita waktu itu memang untuk beberapa saat ketika BBM itu dinaikkan, inflasi naik kurang lebih 2%, tetapi selanjutnya kembali normal. Dan itulah. Kedua menyangkut affordability, menyangkut tentang keterjangkauan baik keberadaannya BBM dan gas itu maupun dari sisi kemampuan daya beli masyarakat. Keduanya menyangkut tentang sustainability-nya. Bagaimana terus-menerus memang kita lihat karena pasca pandemi ini juga sektor hulu juga belum berpulih baik. Sehingga lifting terus turun. Kalau kita lihat dari tahun 2021 di APBN kita tetapkan 705.000 barrel per day dan itu tidak tercapai. Demikian juga di APBN tahun 2022 kita tetapkan 703 ribu barrel per day juga tidak tercapai, dan seterusnya lifting terus turun. Nah, disinilah memang dilema kembali dalam penyediaan BBM ini. Maka kita minta kepada pemerintah untuk melakukan kontrak-kontrak kepada penyedia-penyedia crude di luar negara-negara yang secara konvensional selama ini menyiapkan seperti Timur Tengah, Arab Saudi dan sebagainya. Nah, dengan demikian dalam tahun 2022 yang lalu, di mana titik fluktuasinya sangat tinggi harga crude dan juga gas, tapi kita masih bisa selamat dengan memang APBN kita yang sampai melonjak tinggi, subsidinya di energi sampai 520 triliun. Kita beruntung di listrik, karena listrik bahan baku utamanya adalah coal, batu bara. Kita masih bisa dengan skema domestic market obligation dan domestic price obligation, sehingga harga listrik masih kita bisa kendalikan, sehingga meskipun harga BBM dan gas melompat tinggi, subsidi di listrik tidak terlalu memberatkan, karena energi primernya berupa coal di dunia juga sangat tinggi, tapi kita pack dengan harga domestik dengan domestic price obligation. Nah, keadaan itu memang perang global ini, situasi global ini menghendaki memang Indonesia harus terus-menerus adaptif terhadap berbagai persoalan. Kita harus sudah sadari bahwa fosil yang itu terdiri dari oil, gas, and coal itu memang sudah jadi masalah. Indonesia terus-menerus tidak mampu memenuhi kebutuhan dalam negerinya untuk oil, sehingga kita hari ini misalnya impor oil kurang lebih 850.000 barrel per day, karena kita lifting praktis hanya 600-an ribu barrel per day, dan sementara konsumsi kita sampai 1,43 bahkan 1.430.000 barrel per day, di mana juga kemampuan refinery kita, kilang-kilang kita, meskipun kapasitas kita setelah melakukan RDMP mungkin sampai tahun 2024 bisa sampai 2 juta barrel per day, tapi faktanya hari ini baru bisa mengolah kurang lebih efektifnya itu 850.000 barrel per day saja. Sehingga Indonesia selain impor crude tetapi juga impor produk. Ini juga menjadi masalah tersendiri. Nah, kedepannya lantas mau bagaimana? Sekali lagi bicara tentang energi, kita tidak lepas dari persoalan global yang sudah kita sepakati. Indonesia masuk menandatangani Paris Agreement yang kita sepakat untuk menekan karbon dalam tingkat tertentu, dan juga kita masuk net zero emission di tahun 2060. Maka ke depan memang kita memasuki energy transition. Indonesia beruntung punya gas yang dalam kategori besar. Hanya saja harus kita akui gas, infrastruktur gas masih sangat-sangat kurang. Sehingga kami di Komisi 7 2 tahun yang lalu saya memutuskan agar infrastruktur gas adalah menjadi tanggung jawab negara. Contohnya apa? Adalah contohnya gas Cirebon Semarang yang beberapa waktu lalu di bawah Rekin, dan karena situasi ekonomi tidak favorable maka terkatung-katung, maka kami ambil alih. Komisi 7 menetapkan bahwa itu harus karena infrastruktur maka harus dibiayai oleh negara, maka masuklah di APBN. Nah, kebetulan kalau ada Bu Sri Mulyani bisa diskusi nih. Waktu itu kita sempat diskusi sama Bu Sri Mulyani, agak-agak setuju sebetulnya, tapi kami jelaskan panjang lebar, loh nanti baliknya bagaimana dan sebagainya. Nah, akhirnya setuju, maka dilihat itu CISM masuk dalam APBN. Itulah kenapa infrastruktur gas menjadi penting. Indonesia impor LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, tetapi kita kaya LNG, liquefied natural gas, di mana pemanfaat LNG memang memerlukan infrastruktur. Dan inilah insya Allah dalam perkembangannya kemudian memang transisi menuju ke energi baru terbarukan, transisinya adalah kita harus pakai gas. Ini berkali-kali kita tekankan agar pengelolaan gas kita secara sistematis harus dikelola secara baik, sehingga masih ada waktu kurang lebih masa transisi untuk masuk energi baru terbarukan, kurang lebih bisa 25 sampai 30 tahun yang akan datang masih cukup. Apalagi terakhir ditemukan di Andaman yang cukup besar, di mana juga Masela belum upstream, tapi insya Allah Tangguh Tren 3 segera upstream dan sebagainya. Jambaran Tiung Biru juga sudah upstream. Saya kira gas kita akan juga di Bali Utara, North Bali juga akan ditemukan gas juga. Kita memang potensi Indonesia nampaknya ke depan adalah gas. Tapi lagi-lagi dari Komisi 7 akan dorong seterus-menerus bagaimana membangun infrastruktur gas, baik itu berupa pipeline, transmisi maupun storage gas. Saya kira itu kenapa kita harus masuk clean and renewable energy. Jadi gas meskipun fosil, meskipun tidak renewable dalam kategori clean. Jadi itulah policy utamanya. Maka di Komisi 7 yang sedang diselesaikan adalah dua undang-undang. Jadi New and Renewable Energy Bill and Oil and Gas Bill. Jadi undang-undang energi baru terbarukan dan undang-undang oil and gas, dan secepatnya mudah-mudahan dengan dua undang-undang ini akan membentuk ekosistem bagaimana energi baru, energi ke depan itu sangat-sangat adaptif terhadap tuntutan-tuntutan yang memang menghendaki kita masuk ke clean and renewable energy. Nah, itu juga kita sesuaikan di misalnya di kelistrikan tentang RUPTL. Kita sudah melihat ke depan kalau kita mau masuk yang tadi belum disebut, kalau new energy itu seolah-olah baru ada yang sering dikemukakan adalah hidrogen dan juga yang lain. Tetapi nuklir bagi Indonesia saya kira pilihan yang harus ada. Without nuklir kita untuk masuk net zero emission di tahun 2060 hampir muskil. Saya kira itu catatan-catatan yang bersifatnya policy based yang mudah-mudahan ini bisa menjadi payung hukum untuk memberi kepastian hukum dan kepastian usaha di mana Indonesia ke depan membutuhkan energi yang besar secara kuantitatif tapi juga yang secara kualitatif sebagaimana menjadi tuntutan dunia, yakni clean and renewable energy. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Basugan, for sharing the insights. Quite an enriching and insightful, interesting conversation we are having. But unfortunately, we are running out of time. So before closing, I would like to actually get maybe one closing sentence on very specific question from each of our panelists. So if I start from you, Ibu Kathy, from your perspective, what do you think are the key challenges in addressing the energy trilemma? We are talking about what we are doing, but what are still the key challenges?
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I just, in interest of time, I'll just talk about two things. Yeah, one is the enormity of investments, and Bloomberg has estimated annually to reach net zero, we need something like $7 trillion. And so no government or countries or public and private sectors will need to collaborate. This is an issue, a challenge of all of us. Technology, we need to continue to innovate and work between government, public, private sectors, and academia to continue to reach scale and reduce the cost so we can see the commercial applications. And that also includes upscaling and reskilling our workforce. So as our energy transitions, our business evolve, our workforce will also be retrained and upskilled to address the challenges.
Thank you, Ibu Kathy. Just taking forward that to Ibu Carol, collaborative efforts often yield better results. So what do you see that are there any joint initiatives between international oil majors, local stakeholders that can help address those challenges, for example?
Yeah, so we, ExxonMobil, agree that collaboration often yields better results, and we're very proud of our partnership here in Indonesia with Pertamina. In fact, last year, on the sidelines of the G20, we signed heads of agreement to work together on the CCS hub in the Sunda Asri Basin. And this work is going really well, and we're actually looking at our next steps now for this hub. So it's just a perfect example of of collaboration yielding collaborative or positive results in the context of emission reduction. But I would say when we're talking about emission reductions, the collaborations need to be broader than international oil and gas company and national oil company. And we had 2 very successful forums on sustainability and CCS over the last 2 weeks, organized by Pak Luhut, Pak Jody, Ibu Bella, and they were perfect example of collaboration, not just between IOCs and NOCs, but IOCs, NOCs, policymakers, academics. Everybody was in the room talking about the issues and their solutions. And so for me, collaboration needs to be between all of the parties, not just IOCs and NOCs. But as I said, we're having some really, really good success with Pertamina here in Indonesia, and so a good example of what can be done.
Thank you, Carol, for that. And taking forward the same theme of collaboration, if Pak Yusrini, if I ask like IPA's role, and particularly because we are talking so much about CCS, CCUS, what do you think, how is that shaping up, and what role can the operators also play in it?
Thank you. Actually, all the facts that in terms of CCS, CCUS on the long-term sustainability plan already been mentioned by Pak Jody just now. Thank you, Pak Jody, for explaining very clearly. I think now everyone here, all the operators, all the investors over here, you understand, I think oil and gas industry is still very important for Indonesia, for the nation. And CCS, CCUS for us, for all the operators, is currently now is a license to operate. For us to continue to deliver energy, cleaner energy to the world, to the government, to the society. So CCS is the answer. How do we do it? Well, I think we started off the last 2 years talking with the stakeholders, with the government in terms of getting the ministerial regulation. I think that's a quick start. That's the first start. And because of that, there's a lot of MOUs, there's a lot of project kick-started on that. The next step is, we know that the other industry also relying on reducing their carbon emission. So the oil and gas industry have a role to play. And now it's about, let's collaborate with not just the oil and gas industry, with the others industry as well, on how to collaboratively look at reducing the emission. And doing all these projects, right? Of course, the business opportunity, we need to look at investment, attractiveness, and also the long-term sustainability or sustainable growth. So it's very crucial that we work together. I think in the white paper also we mentioned about some of the key factor or key actionable on making CCS to work going forward for Indonesia. I think we talk about CCS regulation. We have the ministry regulation, and right now IPA together with the ministry, with ESDM, MIGAS and SKG MIGAS, we are drafting and also looking forward to have the new presidential regulation. I think that is coming out soon. And I really thank the team and everyone, all the PSC contractors and the one that contribute to all this, that make it happen. And let's make this the new regulation to work. And that will give the certainty in terms of law and regulation on CCS. Next is looking at opportunity on incentive, cross-border agreement, and also trading, carbon trading framework, which also are being discussed in this regulation. And definitely we have to work together, both the investor, stakeholders, and the regulator in order to make it work. So that aligns with the aspiration of government of Indonesia. Pak Jody has mentioned all the industry that we need to work on, and oil and gas industry is at the center of all that, and we need to make it happen together. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Yuseni. So, Pak Jody, you already mentioned a lot of key takeaways, which Pak Yuseni is also mentioning. If I have to ask that, what is, let's say, one single next step which you think is going to actually move us towards more, make a significant progress towards CCUS hub, which we are talking about in Indonesia? What that single next step would be?
I think the next step is getting everyone in this room, outside of this room together, and we have to agree that, that it's not a net zero game, between energy security through fossil fuels and also while embracing sustainability, and we can do both at the same time. And I think the CCS hub is that's why we have an aspiration to become a CCS hub. Our contribution to not only for our domestic industries, but also for the regional and for globally, our commitment to Paris Agreement. And again, the key is not only to conclude the presidential regulation, but also the next step is how do we create the enabling environment for investment to come in, and the other downstream industries coming in that not only involved in the CCS hub, but also like petrochemical and other industries.
Thank you, Pak Jody. And just because of the time limitation, we could not touch more on affordability aspect. But that would be my question to Pak Sugeng. I think you are the best fitted to answer that. Like, how are oil and gas sector investments actually directly contributing to poverty reduction in Indonesia? And what do you see the future for this initiative or for this in this area?
Iya, tapi sebelum menjawab tentang bagaimana kontribusi sektor migas di menuntaskan, saya mau menambahkan tentang carbon capture and utilize. Ya. Ini saya kebetulan mitra kami juga Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. Kita terus mendorong agar ada penelitian-penelitian menindaklanjuti bagaimana kita ketahui di hulu kita, termasuk kita semuanya sudah kategori sumur-sumur tua yang memerlukan enhanced oil recovery atau involvement oil recovery. Kita tahu ada berbagai pendekatan untuk tetap mempertahankan produksi setidaknya atau juga justru meningkatkan. CO2 salah satu komponen yang bisa diinjeksikan di sumur dengan jenis sumur tertentu, sebagaimana sudah diuji coba di Jati Barang, itu di CO2 injection, dan ini juga kita tahu di Pertamina Hulu misalnya melakukan exercise di mana-mana, termasuk yang di Mahakam sedang melakukan IOR juga. Demikian juga di Rokan, sebagaimana kita ketahui selama ini memang water flooding ya tinggi sekali airnya dan sebagainya. Tadi sektor migas di bagaimana mengentaskan kemiskinan. Kita tahu Indonesia, kita bersyukur dengan inflasi yang terus rendah, maka angka kemiskinan pasca COVID tidak terlalu melonjak tinggi. Kita masih angka kemiskinan kurang lebih about 9.5% ya. Nah, sektor migas saya kira merupakan sektor yang sangat selain padat modal dan padat teknologi juga padat karya, untuk terlebih lagi ketika EPC. Jadi sebagai contoh di Exxon Mobil di Bojonegoro misalnya, ketika awal EPC menyerap tenaga kerja sampai kurang lebih 10.000 tenaga kerja. Nah, waktu itu ya tahun 2006 ke atas sampai tahun 2008. Maka kalau ini di sektor hulu terus-menerus investasi dapat terus ditingkatkan, maka juga akan menyerap tenaga kerja yang cukup besar. Kita tahu bahwa $1 juta investasi menyerap tenaga kerja kurang lebih 100 tenaga kerja. $1 juta. Nah, kalau kita lihat target-target investasi sampai kurang lebih 7 miliar US dollar, kan itu bisa bayangkan ekuivalen dengan kurang lebih sampai sekian ribu tenaga kerja. Dari sisi itu, dari sisi pendapatan negara ada pendapatan pajak dan PNBP, pendapatan negara bukan pajak. Contohnya di Komisi 7 itu bagaimana sektor migas menyumbang PNBP yang sangat besar. Dari target APBN di tahun lalu misalnya dari 333 triliun, dari Komisi 7 di sektor migas dan pertambangan itu menyumbang 287 triliun. Memang betapa besar memang sumbangan sektor migas di PNBP, pendapatan negara bukan pajak. Jadi dalam hal pengentasan kemiskinan, saya kira secara keseluruhan kalau kita lihat ekonomi kita, bahwa ekonomi tumbuh karena ada investasi, ada ekspor dan konsumsi. Nah, kita lihat memang hari ini masih didominasi oleh konsumsi, tetapi terus maka kita dorong terus agar investasi dan ekspor terus tumbuh baik. Dengan demikian, di mana ada pertumbuhan ekonomi dengan inflasi yang rendah, kita yakin kemiskinan akan terus turun, dan itulah sumbangan besar juga di sektor upstream migas, di hulu migas seperti tadi menyumbang kurang lebih sudah hari ini 3,5% dari produk domestik bruto kita. Saya kira ini sesuatu hal yang terus-menerus harus kita tingkatkan, meskipun di tengah-tengah isu energy transition menuju energi baru terbarukan, tetap saja fossil fuel dalam hal ini minyak dan gas tetap harus terus ditingkatkan, baik eksplorasi maupun eksploitasinya. Dan Komisi 7 akan terus support sebagaimana tiga fungsi DPR adalah fungsi legislasi, fungsi anggaran, dan fungsi pengawasan, dan kita ada satu fungsi, adalah fungsi problem solving. Maka kalau ada dispute di sektor hulu migas, yang misalnya persoalan participating interest di daerah misalnya yang sering sekali kita dengar menjadi masalah, mengganggu baik secara teknikal maupun non-teknikal, Komisi 7 dapat mensupport untuk membantu menyelesaikan masalah. Jadi sekali lagi sektor hulu migas, upstream ini masih sangat-sangat penting bagi terus berlangsungnya ekonomi di Indonesia. Meskipun secara terus-menerus memang pemanfaatan fossil fuel akan terus-menerus kita kurangi, tetapi bukan berarti akan kita mengurangi jumlah fossil fuelnya saja, karena juga nanti ada fungsi-fungsi lain seperti saya kemukakan menjadi misalnya petrochemical industry. Dan ini secara keseluruhan industri kita memang ke depan harus kita bawa ke arah sana, bahwa Indonesia tidak sekadar menjadi negara agraris, tetapi kalau toh agraris tapi juga harus ditopang dengan industri yang kuat. Salah satunya adalah petrochemical industry, di mana hari ini Indonesia masih sangat kurang. Saya kira itu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Sugeng. And thanks a lot, panelists, Pak Yuzaini, Ibu Kathy, Pak Sugeng, Pak Jody, Ibu Carol. Thanks a lot for the insightful discussion. We wish we could hear you for another hour, maybe next time. But it's really comforting to know that the industry is coming together, the upstream players, government, policy makers, everybody is collaborating and coming together. So the outlook is quite optimistic. We are not there. A lot of things have to happen between now and when we actually reach there, the end game which we want. But it's really encouraging. This is an industry which has been backbone of all the progress mankind has made of over last 100 years or more actually. So I'm pretty sure the sentiment would be shared by everyone, not just inside the room because it's industry anyway, but also outside the room, that we can navigate energy trilemma quite successfully, and we can reach where we have set. We have set ourselves lofty goals, but they are in our reach. So thanks a lot everyone. Thank you everyone for your presence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peyush Kumar Dixit, and also to all the speakers. Please kindly remain on stage to receive a special token of appreciation.
And we would like to invite to come on stage the Vice Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Nanang Abdul Manap, to present the mementos to all the panelists and moderator.
Very insightful first panel session today. Of course, the energy landscape in Asia and Indonesia is an exciting one, but also faced with multifaceted challenges, or as we know, the energy trilemma. And that was the discussion for today. This demands a delicate balance between energy security, environmental sustainability, and economic prosperity.
All right, let's capture the moment together. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time.
Once again, we would like to thank all speakers for sharing their insights on the challenges that we are facing. And also the moderator, thank you for leading the very insightful discussion that we have today.
In this first topic, ladies and gentlemen, navigating the energy trilemma, oil and gas industry taking strides. It's just the first panel discussion of our agenda today, that we still have lots of topics and speakers to share with us.
All right, let's take a picture together. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's take another photo up. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's give a big round of applause, and we thank all speakers and also our moderator for the first panel discussion for today.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may return to your seats.
That was the first panel discussion, and of course we have another one also discussing a new topic later on. Now, as we've heard from this panel discussion, Indonesia, as we know, has a very ambitious annual economic growth target, which is 6 to 7%. And of course, to achieve that, Indonesia recognizes that energy investments and affordability are crucial components to achieve its national development goals. Challenges, as we have said, are very rife as well, but collaboration and how we can envision a solution to those challenges is what we try to attain throughout our sessions here in our 3-day event.
Exactly. And moving on later on the second panel discussion, we will have another insightful discussion with the topic of Indonesia's emerging opportunities, a call for E&P companies. But before we would like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that for those of you who have a keen interest on the topics of the panel discussions, we provide the full presentations that you can access by the scanning of the barcode on the screen.
Yep, we're going to show the barcode on the screen. You can't really see the side screens, but we hope it's there. If you do see a QR code on the screen, you can scan that code to receive the materials from the panel discussion. And not only this panel discussion, but all panel discussions that we will see here on stage. And we would also like to invite those at the foyer area to walk into the room and to enter the main hall room. We will be starting the next agenda, which is another panel discussion.
And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that require translation support, we also have a translation headset or SIS receiver prepared for you, which you can collect at the booth beside the interpreter booth at the back of this room. So please, if you need a translator device, you can collect it beside the interpreter booth.
Now we're moving on to our next session, which is a keynote speech from the head of Middle and Far East region of ENI, addressing the topic of IOC's strategic roadmap for investments. Please welcome Mr. Ciro Antonio Pagano.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to be here at the IOG Convention today. And I wish to sincerely thank SKK Migas and the chairman in particular, Padui, for this kind invitation. I believe there might be a set of slides. I would appreciate if this could be projected, please. We'll reach there eventually. seems we have a problem. Okay, no problem. So the energy trilemma that follows the recent war crisis, from the pandemic to the Ukrainian war and related tensions, requires a particular focus by the energy industry in order to tackle the challenges of energy security, affordability, and environmental sustainability. This situation of high volatility and uncertainty has changed the energy paradigm. Post-pandemic has seen an increased demand for energy. The war in Ukraine and the resulting reduction in gas flows from Russia have exacerbated the energy crisis in Europe and the rise in gas prices. Yet, the urgent call to pursue a just transition to respond to the stringent challenges of the climate changes cannot be underestimated. We recognize the need to be agile, adaptive, and flexible in responding to these challenges. The strategy of my company, E&I, is adopting to face the trilemma can be summarized as follows. Geographical diversification is one of the tools, deployment of new technologies, energy mix diversification, gas as a bridge energy source, fast time to market, and new business and financing model. Today, I would like to focus on some of the elements of this strategy. As said, the world has been strongly affected in the past 2 years by the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has forced Europe to find alternative and additional sources of gas to the energy Russian legacy in order to guarantee its security of supply, competing with the other key geographical markets, such as the Asian ones. In this environment, Eni has leveraged upon its equity gas and LNG businesses in the countries of its historical presence, which have represented a key competitive advantage for us. Eventually, we get the presentation. Sorry for that. So we can move to slide 3, please. Indonesia is certainly one of these countries, together with Congo, Algeria, Mozambique, and Egypt, among others. So you can see, especially in the right part of the slide, the challenge we have to move from a 40% dependence on Russian gas before 2021 to a new era where we have to simply replace this gas. Next slide, please. Our proactive and traditional passion for exploration, in particular the successful exploration, I would say, in countries where we have a historical presence, has allowed us to implement a new supply paradigm in a very short time, considering our heavy dependence on Russian gas before 2022. You see in this slide a story that we are still implementing and improving day by day, working hard with an integrated approach in order to improve our gas value chain through diversification. The global diversification with pipe gas and LNG in legacy countries such as Algeria, Libya, Italy, Egypt, Indonesia, Congo, but also Qatar, Mozambique, and Angola, has definitely proved to be a very successful asset to move towards the replacement of the Russian gas. We have been transforming and investing in technology to aim at net zero scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. This enables us today to fully confirm our decarbonization targets despite the current energy security scenario and the need to respond to a strong demand for traditional sources. Our focus to balance the investments and return is driven mainly by two important elements: the economic return and the emission reductions. These two factors go together to sustainably enhance the portfolio of upstream oil and gas, while at the same time committing to other pillars of the decarbonization strategy, such as the capture and storage of CO2, the agribusiness projects that we are also very much going towards, and initiatives, general initiatives to offset emissions. Next slide, please. Today, we can clearly outline how the ENI will be in 2030. Our upstream operations will no longer produce net emissions. Our hydrocarbon production will be composed mainly by gas, with a great attention on the company's value growth that will also deliver a decrease in any scope 1 and 2 net carbon footprint by 65% by 2025 compared to 2018. And this is on track on the 23rd net zero emission target that we have given to ourselves through flaring down projects, energy efficiency, renewable energy, CCS, and high-quality carbon offsets. The demand post-pandemic has shown that the gas as a commodity still plays a crucial role as a bridge energy source in the decarbonization path. We continue to explore and develop new gas resources while investing in gas emission reduction. Next slide, please. Another essential pillar of our strategy is our ability to deliver strong exploration results and have a fast time-to-market approach for our discoveries through the phased and modular development of our projects. You can see here in this slide two flagship projects of our strategy: Zohr in Egypt and Bali in Ivory Coast. These are two giant fields brought on stream in 2 years' time from the discovery, which is quite an achievement. Zohr, with over 2 BCF of gas production reached after less than 1 year from startup, has become a game changer to Egypt, where the country has shifted from a net LNG importer to a net LNG exporter in only 1 year, with related benefits, of course, even to our LNG portfolio. Bali has reached first production in 2023, in August 2023, only 21 months after FID. This is the first net zero greenfield development in Africa with scope 1 and 2, and is contributing to the country's energy supply with associated gas which is being delivered to the domestic market, and this is also representing a game changer to the country. Take into account that the field is producing nowadays 20,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day, and is aiming at reaching 180,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day in 2027, with 200 million scf a day delivered to the country. Allow me to say that such results are even more achievable by taking advantage of the synergies with existing infrastructures in mature basins, such as Indonesia, with significant value return for government and stakeholders. The synergies and cooperation with local government are critical to accelerate project development. Next slide, please. Eni's activity in Indonesia is concentrated in the core area of the Kutai Basin, with the North Canal, East Canal, West Canal, Muara Bacau, and East Sepinggan blocks in particular. With recent and forthcoming initiatives guided by the developments and near-field exploration strategy that draws advantage of the already existing facilities on site, like the Jang Creek FPU and the Bontang LNG plant, to ensure their full capacity utilization for the years to come, and at the same time, obtain an accelerated time to market for future discoveries. Indonesia's geographical advantage in the global gas market is very evident, with the proximity to the traditional LNG buyers, such as Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, but also with emerging buyers like China and the Indian subcontinent, but with also a very strong demand from the domestic market. We are currently executing the East Merakes project to backfill Jang Creek FPU, following the successful story of Merakes, but we will also take soon the FID of the Maha project, with the aim to extend the production plateau of the Jang Creek FPU. These projects are all coming from a successful exploration, and we love to say that we love keep investing in exploration as well, especially in a basin that, although mature, keeps offering opportunities, leveraging the existing infrastructures. Last July, E&I announced the acquisition of Chevron interests, including operatorship in the Indonesian blocks named Ganal, Rapak, and Makassar Strait in the Kutei Basin. The acquisition is an important step, particularly for the development of the Gendalo and Gendang field, which is known as IDD, with an estimated 1.6 TCF of natural gas reserves. It represents a significant further consolidation in the East Kalimantan area for any operations. With the support of SKK Migas and the Ministry of Petroleum, we will leverage our strong presence in the East Kalimantan area and the synergy with our operator Jang Creek infrastructures, the existing Montang and LNG, and the domestic gas markets to fast-track the development of IDD gas fields as well. This, together with the recently announced acquisition of Neptune, which holds a significant presence in Indonesia in our operated blocks, will further strengthen our position in the country and in the East Kalimantan Basin in particular, where we have a solid track record of gas development successes and sustained gas production. This is why Indonesia is central to our investment strategy and to our energy transition strategy, of which gas and LNG represent to us a key pillar. This is why we will keep investing in Indonesia. I really thank you for your kind attention, and apologies for the inconvenience of the presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ciro Antonio Pagano, for your keynote speech.
And ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on to our next agenda, which is another panel discussion. The topic of this panel discussion is Indonesia's emerging opportunities, a call for E&P companies.
And to lead this session, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have Mr. Pratik Pandey, Vice President of E&P Analysis, Ristad Energy, as our moderator.
Joining us as panelists is Bapak Nur Arifin Muhammad, Director of Upstream Oil and Gas Business Development, MEMR.
Bapak Beni Lubiantara, Deputy of Exploration, Development and Working Areas Management of SKK Migas.
Also Bapak Wiko Migantoro, CEO of Pertamina Hulu Energy.
And Mr. Gary Shelby, President Director of Harbor Energy. Please come on stage, gentlemen.
Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists and moderator.
Mr. Pratik Pandey, the stage is yours.
Selamat siang, Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu. Thank you everyone for being patient and waiting for the lunch and joining this panel discussion too. We have here on the stage experts from different facets of Indonesia's energy industry. We have Pa Nur Arifin and Pa Benny representing regulators and ministry point of view. And then we have Pa Viko and Pa Gary representing National Oil Company and investors' point of view in Indonesia. And given we are already running a bit slow on the planned schedule, I will straight on jump to the discussion about this panel, which is meant to discuss about the opportunities for international players within Indonesia and for them to come and invest on these opportunities and to address the challenges that have been potentially faced by them historically and how those can be addressed in future. So let me start on a positive note here and reach out to Pa Nur Arifin. Maybe if you could, in a concise manner, share the most prominent opportunity that you see in Indonesia for the international companies to come and invest in oil and gas.
Thank you, Pratik. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected ladies and gentlemen. In my view, that the most important to attract international investors, maybe there's still resources potential in Indonesia, that we have 128 basins that still not explored and exploited, around 100. So that's potential for resources, and then it's supported strongly by the government. Like we all heard in this morning, Bu Sri Mulyani from the MOF, from Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, and also from SK Kamigas, strongly supported for the policy to attract the investors. And the last is the opportunity of the carbon reduction emission. This is really a big opportunity with the CCS and CCUS project. Yes.
Thank you, Pa Benny. Can we also get some quick comments from you on the same topic?
Yeah. Thank you, Pratik. First of all, thank you very much for the audience who are still here. I think some colleagues follow the suggestion of Bu Sri Mulyani this morning to go outside and see the beach. But in addition to what mentioned by Pa Nur Arifin, I think in terms of the E&P opportunities, Pak Pratik, basically we can divide it into two areas, the exploration one and the farm in or farm out opportunities. For the exploration, I think since 2019, I think the government, have conducted many supporting in terms of data, because we, many activities in the open areas, like we did the 2D seismic, which was the longest one, and then also some other seismic surveys like FTG, fibrosis, and also regional study. There are many aspects of that study in order to gather the data, and then we also have some other activities, like the minister, in order to encourage the exploration activity, has formed the Team 9. We call it Team 9, which consists of 9 experts from the Indonesian exploration activity. It also helps us to to encourage exploration activity in Indonesia, basically. That's it.
Thank you, Bob. And just building on that, I'm sure these opportunities have been there, and there are investors looking at them for a long time. Both the areas that you mentioned, exploration and production, are reflected in the theme for the Convex as well. Over the next 3 days, it is an essential part of all the discussions. So let me move on the investments part around these opportunities and reach out to Pa Viko and Pa Gary. Where would you see the substantial growth areas for your for the companies you're involved with within Indonesia? So for Pertamina's perspective over the next decade.
Thank you. Actually, we are happy with the arrival of the renewable energy, but we still believe the role of oil and gas are very significant, even until 2060, when people target to achieve net zero emission. Oil and gas demand will still increase until renewable energy ready to take over the dominance of oil and gas. Currently, Indonesia holds the largest reserve and resources in Southeast Asia, but in the other hand, however, the energy demand per capita is lag behind regional peers. It gives us significant room for developing the oil and gas activities. So over the next decade, Pertamina prepare it from today in every sectors. In exploration sectors, currently we manage almost 11.6 billion barrel oil equivalent, including 1.9 billion reliable prospect and 1.8 billion contingent resources. The problem is how to accelerate this opportunity. Pertamina, starting from this year, improve their appetite on exploration. We divided it into 3 segments. First one is to sustain by explore the near field, and then secondly, we raise our risk appetite by exploring the frontier area. And the third, we seek for partners. This year we also won 3 working exploration area. And for these 3 working exploration area, 2 of these 3 we have partners. So we believe Indonesia is still promising for ELP, even until the next decade.
Thank you. Yeah, Pak Gary.
Thanks, Pratik. Yes, so in terms of Harbour Energy's growth strategy here, we really have three main areas of focus. The first one is to optimize and hopefully extend production from our existing fields. And I'd like to thank the government of Indonesia, SKK Migas and Migas, for recently approving some fiscal incentives for us in the Tuna Sea, which should allow us to develop some previously marginal fields. And I think we'll be, with a tailwind, we'll be signing a PSC amendment to capture those new terms this week, so a positive development there in terms of existing production. Secondly, we have a discovered field in the north of Indonesia, the Tuna field, which currently we've got some issues related to sanctions against our Russian partner, but we're hoping those issues will be resolved in the near future, and that will allow us to develop the Tuna field, which is, I think it's of strategic importance both to Indonesia and Vietnam, where we'll sell the gas. And again, thanks to the government here for approving our POD for tuna, I think in record quick time last year, and assuming we can resolve the sanctions issues, we'll be moving ahead with that project in the near future. And then last, and certainly not least, is the Andaman Sea area, which is I think it's quite a hot topic within Indonesia right now, and it's probably viewed as being the basin which has the highest potential in terms of additional gas reserves in the near future. So following on from our successful exploration well last year, we're going to be drilling with our joint venture partners. We're going to be drilling between 4 and 6 additional wells, exploration wells and appraisal wells in the Andaman area, starting next month. I mean, Andaman is we see it as a very strategic location. It's close to the existing gas markets in North Sumatra and even Java, but it's also reasonably close to the international markets in Malaysia, Thailand, and even Singapore. And if it's as large as we hope it is, I think it could make a significant contribution to the 2030 gas production targets for Indonesia.
Good to hear that Harbour has got immense success in Indonesia so far, and you plan to further grow your portfolio, continue development on the discoveries you have had recently. And one very interesting point you mentioned there was incentives from the government and regulator, which has been a big positive over the last couple of years, that regulators and ministry are open to facilitate the investments. So I'll get back to Pa Nur Arifin. If you can share a bit more about government's initiatives or upcoming policy changes which are designed to attract more investments, and any such incentives that government is looking to introduce.
Oh yes, we can see during these recent years that the government has policies to give more attractiveness to the investment, either in fiscal and non-fiscal, such as maybe sharing split for high risk and working areas. Then we do have lower first FTP, 10% shareable, signature bonus using open bid, flexibility choosing the contract scheme, either cross bid or cost recovery. And then full price of DMO. Also, we do have accessible data through membership, AMDR, and incentive for low economic field. For this incentive, we have the minister regulation that deals with the details of how to calculate and then give awarded incentive for the K3S contractors. Yes, that's it.
Pak Benny, given your, you have also been very active in these fiscal discussions, could you also share some insights around these changes?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pratik. I think this morning, if we look at one of the slides from our chairman during the opening, in terms of the attractiveness, since 2020, actually, the trend is okay. It's good, increase. But I think good is not enough. We are aware that the competition among the countries, especially our neighboring countries, is very dynamic. So we simply cannot make improvement significantly, as I always mentioned during the session before. We need to have radical change because of the dynamic competition we are facing in the near future. That's the first one. The second one, I think, for the unconventional SKK Migas and Dijen Migas, I think we are already prepared. I think almost finished the special term and condition for unconventional, which is very attractive. We compare to royalty tax system in US, which we simply copy with some improvement, of course. So there will be a new term and condition for unconventional. Hope it will be soon published. And the other, so far, in order to issue the incentive, we have to conduct what we call it case-by-case analysis in order to have appropriate incentive figures. So we ask the contractor to propose their incentive proposal, for example, and then we evaluate on the case-by-case basis in order to, again, as I mentioned, to provide appropriate incentive. We don't want to, deliver excessive incentive, but at the same time, the contractor, they need to achieve the minimum level of the economic threshold. So far, we conduct that kind of case-by-case method, but we understand this methodology have limitation because, I think one of the solution is we expect came from the new revision of oil and gas law, because having that new law, we hope that there is, more strategy that can be applied in order to improve. Because at this time, some instrument of incentive we cannot introduce because it is not in our current law. So by having the new oil and gas law, I hope we can offer what we call it the radical change. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Benny. And it's the approach itself is remarkable because we know there are certain parts, certain regions in the world where companies have to pay additional taxes for investing in oil and gas. And we are still talking about incentivizing oil and gas because domestic resources are very crucial for Indonesia. But let me switch gears now and move to a bit uphill part of this panel discussion, which is, Gary, if I can request you to comment on this, that while Indonesia's potential has always been a big part and has been a major thing to attract a lot of international companies, but the pace of progress has been a bit of a concern recently. Could you provide insight, any experiences and comments on that?
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear you a little bit, Pratik, but are you talking about what some of the challenges have been for operators here? Or
the pace of progress on projects in Indonesia, that has been lacking and has been one of the concerns recently in Indonesia. So would you have any insights on what are the bottlenecks here for the operators and any areas that you would like to highlight there?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think many of us here who have been dealing with ESDM and SKK Migas and Migas for many years, we actually, that's not where the problems lie. I think we all recognize that many of the issues and the challenges and the hurdles that we face are actually with different ministries. They're not within the Ministry of Energy. Quite often there's a tension or even a conflict between the objectives of each ministry. I think Pat Uzaini talked about it earlier today, that our desire to produce more oil and gas is in direct conflict with the Ministry of Environment's desire to reduce emissions. So we need to find workarounds there. Ministry of Finance are focused on balancing the trade deficit and maximising tax revenue. And again, that's in direct conflict with some of the fiscal incentives that Pat Benny and Pat Noor would like to introduce to stimulate activity. And even more basic than that, the manufacturing industries, the power gen industries here would like cheap gas. And again, so the domestic gas price cap, whilst it's good for industry in general, is bad for stimulating additional exploration and investment. So I think we have some fundamental conflicts, if you like, that we need to try and resolve. I was very encouraged to see Ibu Sri coming here personally today to address the event. I think that shows that the oil and gas is, I would say, after a few years of being maybe not so important, it's now definitely back on the agenda. And I think with the current high energy prices, Ibu Sri and Ministry of Finance have also realised that they can no longer neglect domestic oil and gas production. So perhaps further collaboration, maybe we could set up some sort of working groups or think tanks to try and address these issues where there is tension between the various ministries in terms of their KPIs and their goals. I mean, I've got some specific examples, or did that address the question?
Yeah, definitely. I'll go to Paviko maybe. When we look at these challenges in Indonesia and you compare it with Pertamina's global portfolio, how does Indonesia fare in that comparison?
Thank you. Currently, our production levels is around 570,000 barrel oil per day, and for the gas is around 2,700 MMSCF per day. So this production are coming from our asset. We have 66 blocks span across 12 countries, and from the domestic, our production level currently is 420,000 barrel oil per day. So from international asset, our vision is to gain or to get quick win beneficial from geographical expanding in bigger reserve and resources. And we also can gain production oil that can be brought to Indonesia. We call the program with Bring the Barrel Home. And also we get beneficial like of course dollar, and also the exposure to work in international. While from domestic asset, we are together with government, hand in hand achieving the national production target. The difference is mostly our domestic asset is mature asset. Even though starting from this year, we go to the several upcoming green projects like Masela, Isnatuna, Perimahkam, and Berantas. So both of these assets, international and domestic, are very critical for company growth and also for energy security for Indonesia.
Thank you, Pab. I'll go to Pab Beni to get his views on the points mentioned by Gary and Paviko about some of the concerns or the challenges that operators have faced. What do you think is the urgency of addressing these so that Indonesia is not too late to pick the momentum on the investments in oil and gas?
Okay, thank you, Pratik. I think currently, if you look at our vision, 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 BCF per day, we have to acknowledge that some projects using a current term and condition are simply uneconomical. So again, we need to ask, the incentive, additional incentive. At the same time, currently, even though still in the preliminary state, some blocks that are using the gross split scheme, preliminary calculations show there are future projects that will be maybe uneconomic as well. So that will be a challenge. So now we are together with Director General Migas still evaluating how do we, basically how to make the project economic. So because in order to achieve the 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 BCL per day, there are two things are needed. First, of course, the project should be economic, minimum attractive rate of return should be achieved. If not, there will be no project. And the second one, of course, we need to secure that the project will be, on stream as planned. So the first one from the fiscal point of view, and then the second one from the non-fiscal aspect, which our colleague from the investor call it the regulation on the, to support the ease of doing business things. So from the incentive, again, currently we are still with the Dirjen Migas, evaluating the flexibility have been granted. Basically now, the contractor, they can choose whether the gross split or for the open area, or whether they can choose to go to using the gross split or cost rack. In the past, they had no option, but now there is flexibility. But now we are thinking about how about the existing one, the one who are already using the gross split scheme, and it will be not economic, using the current term. And if they ask for incentive, they will ask, for example, very high figure of the split, which is not a good sign. So we are evaluating at this stage. Later, hopefully, before the end of this year, there will be solution in order to to make the existing block that have the future project, or basically how to unlock the project in the existing block economically.
Thank you, Bob. And on these policies front, there is another bigger challenge around making commercialization of the carbon capture opportunities and CCS opportunities and attracting investments on those. So if you can share, Panur, Arifin, any comments on what are the plans from the government to finalize on the CCS related policies and what is being discussed right now?
Oh yes, from this morning, maybe we have all heard that some from the speaker said about CCS, CCUS. Currently, we do have the minister regulation that regulate the activity of CCUS within the working areas. And now, still in the process that maybe in the final step to finish the presidential regulation, presidential decree about the CCS, CCUS, and maybe in this following days or maybe before next month should be completed. They will regulate the activities CCS, CCUS either in working areas or in the the free areas. So, but still, and maybe it's still effort to cover the what we call carbon trade and these elements, and it needs the collaboration with the other ministry, Ministry of Environment, and all of the process they coordinate with the coordinator Ministry of Investment. Yes.
Thank you, Bob. I'll go to Gary next, and you're also representing IPA board here on the stage. From that perspective, if you have to mention few top areas which need immediate action or attention from government, and what could be these actions potentially, if you can brief about those.
Okay, thanks. So this is the list of asks from the IPA. Yeah, please don't shoot the messenger. So I think probably in terms of the current roadblocks or concerns that are facing the industry, I've picked what we see as the top 4 issues at the moment. The top 4 would be so the recent government regulation number 36 in terms of export proceeds, which requires us to keep 30% of our export proceeds in country for 90 days. I mean, it's not in line with the terms of our production sharing contracts. It erodes value for investors, and actually worse than that, it could lead to serious cash flow or working capital issues for some of the existing producers here. So we really need to try and secure an exemption for the oil and gas industry in terms of GR 36, if possible. The second one I've already touched on is the domestic gas price. I think it's an issue that we're all aware of, but I think there's quite a scary statistic that less than 50% of the current undeveloped gas reserves in Indonesia are actually economic at the current domestic gas price. So, you know, the request is really for the government to review the economics of each project and waive the domestic gas price where required to get those projects across the line. Otherwise, it's going to be very challenging to meet the 2030 production targets. The third issue would be on the prevailing tax regulations. I think we have GR27, which relates to cost recovery, and GR53, which relates to gross split. And both of those have facilities, tax facilities, which are effective during the exploration phase, but really need to be extended into the development phase. I mean, there are other tools, fiscal tools and non-fiscal tools, such as increased split for the contractor, accelerated depreciation, full price DMO, which again the government are aware of, but sometimes it seems to be difficult to get those secured, particularly on a marginal project. And the fourth point is really just on the new oil and gas law, which is currently being drafted. I think there's a real need for the new revision to be as investor friendly as possible. You know, we're looking, the IPA are looking for legal certainty, improved ease of doing business. Issues include assume and discharge in terms of changes to the tax law, full DMO pricing, as I mentioned, and non-criminalization of civil issues such as cost recovery, disputes, etc. But as already mentioned, it's great to see that the IPA are involved, already doing consultation and advising the government in terms of what the new oil and gas law should contain. So I see that as encouraging. Hopefully that's not too negative a spin on the current challenges that we face. Thanks.
Sure, thanks. We will definitely follow this with maybe some positive comments from rest of the panelists on what would be their key message to E&P companies around the world who are looking at Indonesia as a potential investment area. Maybe Paviko, from your perspective, if they're looking to partnership with NOC in Indonesia, what value can they bring, and what would be your perspective? Just the closing comments on that.
Partnership is not something new to us, since we realized that the upstream businesses is a high-profile business, high capital, high risk, and also high technology. And we are open to have partners. It's not only about international oil company, but also national oil company and regional owned enterprise. Its partners, I believe, will give its competitive advantage. You can just exchange expertise, exchange technology, exchange sharing the risk also. In several upcoming projects, we have decided to also have partners. For example, in Masela, and several exploration block, and also the joint study. At this moment, I would like to also give key messages to everyone. We better accelerate, explore, and develop the potential through collaboration. Collaboration means collab with every stakeholders involved in this business, with the policymakers, with services, with other partners. That's the key messages for me.
Thank you, Pak Benny and Pandura Arifin. If I can get some quick closing comments from you about the message to international companies which are looking at Indonesia as a potential investment destination.
I think my key message is basically, with recent initiative and with serious effort from the government to improve both fiscal attractiveness and investment climate, I have a great confidence that exploration and production, E&P opportunities in Indonesia will become increasingly attractive.
Yes, thank you. From the government's view, that's of course we invite more international companies to come in here to invest more, and the government will be ready to support at anything required. Yes.
Thank you. No, there has been no doubt about the potential in Indonesia for sure. And in fact, in all the areas, from exploration, production, the CCS potential, all of it. And it will be very critical to walk together with the government and investors on this path and look at what's best to make the good use of resources that Indonesia is blessed with. That's it from the panel discussion 2. Terima kasih. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pratik Pandey and all the panelists for our second panel discussion of the day. Please remain on stage, gentlemen, to receive a token of appreciation. And we kindly invite on stage the Vice Chairman of SKK Migas, Bapak Nanang Abdul Manaf, to present the mementos to all the panelists and moderator.
Once again, we thank all panelists for sharing their insights on our topic today for this second panel. We appreciate all your insights and also for being with us here on our first day, our opening day of the 4th International Convention on Upstream Oil and Gas. Once again, for those of you who would like to know more about the topics in the panel discussion and also the presentations, they are available. You can access through scanning the barcode that we will be showing on our screen.
All right, let's capture this moment together with all the panelists and moderator. On the count of 3, gentlemen, give your best smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Let's give a big applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the second panel discussion of the 4th International Convention on Indonesian Upstream Oil and Gas 2023. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may return to your seat.
And that concludes our morning session. We will then continue, and you may enjoy the delicacies that we have provided here at the main hall for your lunch. I'm sure that everybody has been waiting to have their lunch.
Exactly. And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, you are also welcome to join the Lunch and Talk session presented by Husky Sinop Madura Limited. And to take notes on the insightful sessions, we also provide a meeting kit, which is available at the registration desk.
We will start the Lunch and Talk session at 2 p.m. So we request that you will be here for the luncheon session at 2 p.m. In the meantime, we'll see you later on in the next session. In the meantime, we hope that you enjoy your lunch.
See you in the next session and enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much.
Right, let's continue while we enjoy together, guys, for everybody.
When the night has come and when it's dark, and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you say somebody. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, say by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. In the sky, time to look upon. Sit under the phone. All the mountain, she crumbled to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't see the tear. Just as long as she said, stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me, stand by me. In the sky, it's time to look upon. Sit under the phone, hold the mountain, she crumbled to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't see the tear. Just as long as you say, stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you travel, I stand by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. 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 Ooh, ooh. Stand by me. Ooh, ooh,
Thank you, the ones who are going to stand by us. You're my mother's space. You're every minute of my everything. And I can't believe, oh, that I'm your man. And I can't kiss you, baby, just because I can. Forever comes our way when I see it through. And you know that's all that love can do. And it is crazy life to this crazy time. It's you, you made me say you're every line, you're every word, you're everything. Oh yeah, say yeah. Oh, so love.
during pandemic COVID-19. Yeah, next slide. This is the agenda for us, overview, and I will share two projects, MDA, MDS, and MSC project, and the last CSR. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the SCML, Husky Sinok Madura Limited. We operate located in Madura Strait. We have three production field. First is BD, and secondly MDA, MBH, and the last is MSC. Yeah. BD production is about 110, and from MDA, MBH, currently we can produce 110, and we still have upside capacity, another 30 MMsCA per day. And from MSC production, we can produce 50 MMsCA per day. We deliver gas to our main customer, PGN, PKG, and PLN, as well as private company in East Java. Yeah. We see the East Java is a potential market for gas. Therefore, we decide to continue POD approval from SK Kemigas to be executed. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, this is our vision to be the biggest gas producer in East Java and to be the world-class operator of choice in Indonesia. And of course, we should be to be a good citizen or neighbor to the local community. Yeah. You can see SCML Husky. Husky is now is become Sinofus, the headquarter in Canada, having 40% share. NC is CNOOC, with the headquarter in Beijing, having 40% share. And the last, Samudra National Company. ML is Madura Limited. And our mission is to deliver value to our stakeholder through operation excellences in oil and gas business with strong commitment to the ethics, health, safety, and environment. Next slide. Yeah, this is our strategy we call 2332. Yeah. We have 2 TCF reserve, and we want to monetize through 3 production hub using MOPU, using FSO, and FPU. And also our dream, we can deliver at 300 MMsCA per day to gas market in East Java. Yeah. We see upside potential in Java Island as a whole because currently government Indonesia is in process to connect the market in East Java, yeah, by installing pipeline from Semarang, Batang to Cirebon, and hopefully in next 2 years, Central Java can connect to West Java, which is West Java have a potential market, and we have a surplus gas in East Java that can be delivered to Central Java as well as to West Java. And also, we have long-run plans. We want to continue our contribution to Indonesia. Currently, we are in the process to request for PSC extension. Yeah, our PSC is starting 2012 and will be expire in 2032. So hopefully, we can deliver a better achievement to government of Indonesia for the increased well-being for the people in East Java. Yeah. Next slide. This is the production profile of SCML. Yeah. Last year we produced about 110 MMsCA per day with condensate about 6,000 barrel oil per day. And as today, we already increased double to 230, contributing from 2 projects we call 2M, MDA, MBH, and the last is MSC. Yeah, yeah. Continue the slide. And this make the highest gas producer in East Java with the 30% contribution. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, this is 2M, we call MDA MBS project development. The field consists of 2 wellhead platform, and the hydrocarbon is processed in the FPU, and we connect to the East Java gas pipeline. The FPU is built in Shanghai during COVID pandemic. It is a challenge for us. We could not send our people to supervise for KEKC of the FPU, so we just using online system to monitor the progress of FPU. And also we have support from local engineer. They shoot the video for the certain section and then send to Jakarta, and we just monitor through this system. And until now FPU is running well. We have a video to show how the FPU built and bring to Indonesia using dry tow. So the FPU floating production unit is belong to PT Timas, yeah, and now we team up with the contractor to continue operate this FPU. The second project is MSC project development. This is consists of one wellhead platform. Just last week we complete performance test, and MOPU is past the criteria, so now is operate formally in SML operation. The MOPO is from jack-up rig, convert become MOPO in Batam. Meanwhile, the wellhead platform is built in Bintan by PT Mendo. The MOPO is belong to PT Duta Marin. Yes, it can produce 50 MMsCA per day of gas. We also have a video to show how this MOPO is built. This is MOPO information that we connect from WSP to East Java gas pipeline by hot tapping to this pipeline. Yeah. Please show the video. It's not working. Yeah. Okay, just skip. Yeah, sorry for a technical problem. In summary, the MOPO is the first utility facility that designed and built and convert in Indonesia, and the local content of this project is quite high. So hopefully this is as reference for the upcoming another project using this kind of MOPO. For these two projects, we have to drill about 10 wells. Also, this is challenge during drilling campaigns. We have some difficulties during pandemic, but we can pass this problem because we implement risk management. We list all potential hazard, and then we put some barrier or mitigation to reduce the risk and measure the risk to have the remaining risk acceptable. And also, we have support from SK Kamigas, from the project management in these two projects. I would like to thanks and appreciate SK Kamigas allow us to continue this project and with full support from them. The last program, of course, as the good neighbor to the people in Madura, we want to contribute to the well-being of the people in surrounding area. This is example some CSR program, including the for the healthy, for the education, and also for the infrastructure of the community. Next slide. This is some ceremony. We deliver some support to the community. And we will have some video to close this presentation.
Mobil siaga itu wujud nyata dari keberadaan HCML yang ingin hadir di Desa Semare untuk membantu mereka-mereka yang memang membutuhkan.
Mudah-mudahan mobil ini benar-benar difungsikan untuk melayani masyarakat.
Bulan ada tolong Pak Ge. Bulan itu kesakitan.
Oh, oke, mobil siaga siap meluncur.
Okay, I still have 3 minutes before closing this presentation. Probably I would like to share what is the secret of this success when we face a problem during pandemic, but we continue to execute this project. We learned that we have to be a resilient organization. Learning from Professor Holnagel, he is the expert of the safety science. He said that organization to be resilient should have 4 characteristics. First, ability to learn. Second, ability to adaptive. And the third, ability to anticipate. And the last, ability to monitor. We have a lot of experience and lesson learned that encourage us to continue and maintain our best practice for the upcoming project. Meanwhile, we should continue to find room for improvement. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the main hall of Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center. For those of you still outside the main hall, we invite you to return to the main hall. We will begin our event shortly.
And we hope you enjoy your lunch. Once again, welcome back to the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023, Advancing Energy Security through Sustainable Oil and Gas Exploration and Development.
Now in this session, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to more interesting topics and speakers. But before we begin our afternoon agenda, we will be hearing an announcement about the 3rd Indonesian Petroleum Bidding Round Year 2023, delivered by Director of Upstream Oil and Gas Business Development from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Bapak Nur Arifin Muhammad.
Bapak Nur Arifin Muhammad, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to start our event this afternoon.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, respected ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Bapak Wakil Kepala SK Kamigas, Bapak Nanang Abdul Manaf, and all of ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to announce the Indonesia Petroleum Bidding Round 3 in the year of 2023. Next slide, please. Before we go with details information on each of the offer working areas, we have in this time, we offer our regular tender. They are 1, Aki Mekah first, located onshore of South Papua and Papua Mountains. Aki Mekah the second, located onshore South Papua and Papua Mountains. And the third is Bobara, located offshore of West Papua. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go with details information on each of the offer working areas, we'd like to share a few interesting offers in this second round of bidding. First is improvement in sharing split. The split after tax for contractor reaches 50% for very high risk working areas. And the second, we give 10% FTP. Signature bonus using the open bid. And the next is the flexibility in choosing the contract scheme, cost recovery or gross split PSC. Another offer is full price of DMO. And there's no mandatory offer engagement in the first 3 years of commitment. And there is no cost ceiling for cost recovery. The last one is this in assessing data through the MDR membership. The government of Indonesia continues its commitment to support the upstream of oil and gas activity by making improvement in oil and gas business that would give more confidence to invest in Indonesia for investors. Other than interesting offers that I've mentioned, contractors will also receive tax facilities based on prevailing regulations. In the occurrence of economic issue, contractors may also submit proposal for incentive to develop the field to be economically feasible. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this is the detailed information of the 3 working areas offered in bidding round year 2023. The first is Aki Mekah 1, Aki Mekah first, located in onshore South Papua and Papua Mountains. It's an exploration working areas with estimated resources around 15 BBOE of oil and gas. The minimum firm commitments for Aki Mekah 1 are GNG study, acquisition and processing of 2D and 3D seismic, or 1 exploration well drilling. Aki Mekah 1 are offered in cost recovery or in gross split PSC. The next is Aki Mekah 2. located in onshore South Papua and Papua Mountains. Exploration working areas with estimated resources around 15 BBOE of oil and gas. The minimum firm commitments for Aki Megah 2 are GNG study, acquisition and processing of 2D and 3D seismic or one exploration well drilling. Aki Megah 2 are offered in cost recovery PSC or in gross split PSC. As additional information that Aki Megah 1 and Aki Megah 2, formerly known as Warim area. This is Aki Megah 1 and Aki Megah 2 is Warim area without Lawrence, without Lawrence Forest area. And the third is Bobara working area, located in offshore West Papua. It is an exploration working area with estimated resources around 6.8 BBOE of oil and gas. The minimum firm commitments for Bobara are GNG study, acquisition and processing of 750 square kilometer 3D seismic with high resolution, and this working area is offered in cost recovery or cost split PSC. The next information is on tender schedule for Aki Megah 1 and Aki Megah 2. The access of bid document is open on 20th September 2023 to January 17, 2024. The bid submission deadline will be January 19, 2024. And for Bobara working area, the access of bid document is open on 20th September 2023 to November 20th, 2023. The bid submission deadline is 22nd November 2023. Thus, we are inviting investors with the capability and commitment to meet the requirements to join the bid. The Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for additional information, currently the second Indonesia Petroleum bidding year 2023, which was announced at the 47 IPA Convention Tangerang, is still ongoing bidding process. The working areas are Natuna di Alpha, Patin, and Panai. The access of bid document is still open until November 21st, 2023. The bid submission deadline is until 24 November 2023. We now can see the good response for the above bidding announcement, and we are still waiting for the next best contractor to manage our mining area. All of our auction process currently use an online system, which is more accountable and transparent. So please visit our website for the bidding registration and information in esdm.go.id/wikamigas. The Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, 10 contracts have been signed. They are Onwa, Oswa, West Kampar, Jabung Tengah, Paus, Sangkar, Primahakam, Isnatuna, Biren Sigli, and Bunga. And today we are preparing for the signing of the next 3 PSCs. They are expected to support the government in enhancing national energy security in the future. They are Akia, Beluga, and Bengara 1. Total investment of exploration from commitment from Akia, Beluga, and Bengara 1 values $22.2 million and signature bonus of $650,000 USD. The signing of 10 PSCs this year is expected to contribute to new discovery of oil and gas fields from the future exploration. To all contractors, the government would like to convey our hope and expectation that the contractor would be able to keep the commitments while also actively participate to support the national energy demand in the future. Last but not least, we'd like to send messages that Indonesia still has abundant resources, potential resources to meet the energy demand. Our oil and gas business investment is still very attractive. Thus, we are inviting you all to come and invest in Indonesia. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Nur Arifin Muhammad, for the announcement.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next agendas are parallel to breakout session. And so we encourage you to enter the room to your preferred breakout session according to the theme that you are interested in.
To choose the theme, you may see the information details for each breakout session on the side screens that we are showing to you shortly. You can choose which breakout session you wish to join according to the topic that will be discussed.
Yes, and the location of the breakout sessions will be available too on the screen. So please just check out the screens on the left and the right side of the stage.
Yes, and as the breakout sessions will be commencing now, so if you wish to move to the other breakout sessions, you may do that at this moment, as we will be continuing with our first concurrent forum session. The first session here is boosting the theme Prospectivity, Tapping Indonesia's Oil and Gas Untapped Potential. The forum will exhibit 2 roundtable discussions.
Yes, we will begin the first session of the roundtable discussion with the topic of forging exploration, Indonesia's quest for oil and gas discoveries.
And as usual, you may also download the files that will be presented in the discussion through a barcode. And there's a Q&A. You can do that through a link. The barcode that we'll be showing now is for the Q&A session. You may follow that link to submit your questions. And to lead this session, we are honored to introduce our moderator, Bapak Muktianto Suryowibowo, Head of Indonesia VP. And our panelist for this session is Bapak Nur Arifin Muhammad, Direktur Pembinaan Usaha Hulu Migas.
Bapak Nanang Abdul Manaf, Wakil Kepala SKK Migas selaku Ketua Tim Studi Percepatan Eksplorasi Indonesia Bagian Barat.
Also Bapak Azwari Huslan Muhammad, Petronas Representative.
Bapak Abdullah Bu Ali, Mubadala Representative.
And also joining us once again, Mr. Pratik Pandey from Restart Energy One. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists and our moderator.
Bapak Muktianto, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you can enjoy the session that we're gonna have shortly, and then we have a set of panelists that we will share with you on the topic of the session that we're gonna have now is a forging exploration Indonesia quest for oil and gas discoveries. I think that there are some videos that will be played by the committee, please. Thank you very much. Before I start, I'd like to say congratulations to the Team 9, Team 9, who has been helping the SKK Migas and ESDM in evaluating the potential of the Western Indonesia basins. Before I start, so the discussion this afternoon will focus on Western Indonesia. So it will be very intriguing because you all know that the Western Indonesia basins has been explored for over 50 years. Yeah? But interestingly, over 136 billion barrel oil equivalent has been discovered in place. Yeah? In place volume has been discovered in Western Indonesia basins are over 136 billion, which is huge. Yeah, definitely it's been generated by a world-class source rock. Yeah, and now that we're still looking at the Western Indonesia basins, so the question is, there still anything left? And we'll hear also the perspective of our investors as well on the how they look at the prospectivity of the Western Indonesia basins. You know, is it still worth to explore and what they need, and as well as is it more suitable for the storing CO2? That's the the challenge that we're gonna have. So without further ado, I think that I'll start with the first presentation that will be delivered by Pak Nanang Abdul Manaf to share what the potentials of the Western Indonesia basins looks like. Please, Pak Nanang.
Thanks to moderator Pak Suryo Wibowo for this opportunity. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share regarding current progress of the integrated exploration studies conducted by exploration study team established by Minister Energy and Marine Resources Decree and supported by very experienced expert and professional, and the study currently focused on the Western Indonesia. Western Indonesia, with its rich geological diversity and abundant natural resources, present an incredible canvas for exploration and growth. Its strategic location, diverse ecosystem, and energy reserve make it a region ripe for innovation and investment. Today, we invite you to join us. We uncover the progress we have made and the immense potential that await us in this dynamic part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, why Western Indonesia? Because many experts are thinking that Western Indonesia is a major area. Selecting Western Indonesia for exploration and development initiative can be attributed to several strategic factors that make this region particularly attractive for investment and resources extraction. Here are some key reasons why Western Indonesia is a focal point for such initiative. Basin in Western Indonesia dominantly is producing oil. And we know that Western Indonesia is oil prone, relatively easier to develop. Even good for gas because it is closer to the market for the electricity, fertilizer, industry, and household purpose. In terms of the facilities ready, in Western Indonesia will be quicker and easier to monetize every our discovery. Simply a proven basin in terms of the geological setting compared with the Eastern Indonesia. And there are still a lot of running room because some are underexplored and there are deepening opportunities to find significant resources. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, based on very intensively discussion and several considerations, finally the team decided to choose South Sumatra North Sumatra, and Northeast Java Basin for focusing the study, because this basin is still indicate a lot of space to grow further. We can see several creaming curves in the slide. Recently, we have Timpan 1 discovery, which is in North Sumatra Basin and giving us a significant volume. The North Sumatra Basin is primarily known for its oil and natural gas reserve. So far, it looks more gassy with smaller portion of liquid found. But don't forget that Arun Field is here, and it probably still the only giant we found yet, with over 5.8 billion barrel oil equivalent of leads that have been identified, and there are several underexplored play. I believe there are more opportunities here. Hopefully after this gas discovery in Timpan well, in Andaman, North Sumatra offshore will follow by other discoveries. The South Sumatra Basin looks more oily, and the existing play, such as Talang Akar, continuously adding volume to the production equation. Basement play potential continues to attract exploration and start to contribute significant volume. Moreover, there are over 1.7 billion barrel oil equivalent yet to find, so we are aiming for more discovery to find new reserve. After oil discovery of Sungai Anggur Selatan well by Seleraya Blida, and Wilela exploration well by Pertamina EP, I believe that we still have opportunity to find other discoveries in South Sumatra Basin. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northeast Java Basin suggests an attractive exploration target and start to contribute significant volume, especially the Paleogen rock. We have Kangean and Banyu Urip within the basin. There are over 2.8 billion barrel equivalent yet to find, and may need lots of additional data. The last oil discovery by Petronas through Hidayah 1 exploration well and Kolibri gas well discovered by Pertamina EP, it seems that so many opportunities to find new reserve in Northeastern Java Basin. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what to expect from the study? Identify running room, a craze to be over for block tender in the near future, as Nur Arifin Muhammad mentioned just now. Unexplored or underexplored play in the basin at over or underactive working areas. Our recommendation with regard to acquiring new data in order to mature opportunities. Developing new policies needed to encourage finding of new pools in active acreage. Creating new fiscal needed to attract investment exploration. Ladies and gentlemen, and my closing remark is, without proper prospectivity mapping, exploration and new discovery, we will neither be able to maintain our production or further meeting our domestic energy demand, even in the midst of fulfilling the energy transition agenda. In my opinion, there are only 3 steps to increase oil and gas production and reserve. Namely, firstly, exploration, secondly, exploration, and thirdly, exploration. So never stop to explore oil and gas in Indonesia. Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Nanang. So it seems the exploration, and exploration, that is the main theme of what you presented, you shared to us this afternoon. So just looking at, before I move to Pak Nur Arifin, you know, it seems that you prioritize these 3 basins. So what happened with the other basins?
Yeah, Pak Suryo, a part of the 3 basin, North Sumatra Basin, South Sumatra Basin, and Northeast Java Basin, we still have the big opportunity in Natuna, Eastern Kalimantan offshore, Barito Basin. We think that the Barito Basin still underexplored, yeah, because only Pertamina operate in that area. And we still have the Northwest Java Basin as well, and then several the small basin. But again, because we're dealing with the very limit time, yeah, to deliver the 1 year's result for the integrated exploration study. So based on our discussion, very deep discussion with the professional, with the expert, yeah. So it looks like we choose the North Sumatra Basin, South Sumatra Basin, and Northeast Java Basin is our priority. But we believe that others still have the opportunity. But maybe if our team will continue for the future, so we can address the several basin, which I believe still have the big potential. Even in Western Indonesia, we know that we call the mature basin, something like that. But using the different ideas, yeah, and then technology supporting to find the new reserve in the Western Indonesia.
Thank you. So on the video, it was mentioned that the 31st of December 2023, there will be a report of the study. And what you shared with us is primarily with based on some statistics. Is there anything that will be done by the team to do some further deeper evaluation on that?
Yeah, based on the statistic data, because we collect all data, yeah, quantitative like cumulative production, field size distribution, and then so based on that, we can expect and then make the forecast, what the trend for the future. Let's say in South Sumatra, we still have opportunity to find the intra-field exploration. Yeah, as I mentioned before, we just discovered the Sungai Anggur Selatan, yeah, by Seleraya Blida, and very significant DST result, around the 3,000 barrels per day. Yeah, even we know that the surrounding area, so many oil field, gas field there in Prabumuli. And of course, in South Sumatra, we have the opportunities as well to find the gas reserve in Wilela, yeah, close to the surrounding area, gas field. So I think that the statistics sometimes supporting us to make the what we call the trend forecast, yeah, and then for the initial study before we deeply doing the integrated study.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pak Nanang. Now I move to Pak Nur Arifin Muhammad.
Yes.
So I think that will be interesting to hear from you that it seems what presented by Pak Nanang is that a lot of opportunities still left there, and you see that the numbers is in a billion. So I think that Pak Nur Arifin, so how Migas would respond this, in terms of offering the new acreage for the investors.
Terima kasih Pak Surya, thank you. Actually, the government, Migas especially, will follow up with the result from the team of 9 suhu, 9 experts in oil and gas in Indonesia. As we have that result last year on the eastern part of Indonesia, that now the 2 areas still in joint study process and on bidding round. So the western, hopefully, if we have the completed result by the end of this year, and if it's feasible and marketable, of course the government will support, and we will proceed with our proceedings. with a team to formulate the TNC, and then yes, we will go through to the bidding round or whatever scheme possible.
Anything that you want to share in the presentation, Pak Nam? Or?
Okay, yes. Yeah, I just want to show that the last year. Next slide, please. Maybe I just skim.
Oh, okay, it's just from your seat. Okay.
Yes. We know that this is the last year result from the team of nine experts in geology and petroleum. This one. We know that the government, MIGAS and also SKK MIGAS, followed up this process until we do have new working areas. Next, please. This is the potential of in Western area. Maybe some of them is mentioned and studied by the team of nine in this year. So we do have case by case treatment for the new working areas that, although it's in western part, still have possibility to get categorized as high risk. So the next. This is the exploration opportunity from the joint study agreement in the last 10 years and the proposal result of the bidding round. So just to skim what the data in this slide. The blue dot is ex-joint study and the red ones is the result from the bidding round. The next. This is the items that show that the government already serious in improving the term and condition in the business climate. This is fiscal and non-fiscal points. Next. This is tax facilities. It is still same with the last slide. Next. This is if the contractors have a condition that economically not feasible, then the government provide the regulation how to get incentives. The contractors submit proposal and the calculation will be processed in one team between SKK MIGAS and Dirjen MIGAS, and also involve the contractors, of course. And then that's the flow chart of the workflow. And we already done it during these recent years. And alhamdulillah, this result is okay. Yes. Next. I think that's all.
All right. Before I move to Pak Abdullah, questions Pak Nur Arifin, that you mentioned in your slide that the Western Indonesia is potential for new play, right? So and if you look at the slides that presented by Pak Nanang before, it seems that the running room is actually limited. So if the new play is discovered within an active blocks, but then because it is a new play, of course, the exploration risk is higher. Is it possible to get the kind of a new terms for that to encourage the exploration?
Yes, Pak Suryo. The team we consider the TNC based on at least 3 factors. That is geological risk, and then the potential resource, of course, and the condition of infrastructure. So, in short, I would say that is very, very possible because we look at case by case, and even in that condition, still can categorize as high or very high risk. But this the result of the discussion between the team that of course include experts and sometimes from universities.
Good. Thank you, Pak Nur. Yeah. So, Pak Abdullah, sounds that the there is a potential still there, and then the government sounds more flexible now in terms of giving new terms and so on. So, what is the strategy of Mubadala in exploring the opportunity in Indonesia, and where the focus that the Mubadala will do the activities?
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure to be here among our esteemed colleagues. First of all, I would like to say that Mubadala Energy is not a newcomer in Indonesia. We have been around since 2004. We have been operating the Ruby field in over 13 years now, with an excellent track record of safety, so zero LTI, alhamdulillah, so far, producing almost 280 BCF of gas. So we're not, as I mentioned, we're not new here, and we would like to continue our operatorship and retain our interest into building the relationship with the Indonesian government and contributing to the growth of Indonesia. This is a mandate not only by Mubadala Energy in Abu Dhabi, but also a mandate by our Abu Dhabi government and the UAE as a whole. Leveraging on that, we are very excited now to unleash all of our appetite and focus and capital investment into Indonesia. We are basically focusing now into full-fledged exploration program in Indonesia, especially in the Andaman. As you might know, we are operators of Andaman 1, South Andaman, and also we are part of Andaman 2 development as well. And given the good results that we got from Timpan well, there was a recent discovery in Andaman 2. We have gathered all of our technical expertise, all of our people here focusing on, building a robust exploration program in Indonesia that will be beneficial to both parties here. So we are very excited to announce that we are almost now getting ready to drill our first exploration well in South Andaman, called Layaran 1. Very high hopes on that well, and inshallah we will be able to deliver the good news very soon. We are almost ready to spud by mid to end of October, depending on our friends ENI, and hopefully also they have a good discovery from their well, so we congratulate them if that happens, and I'm sure it will. And followed by that, hopefully, inshallah, we will also deliver our biggest discovery in Andaman region. So we are all working towards that focus now and objective.
Yeah, I know that currently Mubadala is also operating blocks in South Makassar Basin. Yeah, so that is that means that you plan to move the activity to North Sumatra, Andaman, and is that the North Sumatra will be the focus area only, or still looking other areas as well?
In terms of exploration activities, you're absolutely correct. Our focus is in North Sumatra and the Andaman region. However, leaving the Subuku block was not a choice. It has been a very good, nice, sustainable, consistent story. Unfortunately, it is coming to an end naturally because of the natural depletion of the reservoir. So we are almost getting ready to prepare for decommissioning for Ruby. Having said that, we are looking at every single possible opportunity where we can put our hands on. And I don't know, maybe Pa Nanan can confirm that we are causing a lot of headache, knocking on his door every morning, trying to get into an opportunity. So the appetite is big. Mubadala Energy is committed to investing and exploring and developing and joint venturing. Everything that you can put on our table, we are ready to invest and take it further, inshallah.
Great, thank you, Pa Abdullah. Now let me move to Pa Aswari. So, Pa Aswari, that the Petronas has been, quite active actually. That the in looking for new acreage in Indonesia has been done some exploration. Pa Nanang mentioned the latest discovery Hidayah in Northeast Java, yeah, and so on. So, do you think that the exploration opportunity in Indonesia basin still fit with the Petronas strategy?
Yeah, Assalamualaikum, good afternoon, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's very difficult to get attention because it's a post-lunch, right? But anyway, definitely, the answer is definitely, because of for Petronas, when we look into exploration growth, we are looking into two strategic elements. One is differentiated oil, which is fit very nicely with the Hidayah story, right? Because it is material resources in terms of oil, is the biggest discovery in the last couple of years. It also low carbon, and also probably we can do a fast monetization for that Hidayah discovery. So similar approach to that is actually one of our focus area, and we know that the effort in the Western, which is also include Northeast Java, is probably aligned with that target. On the second one, we are also playing into strategic elements of integrated gas. When we look into integrated gas, then probably the things that you yourself did, the Catman 9, on the prospectivity of the Eastern Indonesia, the 5 focus area, I think it's a huge potential due to the fact that it has a huge YTF yet to find. Running room is also a lot, and based on the report that you have submitted recently and shared during the IPA, it actually become a reference when my team do that prospectivity in the eastern part, probably is aligned with what we want for the integrated gas. Yeah, in short, it's aligned. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Aswari. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the coming months, coming years of the more investment from Petronas into Indonesia acreages and so on. That the so it's not the end of the the oil and gas industry in Indonesia, but it is kind of the second birth, if you will, yeah. And now that the do you think that Pak Aswari, that the Western Indonesia basins is also something that still fit, like I know you're still in East Java, you are also in the North Sumatra. How about basins like South Sumatra? Is that still something that the intriguing opportunity for a company like Petronas?
Yeah. For us, I think we are always open for any prospectivity, especially for the new play. And also, you know that the discovery of the Kalimantan Dalam is actually a very positive to the industry. And of course, we are actually working very closely with our partnerships to make it happen. So we are open for any prospectivity in terms of exploration growth. I myself who live in the Asia Pacific, we are very open. We are looking into any new ideas, any new opportunities. But of course, this will require new data, because when you're looking into a deeper part, sometimes the current data is actually not really good in terms of quality to image the deeper section. So we do hope that a more collaborative effort, and we actually acknowledge the effort by SKK, Migas, who are actually encouraged for the investors to go into and acquire new data in the open area. And their collaboration with what I call with the three-letter companies, PGS, TGS, CGG, you know, three-letters company, SLB. I think it's a good one, good effort. Should be continued so that we'll be able to cover more data in the Indonesian part. And as a geologist, data is something that we are love. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Aswari. So, Pak Nur Arifin, Pak Aswari just mentioned touching about data. And you know that the data has been kind of long-standing issues, if I can say that. That you know, in terms of the quality of the data, the accessibility of the data, and so on. So is there any plan from government how to make the data easily accessed and available for the investors?
Thank you, Pak Surya. Currently, the condition is easily accessed, but need membership. Yeah, and the quality of data is still, I think, is still in process because maybe needs more detailed work here in hardware, software, and what like montase, data montase, and so on. But we are in the progress. And the third is in the what draft of the Undang-Undang Migas, the Migas law. The government, the Dijen Migas, put one point about the 100% what the general survey can be not only in open area.
So you mentioned about the multi-clients.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So now let me move to Pak Pratik. So you have been, have been looking at from many aspects in terms of investment, and especially in the oil and gas industry in Indonesia, and to compare with the other countries and so on. In the opening slides that they presented by the chairman of SKK Migas, so it looks like there is some improvement in terms of the the investment, and also the numbers of the investors and so on. But there is still, in terms of the attractiveness, we are still low in law, legal, and contractuals. All right. So could you share with us, what is the Restart perspective from their research in terms of Indonesia attractiveness, and also compared with the other countries in neighborhood?
Definitely, Pab. Very interesting. And actually, when you talk about the previous slides that we saw in the bidding round discussion, a lot of them hint towards there is definitely a momentum, there is a higher interest, and it has improved over the last couple of years, especially on exploration. And let me just put forward a few slides and address that more precisely in terms of what are the improvements we have seen over the last couple of years, and what are the changes behind this momentum that we talk about. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide. All right, so I'm just trying to kind of show the key areas where we have observed this change in decision and the improvement, or which are driving the momentum on exploration perspective in Indonesia. And if we go back 2 years or so, the main concern was there is dying interest in the exploration awards. Because we had, around the pandemic, we had a couple of years, it was not only Indonesia, but globally as well, lower interest, more or less, in the exploration activity. and we suddenly saw a dip in the exploration awards from Indonesia as well. Well, that has improved significantly if we look at numbers over the last couple of years. In fact, if I have to put forward exactly what is the increase, it has increased by 4 times and possibly even higher this year if we have any more awards announced by end of this year. So that's on a positive note, and that's continuing to grow. And looking at the blocks that have been offered this year and today as well, that will potentially continue even in the next year and the coming time. So if we go to the next slide, there is fiscals. Now with fiscal, the big concern from companies looking at Indonesia initially was the changed fiscal, which was cross-split. And some companies were very positive about it, but some had their own reserved opinions about it. But since we have seen the change of operators having an option to choose between both the PSC types, the cross-split or the cost recovery, that has made a significant difference. Now at least fiscal is not a concern initially when companies are looking to screen the opportunities. And along with that, it's not only that they get an option, there is higher contract share for blocks which have higher risk. So that also comes along with the cost recovery scheme. So that's again an added advantage for the contractors who are looking at potential blocks in the country. If we go to the next slide, the other big concern was interest from majors, because last 5-6 years, the big headline, which is very consistent from Indonesia and Southeast Asia, is majors are leaving. And especially exploration, I mean, if we had talked about this 2 years back, we would have said they've already left. And there is no further interest in getting into new blocks as such. But that has revived as well. Especially in last couple of years, that has increased significantly, and it's the new blocks to BP and ANI, and this excludes obviously the rumors we have had about Exxon, Shell, Total being interested in some of the blocks as well. So, but practically we have seen the blocks being awarded to a couple of majors already. The other concern, apart from majors, was new global players. So, and to be precise, this was about independents, the global independents which are potentially looking to grow, but are not looking at Indonesia as a potential option. But we have not only seen the global independents, but we have also seen some large Asian independents. Players like POSCO have looked to increase their focus in Indonesia, and potentially that will benefit Indonesia in future in terms of exploration activity. The other area, if we go to the next slide, was deep water blocks, because if we look at big discoveries in Indonesia over last 20 years, most of them have been from deep water areas, most of them. And there was lower and lower interest in deep water blocks. That is natural given, although a lot of big discoveries have come, but we have barely seen them reaching development, or there have been hurdles for them to be developed. So that's a fact. But we have seen more trust in the deep water potential as well. And this is result of the previous parameters that we discussed, more attractive fiscals and improved economics, government being more open to discuss on the incentives and all of that. And the last area was success. No big discovery, and I remember one of those was made, but then it ended up being smaller sized. So, but that has also kind of gone past, and we have seen more success from Indonesia this year and last year as well. With I think last year in the first half, Indonesia was one of the top countries globally as well in terms of successful discoveries, given the success at Timpan. So that has changed significantly, and that all of this together is going to significantly boost the momentum that we are talking about. Yeah, but if we at the same time, there is, if we look at the theme for the Convex, it's sustainability, exploration, and production. So that sustainability becomes a huge factor going forward if we are looking at any country and looking at how the exploration is going to grow or attract the international players going forward, and which is what I will quickly address on my next slide is, yeah, if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, this was one key announcement made just last week. This logo would remind you of a very interesting video which was part of the announcement from Apple for iPhone 15. But at the same time, they focused a lot on sustainability and how they're going to reduce the emissions. If you can press next again, please. And the key was Apple has a plan. But so far, if we look at the day today as well, there has been a lot of talk about CCS, a lot of interest about carbon capture and how companies are going to reduce emissions from their portfolio in Indonesia. I remember there was probably an announcement of new production from Medco Energy field a few days back, and the word was green energy powered platform as part of the development. And this has been a consistent thing over the last year or so, that you would see startup of the press release about startup of a production, but it is focusing about how companies are going to also have a plan to reduce emissions or account for those investments. And slowly, this has to also become part of exploration offerings from the respective countries. We already see countries offering storage areas as part of the exploration bidding rounds. That is just part of the plan. So that has to evolve, and the journey has to begin even in Indonesia if it plans to be one of the most attractive countries for the companies globally. Yeah, if we go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the final one. Basically looking to address the key drivers for exploration rounds in future. Now, we already mentioned about deep water, but some of these areas, the other ones have already been mentioned by the other speakers in the panel. That's collaboration, especially with the new companies which are looking to enter Indonesia. How do they collaborate with existing players in the country or with the national oil company? And apart from that, the infrastructure availability. A lot of countries globally now are including this as a plan of bidding round. When the blocks are announced, the nearby infrastructure or the alleged availability in the pipelines, all this is evolving because if we look at the timeline the companies are probably considering for exploration now is much shorter. They are not looking at 30 years period anymore. They are probably looking at 15, 20 years at max. So, which is why to facilitate that faster development, governments are taking that effort. And then the key area about the carbon storage, if that can also become part of the bidding rounds in Indonesia, how that can be utilized. And you mentioned that as potential of one of the basins already. That now the question is if it is useful only for CO2 storage. For sure, and I'm sure investors are looking at that part when the exploration bidding rounds are announced in Indonesia. So that's probably one critical part of the exploration activity in future. And even integrating the offered blocks around the CCS hub, because if we are talking about high carbon or the Sargas impacted reservoirs, then investors are probably looking at if there are potential CCS hubs in future around these blocks, which can make these investments more attractive. And the last point with which I end is the time to market. That will become more and more critical. In any way, if that can be minimized in Indonesia, or it can be shown that there are efforts to reduce it, that will be one of the very significant drivers, we believe, to highlight the exploration potential in Indonesia.
Sounds like good news. you know, from what your observation and so on. But how about the amount of funding? You know that you know, with the change strategy that the oil and gas companies has done in the last you know, several years, you know, and now become an energy company, a cleaner company, that kind of things. They're trying to limit the fund for exploring fuel, you know, the fossil fuels, right? And the second thing, that they also have to allocate money for CCS and so on. So is there any trend of you know, in terms of exploration spending that has been spent by companies?
Yeah, definitely. Very, very interesting question again on that. Yeah, so over the last year or so, it has definitely increased by most of the international companies, including energy majors. If we start from them, there is higher interest as compared to last 3 to 4 years, where most of the things were on hold. And there was higher focus on appraisal as compared to wildcat or expanding the exploration portfolio. So that is reflected not only in energy majors but across the globe for most of the companies. But speaking about funding, again, for exploration, when it comes to larger international players who already have a plan in place for net zero, they would look for potentially staying in the countries where they already have a portfolio. That is very common thing reflected across the world, that within Southeast Asia as well, if we see how ENI has continued to expand in Indonesia, how PP has continued to do it as well. And we see the similar case even in Malaysia. The countries which are producing there, the energy majors which are producing there, continue to expand even in terms of exploration. Okay. So that will be major part of their strategy as well. But apart from majors, keeping them aside, if the other part is other global players who can also make a significant impact in exploration, they will be very crucial, more and more significant for countries in this region to invite them and develop their interest. It's the times where we were only dependent on potentially top 5 global companies is slowing down, and we need to attract more and more international players to come and invest in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. So let me move to Pak Nanang again. You know, one element that the you know, shown by Pak Pratik is around time for monetization from the discovery into the production and so on. Is there any, you know, I know that the SKK now is more flexible, is in, if I would say that the sitting in the investor side, you know, how to accelerate those things. You know, how then the, what has been done or planned to be done by SKK Migas to even make that quicker or faster?
Thank you, Pak Suryo. Yes, if we talk about the Masela, yeah, Abadi, and then IDD as well, and then Asap Kidomera in Gending, yeah. Yes, we have the issues regarding the how to monetize very quick, yeah, very fast. And sometimes we forget that so many evidence, yeah. We process from the discovery up to the development and then producing. We talk about the Texal Mahato in Central Sumatra. Less than 1 year after the discovery, oil, and then there's no issue regarding the infrastructure, and then of course the off-taker because very close to the Dumai refinery, yeah. So we have done less than 2 years, yeah, and several in Northwest Java Basin, South Sumatra Basin. If we got the good discovery, especially oil, yeah, we have no issues at all. But for the gas, yes, yeah, especially if we have the far away from the infrastructure, no market there, yeah, we call the stranded gas, yes, we are facing with the issues regarding it. But currently, talking about the economic project, so government looks like more flexible, yeah, to give the incentive, yeah, if we have the project, some commercial, something like that. But in terms of the very frontier area and limited reserve, yes, everybody looks like very difficult to monetize the asset, yeah. But if we have no special case, special issues, so looks like the very normal from the discovery and then develop and produce.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nanang. Let me move to our investors then, Pak Abdullah and Pak Aswari. So, you know, what would you expect from government? Let me start with Pak Abdullah. What would you expect from government? You know, that to facilitate more, or what kind of policies that you would expect from government to ensure that the investment keep going and more investor to come to do exploration and so on?
Thank you, Bob, for this interesting question. I'm sure a lot of people might expect us to start complaining by now. But the truth is that we have been enjoying working with SKK Migas and all of the regulators in Indonesia. We believe it's one of the most flexible and dynamic regulators compared to other operated assets that we have elsewhere. We are definitely on the right track by being actually, instead of waiting for SKK Migas, DG Migas to impose a policy, we are actually now working together as partners because we both have the same objective at the end of the day. We are both working towards that objective, so there is no need for us to be opponents in this activity. So we are very happy to report that in Indonesia we are enjoying actually working together with the regulator, and hope, of course, improvement is always, there's always room for improvement, and we are all working towards that improvement. But not to say that we are struggling or we are suffering. No, we are working together, and hopefully we can find a mutual solution moving forward. So investments are still here, and we are here.
That's great. Thank you, Pak Abdullah. How about you, Pak Aswari?
Yeah, I would like to echo Pak Abdullah. I think we are actually seeing a more collaborative and very flexible from Migas SKK.
Yeah.
And we are happy that we will be able to work very closely to make it happen. But of course, in terms of currently, even for Petronas, we are actually have abundance of opportunities, but limited capital, limited fund. And we will always have to, any project that we do, we have to evaluate and rank against global portfolio. In terms of that, then probably there's things that can be improved further, because Indonesia is not only competing among Western Eastern, we are competing against Brazil, Mexico, Suriname, all the big names, Namibia, and so on. So we need to be a little bit realistic. Right? What else can be done to improve further? And one of the things that we see, for example, in terms of among the global portfolios, when the oil price is good, right, then gas price is also increased. But if you have a policy that is capped the gas price, probably it will be ranked lower against the other portfolio. And such, when we rank this project among our global portfolio, it might be ranked lower. As such, no fund will be allocated into that project. So for me, I'm also competing against my colleagues in the region of Americas and so on. So we do hope that we'll be able to work together. How how to make Indonesia more attractive against the global. I think we need to look into that way. We are not competing against East, Sumatra, Selatan. Yeah, I think that is the idea.
Good. Thank you, sorry. So I think that we have been take long time now that for the discussion and so on. I think that I would before to close this session, I would like to get your what you say. If I ask about 2-3 words about explorations, and do the exploration in Indonesia, what would you say? All right. So I'll start from Pak Pratik. About exploration in Indonesia, 2 or 3 words about exploration in Indonesia.
I think one, the initial one that comes to my mind is growing, and I really believe that is likely to continue. So that's one area, and the other probably is more on regulations and policy, because a lot of the discussion was around that, is proactive. We need to be proactive, thinking about future and next 5 years, 10 years, when we look at exploration opportunities. Yeah, those 2 from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Nur Arifin? 2-3 words, about exploration in Indonesia. What would you say?
Okay, I learned that exploration in this kind of industry, extractive industry, is the key of sustainability of this industry. So it should be maintained and should be grow up to be balanced with the production. So exploration is a kind of cannot be separated.
Good to you, Abdullah. What would you say?
I think it's very easy and simple for me and for us as Mubadala Energy. All we can say about exploration is layer on one, layer on one, layer on one, and many more.
Okay, and you, Pak Aswari?
I think for me, exploration success lies in the mind of an explorer. If you are really an explorer, you will find success.
Okay. Thank you. And Leslie from Pak Nanang.
Yeah, representing the SK Kimigas, improving the fiscal term, simplify the permit process, and then improve the easy doing business in Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Big applause for our panelists. So I think that as you have heard, that it's kind of a positive perspective with regard to exploration in Indonesia, in terms of the opportunity, in terms of the success, in terms of the more players to come to do the exploration, and also the improvement of and the flexibility of the government to encourage the exploration as well. So I think that this is a good, positive things, and however, there is still some improvement that is waited or needed by the investors to explore more or to invest more in exploration. I think that this is the challenge and always the homework for the government, SKK Migas, Migas, ESDM, and so on, as well as the other ministry as well. So I think with that, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much for all panelists, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Muktianto Suryowibowo, and all our speakers for that very lively session that we've had just now. And please remain on stage to receive a special token of appreciation.
And for that, we would like to invite on stage the Deputy of Exploration, Development and Working Areas Management of SKK Migas, Bapak Benny Lubiantara, to give the mementos to all the panelists and moderators.
Very highly anticipated session, the panel session that we just had. to see the opportunities that are still available in Indonesia. Oil and gas have been a very important sector in Indonesia. And though there are talks about that we might have seen the end of it, but through that discussion that we can see that it is revived and there are many opportunities to be attained here in Indonesia, and hopefully through that discussion that we have heard and probably seen prospects for Indonesia oil and gas in the future.
Yes, such an optimistic session for us in the oil and gas industry. And for that, we would like to capture this moment together. Gentlemen, please give your best nod to the camera on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this session. Thank you very much to all our panelists and Bapak Muktianto Suryowibowo as our moderator.
And once again, the full presentations are available. You can access them by scanning the barcode on the screen. If you do need anything from the panel discussion that we've been having throughout the day, you can access it through the barcode shown on the screen.
And as we've heard together on the panel discussions, ladies and gentlemen, through the vast collaboration of all our stakeholders, we've seen increased exploration, especially offshore, and diverse partnerships have yielded results. Such as in 2022, 5 promising areas were identified, and a new study for 2023 is also underway.
And once again, we have gathered esteemed experts and industry leaders who will share their insights into these crucial areas.
Yes, we have more exciting topics and also insightful speakers for the next sessions to come. And for the next session, we will bring up the theme of Indonesia's mature area and infrastructure lead exploration, or ILX potential, in the key areas of South Sumatra and Central Sumatra.
In this second session, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists will explore the opportunities, the challenges, and innovations that are shaping the future of oil and gas exploration in Indonesia.
Exactly. And for this session, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, we would like to introduce to you the president of BC Friend Lab Asia, Bapak Edi Kamarudin. And we also have 3 insightful panelists on this session.
Our panelists in this session is Bapak Bayu Giriansyah, VP Existing Assets PT Pertamina Hulu Energi.
And our second panelist, we have Bapak Doni Argianto, Exploration and Exploitation Manager of Sele Raya Belida.
We also have Mr. Ian Longley, Director GIS PAX Australia. And in this session, ladies and gentlemen, we will be also talking about the untapped potential here in Indonesia.
And once again, we would like to remind you that should you need to read the whole presentation, we have it on the barcode. You can scan it on the side screens in the left and the right side of the stage.
So I guess our moderator is ready. Therefore, we'd like to invite the moderator and all the panelists up on stage. Let's give a big round of applause for our speakers and our moderator on stage.
My name is Edi Kamarudin, and I hope you guys still alive, still productive, even though this is very tiring day for you. Ladies and gentlemen, as to achieve Indonesian aspirations of targeted 1 million production by the government, huge energy demands ahead of us. So I think there are lots of discussions in many forums, in many conferences talking about our efforts, new innovation, way to go in the frontier area basins. But let us not to forget about a few discoveries that has been made recently in the mature basin in Indonesia. We are talking about Makisa 1 discovery by Pertamina in Salawati Basin. We are talking about Hidayah 1 discovery by Petronas Carigali in East Java Basin, and not to be forgotten Manpatu 1 in Kute Basin by Pertamina. So today, our panel session will discuss about how we want to go about what we have to do and where else the mature basin in Indonesia that we can go after this. So together with me today, we have three gentlemen joining me for the session. We have a quite good lineup for today's session. We have Pak Bayu Giriansha, the Vice President for Exploration Existing Asset, Pertamina Hulu Energy. Joining me also representing mid-sized company, Pak Doni Arianto, Exploration and Exploitation Manager for Selaraya Belida. And not to be forgotten, my last panelist today, Yan Londi, Director and also Principal Geologist for GIS Packs. Okay, so let's go straight to our business. Let me start with Pak Bayu. Just a quick introduction for Pak Bayu. He has more than 30 years of experience. Pak Bayu, I think you started your career with Total, then moved to Pertamina Hulu Mahakam, Pertamina Hulu Energy, and currently hold the position as VP Exploration Existing Asset for Pertamina Hulu Energy. So, representing on the stage today, representing NOC, National Oil Company, the key player for exploration initiative in Indonesia. Let me set the scene. How do you see exploration play the role in the bigger agenda of energy demand, Pak?
Okay, thank you, Pak Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, refer to your opening remarks, Pak Eddie. It's true that, and I strongly believe that everybody which is still present in this room having the same goal, having the same objective, which is to ensure the national energy demand in Indonesia. So we can refer to this outlook of long-term Indonesia energy demand. Even though this outlook has been made by National Energy Council just before the pandemic, but I think that the trend is still there, it's still valid. And we know that the people is growing, so the energy demand is still increasing. But on the other hand, what we are managing today in Indonesia, mostly all the mature fields or mature basin with, of course, complex subsurface and also aging facility. But then, just briefly to remind everybody, and this has been several times discussed this morning, that the energy requirement is continue to increasing. It's true that it should be a mixed energy between fossil energy, coal, oil, natural gas, as well as renewable energy. But the interesting one is that despite the decreasing in terms of percentage of oil or even coal, but in terms of volume, in terms of total volume, if you look at on the outlook 2030, 2050, all will be not even double, it's 4 times or even 5 times bigger. So despite the percentage is decreasing, but in terms of quantitative, it's significantly increasing. And especially for the natural gas, the one in red color, it's both increasing in terms of percentage and volume. And we know that gas is one of the key bridging energy for future. So I think we should look at this
on both sides as challenges and also opportunity. So we know that the needs, the demand is there, and why exploration? So if you look at the outlook energy 2030 or even 2050, 2060, you name it, those production will be happen without exploration today. So what we do today is the one that will affect our energy demand in 20, 30 years from now. And I strongly believe that this morning we have a very good message from the Ministry of Finance that in terms of fiscal term and also environment aspect, we should be goes hand to hand. Next slide. And for that, to achieve this challenging target, of course, us in Pertamina Hulu Energy, we have a commitment to achieve the national production target, which is 1 million barrel oil per day for oil and 12 BCF for gas, by having 3 strategic initiatives. The first one is to sustain. So we focus on what we have today, what is in our hand in terms of blocks. So we are dealing with the intra or near field exploration, what we call it infrastructure-led exploration. So there we need to innovate or play concept. And the second axis, second strategy is to growth. And for that, we need to enter to the new playground, not only in mature field, but also entering to the emerging or even frontier basin. And the last strategy, which is quite important, is a partnership, because everybody knows that in oil and gas industry, we are dealing with high risk, high technology, and high investment. So there is no way to do that alone. So we need to have a synergy. And those strategies have been implemented into several working programs. So we balance, we combine what we have in terms of risk prospect. So we promote all the high risk exploration as well as lower risk but very close to the existing facility. So it will be much more beneficial for production and also the quick monetization. And also the key is to promote the new play opener on this area. Okay, Pak Bayu, it's very clear you have exploration strategy initiative. I think it's a good 3 pillars that you showed to us. But the fact that now we have 20 basin considered mature in Indonesia and still part of your main portfolio, Pak Bayu. Let me be very honest in this hall. Should we still rely on this mature basin? Should we still put hope in mature basin? Simple question. Yes, Pak Eddie, so it's very intriguing question. So, should we continue to explore the mature basin? So the simple answer is yes, yes, yes. Let me just show you some real cases, some story I would say, on what have been discussed by Pertamina Hulu Energy Group for the past 2-3 years. You can see on those map that some big discoveries have been made almost in every mature basins. So start with the one in the northern Sumatra. So in the south offshore Sumatra, we have a cluster, what we call it R2, S2, XLL. So it's just recently discovered from those 3 structure carbonate. Then Wilela, I heard Pak Nanang just mentioned it earlier. It's located in the southern Sumatra basin. So it's really in the middle of existing explored and produced basin. And if we move to Java, for example, in red area, we have several discovery recently in Angel Cluster and GQS cluster in Northwest Java Basin. Again, it's
it's discovered in a very mature, explored, even produced basin. What about central Indonesia or even in eastern Indonesia? We can still find some surprises, some big fish in, for example, in offshore Kutai Basin, in Mahakam, in Manpatu, and in Mahatu deep water, as well as in Sulawesi. So that's probably could give us kind of confidence that we still have something underground in the major basin, but we need to do it strategically. We need to do it massive, aggressive, but also innovative way. And the interesting one about the volume that we found out of 7 structure, we have more than 550 million barrel oil equivalent, and mostly dominated by natural gas, which is quite important because earlier we mentioned that gas is one of the bridging energy for the energy transition in Indonesia.
So this is some of the big fish discovery. Mind to share with us some of them, Pak?
Yeah, if I can go further, just give you an idea that why should we continue to explore the major field, even though it's been explored or even produced for 30, 40, 50 years. Look at one example in the one in Wilela, for example, in Wilela in southern Sumatra Basin. This structure of Wilela, in fact, has been drilled 30 years ago in 1992 by previous operator, and it's been classified as dry well at that time. But then, that's the importance of the persistence of geoscientists. Back to the data, back to basic, see the cutting, the mineralogy, the petrology, and it turned out to be the one that we consider as a dry or non-reservoir structure, turned to be a very clean sandstone with the specific mineralogy affecting the high gamma ray reading, which is glauconate, which is, it's a bit geology, it's a marine influenced sandstone. So that's why if we don't have eagerness to dig out and then promote, supported by technology, revisit the previous concept with the new tool, we never found the Wilela. So now we found the Wilela, it's proven gas, and then it's producible, and there are still some similar prospects surrounding. Another interesting lesson learned is the second one, GQX stratigraphic play, because again, it is located in northwest Java offshore basin, where all the structural trapping has been drilled, even produced. So no more room left. But then, okay, the only way is to go deeper, to go on the flank. So now we promote the stratigraphic trapping. So the new play concept, it's maybe not new for other basins, but on this specific basin, it's quite new. And then with the technology, with the advanced seismic attribute, etc., we managed to prove that the stratigraphic play within this basin still work, and that's give us more than 100 million barrel oil equivalent of resources. So imagine you can find it near to the existing surface facility. Many others with the similar story, but the message is that the mature field, yeah, we always have the limited playground, but please don't limit your idea, your concept. That's one of the main message, Pak Eddie.
Pak Bayu, you are from Pertamina. A quick one to all people in this hall. What do you think that the key to success when you want to unlock a new potential in the area of already matured? Yeah, so quick one, Pak.
Yes, again, just to wrap up, should we continue to explore the major basin? The answer, yes, yes, yes. But how? Okay, first we need to have an innovation, because we cannot just use the existing play concept. So back to your data, listen to the rock. I mean, learn from the failures, and go beyond that, promote new play concept. And only with that, we can unlock the remaining potential. Technology also playing a significant role, because with technology we could execute and then identify the one that never been or cannot be or hidden previously by the previous prospect. And also we need the support from all the stakeholders, collaboration from stakeholders. We have some people from academics, geoscientists, working hand in hand to promote a new play concept. Technology from operator, from service company, and also the policymaker. The policymakers they are all here. Thank you.
Very interesting. You're talking about collaboration. Quick question to you. I'm sorry for this additional question. When you're talking about collaboration, partnership, in your opinion, will Pertamina open in case there's a new investor in this hall would like to come and farm in your big fish discovery just now? Do you think Pertamina is open for this kind of post-discovery farming?
Yeah, it's return back to the previous slide, which is our strategy. So partnership is one of our strategies. So we are open to everybody. We could share the risk, we could share the technology, we could share the investment, not only on the existing asset, but also our journey is still long for new emerging or frontier area. So welcome to everybody. Sure, to achieve this long-term target, we need to do it together. So collaboration is the key. Thank you.
That's good. That's a good point. Ladies and gentlemen, after Pak Bayu, we move to our second panelist. It's quite interesting today because he's representing medium-sized company and not to be forgotten, the company Seleraya Belida has made a significant discovery in southern Sumatra. And I was told by so many people, my friend, my colleagues in this hall, that this is the first time they would like to listen to these discovery stories. So Pak Doni, a quick one about Pak Doni, spent 20 years in the industry before as exploration managers, as geologists in Talisman and also Jadstone, and now he's exploration and exploitation manager for Seleraya Belida. Welcome, Pak Doni.
Okay. Yeah.
Pak Doni, first and foremost, everyone let's join me to congratulate Pak Doni and the team because you just awarded as the best exploration drilling of southern Sumatra 2022. So this is a very good achievement.
Thank you.
Given that you are not like a big or a major company, but can you share with us why this award has been given to your company, Pak?
Okay, so why? Maybe the question should be delivered to SKKM gas, but maybe so we got this reward because our achievement, right? Our achievement for the last year discovery from the well that we drilled. The well name is Sungai Anggur Selatan 1 well, right? Next, please. So, yeah. Okay, before I go detail for the well, I will introduce about Seleraya, yeah? So everybody will know better about Seleraya Belida. Seleraya Belida is one of the business unit of the Seleraya group. We have at least 5 business units on the energy, on oil and gas, mining, agriculture, ingredient and also on the venture. So Seleraya Builders under Seleraya Energy Business Unit. Next. And then let's talk about the South Sungai Anggur and then the Blida block. This is the information of the Blida block. Blida block is located on South Sumatra. You can see from the map. It's not too far from Palembang. It's about 2 hours by car, so nearby the city. And the PSC already signed on 2004. The expiry time still 2034, still a long time. And then last year we drilled Sungai Anggur Selatan 1 well, and it's located on South Sumatra, on the Melodian village, yeah, the point of the well, in Gelombang district, Muara and Emergency. So we know the location here. In terms of the facilities, it's nearby the oil and gas existing facilities, which is in this location is owned and operated by Pertamina and also Medco. Yeah. Next. So I talk about the history why we propose the well. First, we also talking about the regional. So we know that the Blida block located on the mature basin. And then we already is already proven many reservoir already drilled and produced by several companies before. And from that one, I love to drill on mature basin because it's already mature, and the petroleum system is work. So it should be no risk, maybe low risk, but we cannot call it no risk on that one, yeah, in terms of the petroleum system. And then after that one, and we prove it to the management that we success on the discovery. Okay, next slide, please. And then this is the summary of discovery that we already drill, we already acquire the data that has been approved by SKKMI gas with I think it's a minimum, a little bit low cost for this well, because we want to do effective and efficient on operation. And based on the data, we propose a well test proposal to SKKMI gas, and they approve. And yes, this discovery. This is the well test video. The test is in the media. We inform us about more than 5,000 barrel oil per day, and then more than 400 barrel condensate, and also more than 17 MSJ per day. But this number is a conservative number, because during test we have a constraint because we use tubing is too small for this kind of rate of the flow. Yeah, we use 2.7 per 8 inch. That's why during testing we have restriction on the tubing for the tubing size. So the rate should be bigger than this one. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Pak Doni, we know that this area is quite mature. Discovery is just wow. I saw your well test just now. But the question today, what makes it different compared to before? What is the difference? How it was started?
Okay, what is the difference? First, after we did regional study, we continue with the deeper GNG study for in terms of within the area, right? So we understand the basin situation, we understand the petroleum system work within the area. So we know for the Sungai Anggur, we know we can see from this slide. So we have carbonate reef on the top of our upper sand. We also have lower sand developed on the southern of Sungai Anggur. So we also have a proven basin. So I think, oh yeah, the oil is there, the source rock is there, the reservoir is there, right? So we should find a good trap, right? The good trap who can maintain the oil, and so they just drill and prove that the oil is there, oil and gas is there. Yeah. Next. So the key I think the key success of for the explosion concept and GNG evaluation is GNG data QC. So during evaluation, our team found that many data is not correct. So we need to do QC. What kind of data? The data is about the well location. We should check it. The wellline data, the mud logging data, every data, even the seismic data. So we also discussed with SK gas for this data, and then after that we do comprehensive GNG data, and then yeah, we try to measure the prospect, proposal to SK gas, and another important thing is the proper drilling and completion program, because we know, and based on my experience, many dry hole failure is due to operation issue, right? The drilling not use compatible drilling fluid, right? Human error, sounds like in this case, maybe I can tell you detail later, but in this case, for your information, I did 7 times calibration for the drilling, for the mud looking unit, because I know the data is wrong. It looks like good. If we done QC, it looks like good, right? Like will show everywhere. The gas reading increase high. But when I see, oh, is it true or not? And then after we did QC, oh, it's wrong. That's why I need calibrate again until 7 times. And after that, after my team happy with the data, okay, continue drilling. So that's the clue.
Pak Doni, mind to share with everyone in this hall what is the result of the drilling looks like, and what is your plan to monetize? Because I heard that you have very fast track monetization plan. Will you share with us quickly, Pak?
Okay, thank you. So this is the drilling result. So after we drill until TD, right? We found at least 4 interesting interval, right? The first interval, I think most every GNG agree will test that one, because the oil show is there, the gas reading is high, and then we found until NC5 or something like that. So everything, this is beautiful, sweet spot interval. That's number 2. Interval number 2 also okay. We have oil show, everything is good. So we test it, right? And then after test, the rate is very high. We try to open the well until 2 inch, with 2 inch choke, to see the capability of the well to flow, deliver oil to the surface, yeah, and gas also. And then for the next section, for the upper shallower section, there is no oil show. There's no oil show, but we did the gas reading evaluation, and then the well line looks okay. It seems to be gas so far, and then we did test, and yes, we discover gas on the boson on the upper interval. Yeah. So, yeah, let's say again, the QC not only during preparation or program, but also in the drilling process, right? So, yeah, that's why we should work together. In Surabaya Blida, my team, exploration and exploitation, including drilling, is under one division. So easy for me to, working as a great team and a family. And also we have another division, like operation and production, who support me on the field operation and also for the public relation. So we make a good collaboration. Without that one, I think we cannot make this discovery. Yeah. Next. So how about the test number, right? This is why I mentioned, because this well is, I think this is one of the my biggest discovery on the whole of my experience. Yeah. So the tubing is too small. It's just 7 or 8 inch. We can see from the picture that the oil coming with foam, because the turbulence within the tubing to the surface. And then when we try to calculate the net oil volume, we try to be conservative. just to not over-promising to our management, also to SKKMI Gas. So this is the number for the CHOC 64 per 64 1-inch. So test number 1 is capable to produce more than 4,000. Test number 2, again more than 4,000. And one thing that we surprised also is about the ORF. The first test, the ORF is 38,000 barrel oil per day. The second test, the ORF is 21,000 barrel oil per day. And the pressure drawdown, the first test is less than 0.5%. The second test is just about 3%. So it's like giant reservoir. Wow, it's pretty big reservoir. And then when me and the management see, wow, I think this is a great discovery. So we tell total the numbers about more than 8,000 barrel for the gross for oil, and net after we did conservative on the well calculations about more than 5,000 barrel oil per day. And then after this one, we go to SKMI Gas. Next, I think we need to do a fast track to put this well to production. I have a support, very good support from SKKMI Gas, from exploration, exploitation, from the TPL division also. So because the well located on the mature basin, right, close to the existing facilities, for this well, SAS1, is just less than 2 kilo for the Cantik 1 well. It's 1.5 kilo, yeah, something like that. And just 3.1 kilo from Sungai Anggur 1 custody meter facilities. So it's very, very close, that's why. And then after that, that's why we have a good support from SKKMI Gas. After we finish the test on December, on January we have, until January we have meeting with SKKMI Gas. On February, SKKMI Gas approved the POP of the Sungai Anggur 1. That's why we can move faster on the production. Hopefully, in December we can start the full POP production. We plan to produce 2,000 barrel oil per day first in the beginning of the production. But there is another opportunity, right? Because we can get rig for the re-entry, for the well service work faster, which is we plan to start in October. There's a room for us, for the Selera Blida, to produce earlier, right? Maybe with a temporary tank with truck. Maybe after this convention, my team will go to SKKMI Gas to get approval for SKKMI Gas to allow us to produce faster than December, with maybe a little bit low volume, maybe 500 barrel per day, because tracking also, yeah. That's okay.
Pak Doni, I have a quite sensitive question, but I got to ask you this. Discover this volume onshore, considered quite material, quite significant. And do you think that this is just a luck, simply a luck, or is actually technical driven? If I may ask you, 1 minute.
Okay, so I already mentioned to my team that exploration is a combination between technical part with the luck, right? I divide it, 70% is technical, 30% is luck. Luck is giving from God, right? So we manage 70% from that one, right? As long as we have a good data QC, subsurface comprehensive evaluation, good program, good monitoring on operation, no risk on the exploration on mature basin, high success rate.
Okay, thank you, Pak Doni. Ladies and gentlemen, we finished with the NOC of Indonesia. We just finished with a mid-sized company, Indonesian, but now we move to more independent global perspective. Mr. Ian, Pak Ian, he has more than 35 years experience in the industry as a geologist. He worked with major Shell, oil search. He held a few exploration positions before, GM exploration for Woodside, for example, and now he's a director and principal geologist for GI Specs. Ian, based on your experience, global experience, how do you find the global pattern in terms of success case studies in mature basin per se?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when we look at these mature basins in Indonesia, we can actually learn a fair bit from looking at other places in the world where people have done similar exploration. So I'd like to show a couple of slides just to sort of show what happens. But the simple answer is we're really looking for new traps, new trap types in the proven areas that have charge, and they're probably not going to be amplitude supported. So that's a surprise for most geophysicists here because we spend a lot of time looking for amplitudes. But really that's what the data tells us. So we shouldn't be going out expecting amplitudes everywhere and making all of our lives easy. It's going to be hard work and it's going to be driven by geology.
So do you have something to show to the audience? Yeah.
So next slide, please. Further, next slide. Okay. So this is a very busy slide. This is my summary slide. But the top one there is, the basic point is that as an industry, we are hopeless, useless at predicting where the next big discovery will be made. So that's what history tells us. Nobody predicted Guyana. Nobody predicted deep water, sort of Venus and Graph area in Namibia. So we're very bad at predicting these. And that means there's no reason why the next one couldn't be here in Indonesia. We have the fundamentals. The other thing is for larger exploration companies, the super majors, the big independents, the big NOCs, all the exploration roads in this region end up in Indonesia. It doesn't matter where you start, you end up here. And that's because there's so many basins and there's such a range of opportunities. So I've spoken to companies in the past that said, we are going to explore in Southeast Asia, but we're not going to go into Indonesia. And that's just crazy. You know, you have to do Indonesia. This is where the potential is. And Indonesia has increased the fiscal terms recently, so that's going to help. So when we come to the mature basins, we don't need any technology. We've got the data. We always want better data. So dealing with that is quite difficult. But in these proven basins, we have infrastructure, we have ullage, which means we're fast to production. We just heard a very good example of that. So the large future discoveries are likely to be in the proven areas because we've drilled enough to know where there's charge and where there isn't. And they're going to be non-amplitude supported. So managing the large data sets is a problem. And one of the problems I see is, we really have to integrate the data and modern play analysis will help. But ultimately, all the oil and gas is found by people. Software is just going to help. So you need good people. There's lots of good geologists here, lots of good ideas. And if we can put those together, then we can accelerate things. So I think one of the key things is accessing the Indonesian knowledge that's in the heads of all the Indonesian geologists out there. And it is the Indonesians that carry that knowledge. It's not the bules that have come and go. So next slide, please. We'll skip that one for time, but it's basically saying that the black line and the red line, the success rate's going up in the red over the last 50 years, but the average field size is going down. So we're in a place where everything's looking pretty mature for our region. Next slide. Well, so when we look around the world and we look at the big discoveries, so here is a list of discoveries. There seems to be some ones missing on the left, but I don't know why. So let's go to the next slide. So on the left there, we have a list of very famous discoveries. The left-hand list is first discovery in an area. The right-hand list are big discoveries late in the exploration. So those are mature basin big discoveries. If we now turn on, so the next slide, so the ones in red there which are a bit hard to see, but most of the ones on the left-hand list are red. There's only one on the right that's red. So the frontier area amplitude support pre-drill is critical, but you can see on the right there, all of those big mature basin ones are not amplitude supported. And that's a key thing to learn from global analogues. Next slide. So what that means is, if you are in frontier, amplitudes are good. In mature basins, don't count on it. And the reason is, as soon as we make a discovery, those first ones, we're sensible, we go and drill at every amplitude. So they're all gone. So, you drill them as soon as you can because you can see them. So next slide. So how do we work the structural problem? There's lots of different trap schemes. This is a nice simple scheme. We talk about 3 ways and 4 ways, the number of dip. So there's actually 2 types of 2 ways. There's a 1 way and a 0 way. And this is the easiest way for me to explain the complexity. The other elements can be faults or salt or on-laps, but this is the number of dip surfaces. And as you go down, the trap types become more risky. Obviously, they have more elements that need to work. Next slide. So typically what you do in a basin is you drill your high side fault blocks and your 4 ways. And these mature basins, they're all gone. They've all been drilled in the proven charge areas. So what we're left with is the low sides and the pinch outs and the complex traps. So that's where we have to head. We have to look for these. Next slide. And so we actually know where they are in the region. The international ones, the famous ones there are shown on the left. That's in the last 20 years. But we actually have a lot of complex trap types in our region. So those are some of the ones I presented a couple of years ago at a strat conference. So we do have examples of these big complex traps. Next slide. And this is when this is released in that highlighted column there, you can see how many dip elements there are. So, okay, the screen's come back, that's good. So what does this mean? What it means is that bottom chart there, we have volume on the y-axis and chance of success on the x-axis. And every exploration portfolio in the world is in that red blob. That's what they all look like. The top right is unicorns. They don't exist. They're big, high probability. They're either drilled or they don't exist. And the bottom left, who cares? They're small and everyone ignores them. The problem we have is these big traps are in that highlighted dashed area. They are going to be risky, but they are going to be big. And so we have to deal with that risk. We don't draw a line down the middle there and just throw those prospects away, because these are the ones we're looking for. And when you have lawyers and engineers and finance people making decisions, they want to throw that away. They don't like risk. For us, risk is an opportunity. So this is what's going to happen. Next slide.
Yeah, I think,
Yep.
let me stop you here. Pak Ian, you heavily involved in SK Kamiga's play collaboration map.
That's right.
How do you find this collaboration map could help everyone in this hall to further go to Machete Basin, or maybe you have some overview of a good remaining structures in the Machete Basin in Indonesia?
So we've been helping SKK Migas on their studies. They contracted a series of studies over the last 5 years. And what we're trying to do is make them available for companies to try and help them invest in Indonesia. Pertama and the other companies here, they already have the data, but we need new companies coming in. So we've given them a risk map of Indonesia, which with S&P, we've made a global version. This is the Indonesian portion, and you can go on and look at this. So you can actually ask for a log on if you go out to the desk there. And we're now doing we're now doing the basin studies in the middle. So next slide. So we're trying to help people learn. This is Central Sumatra. Everybody knows these areas. The purple polygons there are the areas that have hydrocarbons. So all of the dots outside of that area are basically dry wells, so they don't have charge. Next slide. So when we look at the creaming curve of Central Sumatra, you can see there's that long flat area, and that's well count at the bottom. So there's about 500 wells that have been drilled since the 1970s where we haven't found anything bigger than 100 million barrels. This is a very hard basin to find new plays. Clever people have spent a lot of money and time looking for stuff. So I was expecting it to be quite difficult. But when you dig into the data deeper and look at it differently, next slide, skip that one further. We collate all the penetrations and all the well data, and we use that to help calibrate the maps. Next slide. Then we can see here those stars are wells where there is no charge. So we know there's no charge in those areas. So if you're going to chase new things, you need to be in one of those polygons that has charge effectively or close to it. So we have to understand what's going on in the petroleum systems. Next slide. So when we did our sort of play-based evaluation, traffic light maps are dangerous. They're not going to help. We do a numeric system, which is very similar but different. This is what Exxon and Shell do. And we found 5 areas, which are highlighted in the numbers there, which deserve further investigation. I'll just show one of them. I'll just show number 2, the southeast flank of North Bengkalis. Next slide. So here, you can see on the map on the right, that's the North Bengkalis proven charge area. And the dashed line is going across to a prospect we call Jiao, for obvious reasons. You need long-range migration. So that's about 60 kilometres. Now, we see a 60-kilometre migration distance in the Central Deep. So it happens just in this basin, just next door. So Jiao, the bottom seismic line is the best one. You can see it's very simple migration. And that's a 1.4 billion barrel untested structure. So these things exist. These are big features. And the only reason we haven't drilled that is because we all get focused on our postage stamps. And you have to sit back and try and find these new opportunities. So that's Jiao. Next slide. One of the other opportunities is actually targeting the brown shale, the source rock in the graben. And it's obvious that most of the lacustrine basins here have very poor source rocks, very poor reservoir, full of source rock, no reservoir. But we know that the northern parts of these basins are full of reservoir, full of sand, no source rock. So somewhere along the north-south line, there should be the Goldilocks zone, where you have enough reservoir still in access to source rock. So there's 3 places in the basin that need to be tested. So that's a new play. Next slide. Skip that one. So everyone talks about basement structures. I understand why, South Sumatra, Kulong. The right-hand side here, that's what happens in South Sumatra. You get the regional seal directly on the basement. So that's why it works. When you come to the left-hand side, in Central Sumatra, you have reservoir under the regional seal. You don't have basement. So I don't think that the Central Sumatra opportunity is really, I don't think it's fractured basement. I think the new play in Central Sumatra is basement as a seal, not as a reservoir. So what do I mean by that? If we go to the next slide. So this is all the low side tests that are in the basins. We've tried to find them, and we need people to help us identify other low side tests. Next slide. And if you look at the top left cross section here, you can see the regional seal goes up against that thrust fault. And where the circle is, it's juxtaposed against basement. And these are the kind of tests that I think we have to focus on. And we've highlighted some in Malacca Straits, so they're definitely there and they're definitely untested. So these are quite simple, but you have to have a mentality to go and find them. Next slide. There are other slides. So here in East Java, and the slide I wanted isn't there. I don't know what's happened to it. So, but there's some very, very large prospects in the BP new acreage, 5 to 10 TCF. And this slide here is from Sadiq, showing a very large, probably biogenic system in a large anticline. So these things are there. There are lots of big opportunities sitting around. Yeah.
Pak Ian, if we look at the more global perspective, how do you find Indonesia Mechet Basin prospectivity against the global prospectivity? Do you think that it's still worthy for investors to come and explore the Mechet Basin part?
So the biggest challenge we have is that I'm lucky I travel around the world with all the customers. We have 30 international companies around the world. So I go and talk to these people in London and Europe and in Houston. That's a fun job. I always ask them, because I'm from this region, I like Indonesia, I like Australia, you know, are you looking in the Far East? And they tell me no, they're not even looking. They don't care. They're focused on Mexico, they were Mexico, Brazil. They're very myopic and all the money is going there. So getting attention is the key thing. Trying to get them on a plane to come down is important. Or, you know, we take the data rooms to Houston and we host data, whatever. But that's where the decisions are made and that's where the money is. So, now if you can get their attention and you can convince them, in the last 6 months, as we've come out of COVID and as the oil price is going up, it's quite clear that there's a belief in the major companies that they do have time to find and develop oil fields. And they can, so that they're growing, they're actually reinvesting. And I think they are going to come back to Indonesia. So I'm very positive about the big companies coming back. I think it's great to hear that Pertamina is going to partner with them. I think that's a great combination, that you have the local experience working with big international companies. So I think the future looks good. It will change.
I think quite numbers of people wonders, what is your opinion after you showed us monsters, possible monsters in East Java, big traps, potential traps in Central Sumatra? Where else you think? Pick one or two. Another Mechet Basin that everyone need to have a look, you think?
Okay, so disclosure here, I have equity in a company. So this is, it's a company called Transform, and we picked up Southeast Papua. So I have 40% ownership in that company. And we've spent a lot of money over the last 10 years working up a big structure there, Raksasa. It's just up against the PNG border, and the charge comes from PNG. So it crosses the border into Indonesia. And I would love to see that drilled. Now, we've relinquished the block now, but I'd still like to see somebody else come and make that discovery. It's always nice to see work done. So Eastern Indonesia has fantastic opportunities. And that's where Indonesia needs to find big fields. It definitely needs to find a couple of big fields as soon as possible, because the small ones are hard work. They're significant, they're material, but to reach your targets, 2030, you need to find something big. So.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Pak Bayu, I go back to you. When we are talking about exploring a new play, a new prospect in the Mechet Basin, some companies tried to put under near field exploration portfolio. But still, the easy traps, like Ian said, low amplitude already gone, finished. And we're talking about quite unique and different play type now. And we're talking about different play type, different prospect, and it may need a new technology, more advanced technology. The first question to you, how Pertamina at your level adopt to new technology, and what are the challenges when you want to deploy new technology?
Yeah, thanks, Pak Eddie. It's true that one of the key element to sustainably successful exploration in mature field is technology. Of course, it started always by the new concept, but this new concept will not be able to be a reality if there is no means, there is no technology behind. As I showed previously, that when we are talking about technology, we need to embrace the new technology with the open mind. I mean, some technology could still be in trial, not really proven, but let's unlock and constrain all this technology. So apply it, and when I talk about technology, we can split it into several things. First, in terms of subsurface, so we need a better subsurface imaging. So a few years ago, we tried to promote some improvement in subsurface imaging for subvolcanic play, for example. And also applying with a new technology called FTG. Then we'll see that some improvement is there. Maybe not answer everything, but at least we should try everything. In terms of data, because again, subsurface or exploration is really rely on data. So the data processing, the huge data handling, is one also the improvement that we promote recently, and then it will continue to be improved in the next coming years. Also, in terms of technology, we need to execute it with our colleague from drilling, for example. Yeah. So the subsurface potential remain underground if there is no improvement in terms of technology for deeper target, for example, for HPHT environment, fracturing technology, unconventional technology, etc. So there are plenty technology that we need to put it in place to further unlock our new play concept.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bayu. Pak Doni, Sungai Anggur, the wine river, Sungai Anggur Selatan discovery actually opened new paradigm in the southern Sumatra Basin. And I believe that lots of efforts has been put into it. And I want to talk about collaboration. How do you define collaboration? And what are the key challenges as a mid-sized company when you want to achieve the best collaboration in these projects?
Okay. One of the success key of the Sungai Anggur Selatan drillings is about collaboration, right? We should have a good collaboration within internal team. So in every division in our Selera Brabida, working together as a good team, synergy. Second thing is collaboration with the management, top management of Selera Brabida, who support us very well to drill this well. And then with the government body, Migas, SKK Migas, local government, local people, and also with the contractor, right, who help us, who make it for discovery, right? Because we thought all of, like government support, team support, also contractor, we cannot make it.
Okay. Thank you. Pak Ian, quick one. I think you are the best position to answer this question. What do you think the government of Indonesia should do better in terms of fiscal term?
Okay, so...
Just open, that's okay.
Yeah, so I'll apologise up front, but the obvious solution to increasing exploration is to undo the ring fence. So that means that the Western production, most of the Western Indonesia production, could then underwrite the exploration in Eastern Indonesia. That way you would see the local companies investing in that frontier exploration, the complex exploration, and there will be a lot more activity. You would also have companies coming into Indonesia to help with the production, to get the tax credits so they could do the exploration. So it's a win-win. Now, that's a very complex thing for a government to do. I understand there's a long tradition of ring fencing around the PSC, but that's obvious. So that's the fiscal one. The other one is just making the data available. There's a long history of hanging on to data, and I mean really basic data, log data, well data, 2D seismic, nothing complicated. But if you could open that up, genuinely not have it as 50,000 a year, but have it as an open system, there would be massive activity and interest, and people would publish and people would argue. And we need that debate to get the activity. As soon as we make it closed or half closed, it stops it. So I think that's a major restriction. The government can help everybody by somehow doing that. I know it's difficult. I'm not expecting miracles. And they've moved a lot from when I was working here in the 1990s. It's got a lot better. But they're in competition with countries that give people bricks of data. Here is all of our wells. Here is all of our seismic. That's their competition, and they just give it to companies. And if you're a company, which country are you going to go to? You're going to go to the country that has good terms, that gives you the data so you can work on it. So they can, there's a long way to go, and I think they will get there. I just hope they get there as fast as possible.
Thank you, Pak Ian. Pak Doni, a question to you. We know that there are lots of mid-sized companies in front of us today. With your discovery, recent discovery, Sungai Anggur Selatan, working quite good with stakeholders, SKK Migas, having a very good collaboration with the contractors. So for the newcomer, what do you want to say to them? Do you think that is a good place for them to come and invest in the mature area in Indonesia? Because they're quite scared. They want to hear from you. How mid-sized companies still can discover, can make a cut, can make a good deal in Indonesia?
Oh yeah, so if, as I mentioned before, if we want to explore the mature basin, the risk of the petroleum system is low, right? So as long as we good data QC first, we have a good personnel, competent personnel, right? And then we work as a good team, okay? It's easy to us to discover oil and gas. That's my personal opinion, right? So like, say for South Sumatra, right, it's very high success rate, right? Because the mature basin, petroleum is proven, right? My personal experience, so since 2012 until 2022, right, I drilled 7 wells, exploration, all discover oil and gas. This is 100%, right? But I prove it, right? But again, we should did proper evaluation, work good collaboration with the contractor as well, as a good one team. Also with SKK Migas, okay? So with that one, I think everything will be easier for us to discover oil and gas in mature basin, not only in South Sumatra, in every basin of Indonesia, I think. Thank you.
Quick one. Pak Doni, because there is some mindset, to be honest with you, and I guess agreed by the people in this hall. There is a mindset that, it's very difficult to go and invest in Southeast Asia countries because it's very difficult to work with the stakeholders, with the governments. But when I look at your case just now, you are able to monetize your discovery in a very fast pace. And of course, it's because of the support from the authorities. So can you comment on that? Say to them that no worry, SKK is very, very open, flexible, you see?
Yeah. I think no worry for that one, because as long as we have a good collaboration, second, if we have same goal, right? In terms of the country, they need to increase the reserve, increase the production. In terms of our company itself, we need more income. In terms of the local people, they need also to increase their welfare, right? So we working together, like us, like Seliraya Belida, right? It's the process of the land acquisition. Maybe every company a little bit worry about South Sumatra. Oh, South Sumatra is very difficult, right? But we prove it. We prove it. Our team prove it. So we're working together with SKKMB guests in the Jakarta, in the South Sumatra, with the local people, right? With contractor, everything goes smoothly. No issue during operation since we mobilize the rig until we complete the drilling. So I think everything's doable.
I know it's unfair for you if I just ask yes or no, but this is a questions of many. Will you willing to let some people, some investor to farm in this discovery? Yes or no only?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, some company already come to my management, right, to ask for the farm in, right. But for this question, I give to my manager to answer.
Sorry. Okay. Still open, yes or no from. There's no yes, there's no from Pak Doni. That's okay. So anyone who's interested to farm in, just go to Pak Doni after this. It's okay. Pak Bayu, we are talking about NFE. So this question, I think I really need to ask NOC. We are talking about a slim and getting slimmer in terms of profitability for the producing asset. But at the same time, you need to put capital to explore more and more. In Indonesian, we can see evolutions of fiscal term from cost recovery to gross split. And what's next, if I may ask you? That's okay, Pak.
Yeah, okay. Thanks again, Pak Eddie. If we are going to achieve our national target in 2030, so we need to start the exploration yesterday even. So at least today, we need to ensure that the exploration effort should be done in a massive, aggressive, and innovative way. There are some risks, of course, technical risk, but also the landscape, the ecosystem should go hand in hand to this direction. So it refers to your comment on what has been done, and just now already mentioned by several speakers, that currently the authority, hand in hand with the government, start to open all this flexible term and condition. They started with the one with the new open area, for example. There are possibilities to choose whether cost recovery or gross split. But now, in several group discussion, workshop with all the stakeholders, we mentioned about the next one, for example, simpler gross split, or mix between cost recovery and gross split. And why not? Let's focus also on the very mature field, because mature field, there is, it doesn't mean that, again, there is no exploration potential. But the problem is when you have to invest in exploration within the, let's say, aging field with the limited economic, so it will be quite problematic. So I think the message is very clear that everybody in this room, starting this morning, that let's open those subjects, and let's see the best suitable and reliable term and condition that we can offer, again, to unlock, not with all the costs, of course, but to increase the value of the blocks. Yeah, thank you.
Ian, you involved in lots of, I think, basins around the world. Questions. Technically, what it takes for a company to be successful in to discover or to explore a monster in matured field? What do you think that one thing that is a must?
As we discussed earlier, the most important thing is luck. Okay, so let's be honest about this. I'd rather be lucky than clever, but you can't be lucky without preparation and activity, and you need some skill. So you make your own luck. So you need a portfolio, and the most important thing is people. You need good people, good geologists, good explorers, and people that question everything. People tell them there's no charge in this basin. They go out and check. So it always comes down to people. Technology will help. Technology is very important. Software is important. New exploration techniques is critical. But ultimately, it's people. And you have good people. We just need to keep them busy, and we need to get them money, and we need to be doing well. That's the challenge.
Okay, last question to you. What is one thing only, if you can wish for from the government of Indonesia to spur more discoveries in matured basin? What it should be, one only?
A genuinely free, accessible, open file well and 2D seismic system.
Wow.
Genuinely free. Just put it on the web, put it out there. There's no loss to the security of Indonesia, and that will spur lots of activity.
Which we are on towards that actually now.
We're trying to get there, and I understand people are trying, but
last question.
if you're a Pertamina, you have all the data.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
But that makes it hard for people to come in and compete.
Okay.
So if you make the playing field a bit more level, then the companies will come in and they think that they have all the data. That's good. And then so that will make a massive difference. That will really help.
Pak Doni, one for you, one from you. What do you wish for from the government?
Just one?
Just one. Yeah.
So, I think already mentioned by Pak Nanang before, improvement of the fiscal term, which is very important to the investor to give approval to our team to do more, explore more. Right? If the fiscal term is more interactive, to the investor, it will be easy for us as the explorer to do more exploration again. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Pak Ian, Pak Doni, I hope you are fine because I want to give Pak Bayu two wish. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because there is a simple gift that I can give to Pak Bayu because today is Pak Bayu's birthday. So we cannot sing the song today because we are out of time now. But at least give one gift to you. Instead of one wish list, two. And it's very big gift.
2 wishes.
Yeah, 2.
Okay.
It's very big a gift actually because your gift is actually our present for you today is a wish list to the government too.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. So if I could ask 2 wishes, then the first one, again, I just want to emphasize the urgency to have a more attractive and competitive fiscal term, not only for exploration, but also the major field incentive or etc. Or I mean, the doors is open. So let's pursue, let's continue to discuss it. Please don't take a long time because otherwise we are going to lose this momentum. And second thing, new play concept is very good. Then we need to execute it. And the key for the good execution, because again, time is clicking. The production in 2030 is the product of exploration today. So after we promote a new play concept, high risk, high reward in mature field, let's drill it. But then to drill it, we need a support from stakeholders first for the preparation. I'm not saying that they are not supporting, they are really supporting, but unfortunately, in some cases, still some bottlenecks on the field, on the ground. So we need to have a simpler or a standardization of the permitting everywhere. Also, in terms of execution, we need to support to have a vehicle, and our vehicle for exploration is drilling the well, meaning rigs. So let's maybe links to the other concurrent forum, drilling. So let's find the good vehicle to execute exploration wells. Only by that, hopefully, we'll be achieving our target together. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that wish list is actually the end of our session for this afternoon. So please join me to give a big round of applause to our panelists today. Hopefully it's already provide you with some clues, hints, teasers, where to go to explore more in Mature Basin Indonesia. By that, thank you so much everyone. I hope to see you again soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edi Kamarudin and distinguished panelists. Please remain on stage, gentlemen, to receive a token of appreciation.
Thank you very much to all our speakers today. And also we would like to kindly invite the Deputy of Exploration Development and Working Areas Management of SKK Migas, Bapak Benny Lubiantara, to hand over the mementos to all panelists and moderator. And thank you everyone who are here in our main hall. Thank you very much for joining us. We are approaching the end of day one in our international convention today. Of course, we still have 2 days where we will have more discussions and more panelist sessions here and speeches that will be delivered.
Thank you very much to all our speakers and moderators for this panel of Indonesia's mature area and infrastructure lead exploration potential key areas South Sumatra and Central Sumatra.
Okay, this is a photo session. We'll be counting to 3. 1, 2, 3. Bigger smiles for the next photo. 1, 2, 3.
Can we give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the last session of the day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may return to your seats.
Once again, to all panelists, we thank you for your time, and also to the moderator for leading the discussion. Thanks once again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we have been privileged to engage in thoughtful discussions and to be able to gain valuable insights from our esteemed speakers.
And of course, this convention would not be possible without the support of our generous sponsors. And for that, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our diamond sponsors, PT Pupuk Indonesia and Pertamina Gas Negara.
Also to our sapphire sponsors, Kuwait Foreign Petroleum Exploration Company, KUFPEC Indonesia, Anambas BV, Husky Sinok Madura Limited.
And our Platinum Plus sponsor, CNOC Limited.
Our Platinum sponsors, Aman Mineral International, Bank BRI, Bank BNI, Bank Mandiri, Gas Supply PT Limited, PT Prima Energi, PT Silo Maritime Perdana Tbk, Semcorp Utilities Pte Limited, SKINS Co. Ltd.
And our Gold Plus sponsor, Asuransi Jasa Indonesia Jasindo.
Our gold sponsors, Primaya Hospital, PT Famon Awal Prosedaya, PT SCT Indonesia, PT Kilang Pertamina International, and PT Surya Esa Perkasa Tbk Esa.
And our silver sponsors, Asuransi Sentral Asia, Asuransi Tugu Pratama, PT Pertamina Patra Niaga, Mubadala Energy, Penta Global Contractor, Pertamina Gas Pertagas, and PT Adiarta Swabuana.
Also our silver sponsors, PT Bayu Buana Gemilang, PT Energasindo Hexakarya, PT Imeco Intersarana, PT Luas Biru Sutama, PT National Energy Solution NES, PT Asuransi Kredit Indonesia, PT Diamond Gas Management Indonesia, PT Kaltim Parna Industri.
And also thank you to our bronze sponsors, Multicolor Indonesia, Halliburton Indonesia, Kaltim Methanol Industri, Petrogas Jatim Utama, PT Arsinergy Resources, PT Asuransi Astra Buana, PT Asuransi Jasa Raharja Putra, PT Bintang Subsea Indonesia.
Also PT Donggi Senoro LNG, PT Hanochem Tiaka Samudra, dan PT Baruna Raya Logistics, PT Iconic Multidimensi, PT Inti Alasindo Energi, PT Kota Minyak Internusa, PT Matthews Daniel International Adjuster Indonesia, PT McLaren's Indonesia, PT Medo Elang Indah, dan PT Pertagas Niaga.
And also PT Radiant Utama Interinsko Tbk, PT Samudra Energi Tangguh, PT Seascape Service Indonesia, Asuransi Wahana Tata, Berkah Buana Energy, BRI Asuransi, Saga Trade Murni, Surya Mandala Sakti, Synergy Risk Management, and Zikrullah and Partner Law Firm. Once again, thank you very much, all our sponsors, for your unwavering support.
And on behalf of the committee, we extend our gratitude to all our distinguished guests and speakers for your presence on the first day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023.
And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, the 4th ICIOG 2023 will commence promptly at 9 a.m. and will be attended by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Arifin Tasrif. We highly encourage everyone to arrive on time to ensure you don't miss any of the valuable insights and activities.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure for me, Timothy Marbun.
And me, Desmond Frila, to host you all today. We will see you all tomorrow
for the second day of the 4th International Convention on Indonesia Upstream Oil and Gas 2023, Advancing Energy Security through Sustainable Oil and Gas Exploration and Development.
Good evening, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Good evening.